that. Up to it, boy. You're a cokehead.
And he wants to practice fast adoption, by the way. You know,
look, that's why he left. Look, El Nasser left. He's a cokehead. You're a cokehead. Swear on your kids, El Nasser. You never sniffed pain. I bet you can't do that, Mr. Holy Jew. Tell people, have you sniffed cocaine? Have you sniffed cocaine, El Nasser?
Are you aboard cocaine?
Didn't I tell you? El Nasser, did you sniff cocaine? I tell you, the facts are the facts. That's why he can't answer. You know why? He knows he sniffed blow before off of his rabbi's butt.
No, if he can afford cocaine, what can you do? Can you afford crack?
I can sell it to him. That's what I can do. I can sell it to him. That's what I can do. I can sell it to him.
I could profit.
Dolphin ass, cokehead ass.
It's not gonna pass.
Nah, la madre tuya la puta, esa porque ella la pone en el culo.
Oh, so he's even he's a Cuban. The new coach Darren Rizzi.
There's a lot of.
You see his hairy ass nostril? Come on, man.
Now the Chargers have won.
Gotta be kidding me.
I love how like Johnson helped to beat Tennessee. Jacksonville trying to slow that Viking defense.
America owes Cuba too. With that embargo they had on there for what? About what? 100 years already? They owe Cuba too.
Fucking the Romans owe me, and
they owe Cuba too. The Romans don't owe y'all. Y'all the ones who was there stealing everything. The Romans put y'all in chains. Y'all didn't deserve it.
All on stolen land, but yet you don't hear the natives crying about no reparations.
Yes, they do.
Dude, you crazy? Nigga, I dated a lot of natives going on.
Yeah, they do. They scream about it. 30. You know what it is? Listen,
20,000 per kid, nigga.
Yes, Tony, you know what it is? They get
dude, this bitch was getting like, I ain't gonna lie, I'd say about 250,000, maybe around there, a ballpark figure, every 2-3 months, nigga.
Scott.
Boomer, thank you.
250,000.
No fund or what?
Marine Corps helicopter pilot Justin Vegas. Surprising.
That sounds like fraud.
You know why? Because they think all the natives got. They gave that reparation uneven to the natives also. That's why you have some of them that are poor. They do speak about reparations, and then you got the other ones that sold out. They live on those damn casino lands, and they happy because they're rich. You know what I mean? Yeah, they live on the damn
yeah, bread, nigga. They got their own casino.
Yeah. The ones that have the casinos, they make money, but not all of them.
The casino makes the money. They're not getting it from the government.
Oh, you stupid? They get it right from the. Oh,
it really depends on the tribe and the structure of their.
Trust me, my tribe don't get shit. We don't get nothing. We don't got casinos.
There's a million.
Even if you work
that's
a
what I'm
minimum
saying.
wage job, you don't qualify for shit regardless.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. All tribes don't get it, but nigga, there's tribes out here eating real good. There's a tribe in Connecticut, nigga. They're millionaires because their tribe is so small and they got to discover
that every workday can happen.
But a lot of the ones that own like the Foxwood casinos and all that, yeah, they have money, but not all of them do. They gave that shit to certain families and certain tribes.
Miccosukee and Seminole, they got the Hard Rock. They about to build another one.
Yeah. The Seminoles definitely got that money.
Nah, it's Miccosukee got the money. The Seminoles, they got so many people that their money is like more depleted. It's too spread out. But the Miccosukee, it's a lot less people and they get a lot more.
And then El Nasser's people went there and probably stole a lot of the land and everything.
So imagine the government gives you money and they actually put it into something that's going to turn it into more money. That's crazy, huh?
Hold on. The place they call the floating garbage is the place where a bunch of dirty Jews right now, a bunch of Jewish people are buying a lot of property in that dirty island. Go look it up.
Is that what they call it? There you go. Normal.
Yep. There's a lot. Yep. Pick it up with your nose too. Vacuum clean. Throw on. Go gadget nose.
It's the return of.
Come on, El Nasser. You can do it.
Now he's making trials.
Come on, El Nasser. Go gadget nose.
You guys are crazy.
Come on, El Nasser. You can do it. Put that vacuum cleaner on.
Come on, hold on, please.
We know how you like sniffing that shit up.
Yeah, that's pretty low vibration. Their resistance, like, still.
No, are you kidding?
I don't care what you think.
For him,
you want vibration. You must be playing with yourself.
Look at he goes into.
Hold on.
He's like retarded. Why do you want to practice an option? He's retarded.
To match our style.
Why do you put the music? Do you want to destroy the whole world as normal?
El Nasser, is Israel still the smallest country?
Israel's the fourth smallest.
That's not what you said, you nostril. You said it was the smallest country. You said it was the smallest country. Didn't he say Israel was the smallest country? Okay. And he said he got a degree from Columbia University. His professor should be fired.
You're the one who doesn't know.
His professor should be. Everyone knows the river and the sea except you, because you'll never see it ever.
Well, you didn't know.
You'll never see it ever again. You'll never see it. The only time you went there is when you caught your sex case, so stop it.
Okay. All right. Guys, hold up.
Guys, this isn't Joe's. Hold on a sec. So here's my question to you, right? Like, I think it's
This
obvious
is not
that
Rikers
there's
Island, fat boy.
Shut this dirty Jew up.
an imbalance. I think one of the problems though is that like
they're shunned.
If the objective is to kind of
you can reach out and change
shorten the gap
the suffering
rather than just seek
a surgery that takes as
the objective is just to shorten the gap, right, between the disadvantaged and the advantages. And I know that's not the objective of
scan the code or go online today.
But if that's kind of one of the objectives, right, is to level the playing field and level something that was unleveled due to slavery, right? Like if that's the objective, then it becomes really hard. I think it becomes really hard to distribute that fairly. And the question becomes, like, if you justify this not racially, wealth-wise rather than racial, right? Even though that doesn't solve the reparations for what race up and the other did, right? And I appreciate that's nuance, but I think that's where the struggle comes in.
Say that again. You're never going to get equality of outcomes. That's not possible. That's a fake goal.
Happier holidays.
I was just proposing that, like, I think.
Welcome you back to SoFi Stadium.
You can offer equality of opportunity. You can invest in education. That's what America does. You can close the gap. That's what
Israelis don't know about education. They know about terrorism. They teach their kids terrorism.
These two teams, you think you're going to be talking about offense all night.
Israelis teach terrorism. They don't know nothing about education.
Resistance, you're not contributing to the conversation.
And neither are you. You're just a biased idiot.
With an offense that has had some struggles, of course, in this first half. Both have, but have not been able to get after the quarter.
But I think that'll normally
essentially,
bombs, nuclear
bomb.
What
Three
are you
sacks
trying
in
to
the first
say?
half. So a really good job by them.
Moments ago,
Just your country. Just your country, Soren. We're going to get that
Understandable. Think about construction. Why do you always want to destroy everything?
We just want to destroy the bad guys.
Unbelievable.
Just wait.
We just got to stop.
We just want to destroy the bad guys.
Normo, you claim that America fights to
not right now, not yet.
Raise the poor upright and support them. And yet America is the only G7 nation without universal health care, the only G7 nation.
Well, that's because we didn't
leave.
It doesn't mean that we don't help the
It's going to be
poor.
really important.
We didn't vote for it.
Play within ourselves, give ourselves
The rich, powerful people, the rich, powerful corporations didn't vote for it. The ones that were owned by all the white folks, those are the ones that
All right, Lisa, thanks to Sean.
No, but this is what I'm saying. This is the point I'm trying to make, is that you acknowledge that a disproportionate amount of people in lower income communities are of a certain race. And there's a reason for that. There's a
Say that again. Wait. I acknowledge what? Wait, go slow.
Put your ear on.
Quiet, Soren.
A nice first down.
Try to learn English before you interrupt.
Put your
Say
ear on.
wait, Soren. Control yourself. I know you're uptight about what's going to happen. Wait. We're having a
first and second down.
Nobody control this dude's last
do me a favor and repeat what you said
with this
so I can hear you. These guys were interrupting.
Look,
I acknowledge
The guy's too old. Please,
hang on,
try to take a little bit of the pressure off of you.
It's okay. You're going to be okay without your IRGC.
You know, when you're constantly
tell me
in
what
pass
you were
pro
saying
sets as an offensive line, it is
whoever threw me down, hope your
you're not
family
as good an
members die.
athlete as these guys along the defensive
What I said
front.
was that
Now,
there is a
when you
reason
start
why
running the
there's a
ball,
disproportionate
start delivering some of the
representation of
punishment.
certain races in lower economic communities in America. Right, and so if the wealthy the corporations and the wealthy people who ultimately influence American politics more than others are deciding not to invest in social programs.
18 yards, and Kendall
If
Fuller
those
was
people
there.
decide not to invest in social safety nets, not invest in helping the poor because they choose not to, then yeah, there's a reason for that. There's a reason why that's bad and somewhat racist.
Hang on, we have more social. We spend more on social safety than any other country in history.
This is one of those routes
It's not true that we don't invest in both.
I'm
Comes up
talking
the field
about
vertically,
Medicaid,
doesn't tip
aid
which
to
way he's
families
going
with
to break.
dependent children,
Comes out to the
SNAP,
sidelines.
and a
Good
million
connection.
other programs that
It's a
help
17-yard
disadvantaged people.
completion officially. That
We
is the
have one of
Rams'
the
longest
best
play of the game.
systems for helping poor people on the planet, and we help more people.
Wow.
Poor people.
Kyron
Not a laugh,
Williams,
it's
a
a
little
fact.
daylight
And
for
we help
him.
more people than any
A couple
other
of guys, the
country
Rams
on the
get back
planet.
There you
on
go.
their
Not only
offensive
that,
line
hang on.
off
Not only
IR.
that,
They
our
get Jonah
consumer
Jackson back. They
economy,
put
this
him at
engine,
center.
this miracle,
In place of
has
the rookie
lifted
Bo
other
Limmer,
nations
they
out
get
of poverty,
Steve
like
Avila
China and
back
India.
in
We've
left
created a
guard.
middle class where there
Alonzo,
was
there's a
none.
bunch of cars.
Out
Take
at
a look.
right
Take your
tackle,
time.
and now with that,
I don't know
players
what this
down, and
person
that's
is talking
Kendall
about.
Fuller, who has been
Jeremy, I don't know.
tested in the
They were
secondary
having like
tonight
two,
for the
there's two
Dolphins.
different
He
levels
has,
of
and they
intelligence.
get real thin.
I'm trying to
Once you
address
get
what you're
past
saying.
Jalen
It
Ramsey
turns
and
out that
Kendall
capitalism works. It might be a
So
surprise, but
Fuller
it's
is
true.
injured. They check
What
on
is
Yes,
that?
him.
Like,
America
oh, no.
spends
It'll be second down and
America
2
spends,
when they
in other
come
words, a
back.
poor person who can't afford health care gets it through Medicaid, gets it through Obamacare. We voted for Obama. He created a health care system. It works. So I'm not sure what you're referring to.
$100.
We don't have it the way Germany has it or Sweden, but again, we're bigger than Germany and Sweden. But we do have health care in this country.
Only at the Home Depot.
So what is it that you're referring to,
An
Jeremy?
innocent man is about to spend his life in prison
So
for a murder
I'll
he did not
I'll
commit.
make this statement again. America
Okay.
is the only G7 nation without universal health.
walks out of here.
Well, we have a different kind of
America is
health care. We have
I know
Obamacare.
you do. I know you do. How many people went bankrupt
Are
in
you
America?
not an American?
Stop
No, I'm
lying.
We
not.
didn't
I'm
want
not.
universal.
No, I'm not. I'm not American.
Okay. What do you
How many people went bankrupt? Yes, I am. How many people in your country went bankrupt last year because of medical bills?
Even run your
Now you've changed the subject. I thought we were talking about health.
No, I'm asking you. You said you don't have the universal health care. You have something different.
We have
I assume you're suggesting. Okay.
expandable for more
Yes.
power and more outlets.
So how many Americans went bankrupt last year
I
because
don't know.
of?
That's a set.
Get your
Well,
I don't.
I can tell you how many
I'm not sure
Canadians
why
did.
you say
None.
again.
Trying on glasses.
Okay, so we're
I can
not
tell you how many
Canada.
Canadians did none.
Try on is so
Exactly, but so here's my point, El Normo.
And you're not
You know why?
American.
real.
You know why, El Normo? And my point. Here's my point. You know why
Virtual
I, as a
try on
Canadian,
hundreds of
have free
styles at
healthcare and
WillyParker.com.
$2,000 a
Because
year
you voted
premium
for it.
university? No,
You
El
voted for
Normo.
it.
You know why?
Yes.
No, it's not. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. It's because we underspend on our military. Because America,
No, because we protect you.
no, exactly.
Yes.
You overspend on your military so I can have free healthcare. You don't want your Americans to have.
You're clear.
Oh, so 10
Number one, clear
so
skin
10
routine.
times more
Head
than
to
the next 8
proactive.com now
countries
to find
behind
your
you
routine
is
and get our
just right.
news. It's
So you're
happening
gonna overspend on that.
These
Hold on,
patches
let me
to help
ask you
women's
something.
skin
Dude, if you want to have a
and
conversation, let me ask you
cleansing
something.
and skin
So you're saying
Well,
that,
you keep first you make a
okay, I'll go on mute.
And you
I'll
don't
go on mute
listen.
and you let me know.
Don't speak over moderator, Lomo.
Okay.
Go to proactive.com now to find your routine.
What did he
and
try to
our
say?
new
What language did he
Do
try
not
to speak?
speak over moderator.
Do not the what?
Well,
Okay.
a lot to
Thank you, Sean.
unpack
I'm not
on
sure what
that
you're trying to
last
say. I know
play,
you're
the
making a
injury
noise.
with
So,
Kendall
Jeremy,
Fuller.
what is your
He
question?
got hurt on the
You want to go to
tackle. He's
healthcare
in
or
the
something
medical
else?
tent right now.
This
With
country
Fuller
did
down,
not vote for universal health care. We
there was
voted
a
for
shove
Obamacare. And we got
by
it. It's
Cater
different than your
Kohu
country. Doesn't mean
on
it's
DeMarcus
worse.
Robinson.
So go ahead.
Then
I
Kyron
imagine
Williams went up
Americans
and
are happier than
got
Canadians.
involved.
I imagine, I don't know who lives
Fuller
longer.
able to get
But what's
off
the
under his
point you
own
wanted to
power
make, and what did
to
you want to
the
ask?
sideline.
I don't know what you were saying
There is
about
Kyron Williams with another
our
first down
military
carry.
spending. The reason why we don't speak
Here's
Russian
what Kyron
or
did.
German is because of our
on
military
Cater
spending. Isn't it?
Kohu
Same reason why you don't speak
put his
Russian or German,
finger
right?
right in the ear hole.
Because of our allyship.
Well, no, because we
Kohu
won the
after
war.
he shoved DeMarcus Robinson.
So what question are you asking?
Got all that?
That's why we don't speak Russian and
Got
German,
it.
because we won the war.
Well, now with Kendall Fuller
Yeah,
out, they
we
bring
won the
in
war because
Cam
we spent
Smith,
money
who's
on
had
the
to play a
military.
little bit the last couple of weeks
Obviously.
with Kohu.
I mean, technically,
missing some
Russia
time, but he's a
won the war
young,
too.
pretty
Well,
inexperienced guy overall.
But Russia would have taken us over if it could. And
Nice
they tried more
snap.
than once and failed.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, but if he's referring to
down he
World War
goes
II,
as Jordan
yeah,
Brooks
Russia was
is there to
on the
tap
same
him
side as
down,
us
and Jonah
during that
Jackson,
chapter.
fresh off
That's very
IR,
true.
snapped it too high.
Jeremy, you muted
It's a
America.
loss of 13.
No, I was waiting for you
Stafford,
to
he's
finish.
stepping up.
Well,
with
I
his
was
right
trying to have a
foot, and as he
conversation, not
does,
finish.
He's
I was
not
trying to see
able to
what
then
you were
jump
asking.
for this ball, so he's trying to just reach his arms up there
It's just
and rather
whenever
than
I try and
secure
talk,
it,
you interrupt me.
and then
So
make the
but I'll mute up
handoff.
the second you want to
And we saw
interrupt.
the one that he
you
almost
asked the
bobbled a
question. I
moment
answered
ago,
the
but he's not
question
able
in
to go
real
up and
time.
make that
It's a
play.
Do
Never
not
conversation.
really got a
interrupt
handle on
him,
it.
please.
Rams
When
fortunate
the moderator
to
is
go
speaking,
backwards, but
But you're
fortunately,
interrupting.
John McVay
Please.
talked
You're
about the
interrupting,
Rams
sir.
stop shooting
Why are you
themselves
doing
in the
this? Why are you
foot.
trying to derail the
They
conversation?
just
Please.
did it.
Are you an
We wanna
agent of this
listen.
chaos?
We wanna listen.
Are you an agent?
Get
Soren,
really
Soren,
to the right
here,
side
if you
and
want,
gain of
Soren, if
two,
you
and
want
with
to
that high
respect
snap.
the moderators, let
This
us
drive
moderate the room.
possession,
We
which
do
has
not need
started
your
so well
assistance.
for the Rams, is in danger of going down the drain. Yeah, they were right in position to at least come away
So
with a
no,
field
what I
goal
was trying to,
attempt, and then
what,
after
yeah,
that,
thank you.
knocked them out of
What I was
field
trying
goal
to say
range.
is that when you have America
Facing third
ever
and
since
long.
1971 dramatically
Just a
overspending
lot of
on their
mistakes
military, and when I say overspending, what I
by
mean is
this
that
Rams
it
offense
allows
tonight.
the rest of the Western world to underspend on military and invest in social programs, right? And so when you have America doing that since 1971, when
They're
you have
down at
America
21. High
and
snap
both
again.
sides of the most
Nakua,
politically
wide
divided
receiver screen,
America since the
and
Civil
he
War,
gets
coming
very
together
little.
multiple times a
Cam
year to do
Smith,
one thing,
who
which
took
is
the
pass
place of the
unbalanced
injured
budgets
Kendall
to pay for
Fuller, is the first
inflated
guy there. A
military
gain
spending.
of
And when I say
5.
inflated, I
The
mean
field goal
America has
unit comes
335
back on
foreign
for the
military
Rams.
bases.
Well,
The
such a
next
good job
country
by Cam
closest to
Smith,
them, I
because
think,
they're
has
just going to
100,
get the ball out quick,
which is
see if
the
maybe they can't. Well, here he is right
so
here.
when I
Cooper
say
Kupp's got
that
to make a
America's
pick as to who
overspending
he's
on the
going to block.
military
He
is to
starts
compensate and
initially
allow
like he's going to
the
take
rest of
Cam
the Western
Smith.
world to
Instead, he goes to
understand
Kohu,
and
which frees
enjoy
Smith up to come
all
up and
these
make the
wonderful
play.
social
But you
programs.
got to make the
What I'm
tackle.
saying is
And as I
thank
said
you,
earlier
El
in this
Normo,
game, that's
for
one thing that
overspending
this
on
Miami
American
defense has done a good
military so
job
that
of
I
throughout
get
the
free
year
health care,
is
cheap
tackling ball
university, all
carriers.
Canadian
And now
citizens,
we'll
and
see
all
whether
the
they
rest
make this
benefit.
long field
And you
goal
guys
attempt.
do that while
52
foregoing
yards,
access to
and they
super
blow it
cheap,
dead.
top premium education, while tripling your
And this will be
citizens with
5
hundreds
yards
of
against
thousands
the
of dollars a
Rams.
benefit
Cardi
want
has
to get
shown plenty
a
of leg.
master's or a doctorate, while punishing all of your women to have to go back
He's
to
going to
work
need
2
it.
weeks later if they don't
Now
have
it's a
fighting chance for
57-yard
maternity
try.
leave. The rest of the West thanks you. That's all I'm saying, man.
He hit
Thank
the
you.
55-yarder before
I
that.
see.
Yeah,
So
Jeremy, talk
That
that
one
shit,
was held
Jeremy.
through.
hang on a second.
52.
You're
Yeah,
making
sit
an
up,
attempted.
Jeremy.
See
You're
if he can do
making
it
an
from
attempted
57.
irony. So I think U.S. has the best
The
education
rookie from
system on the
Stanford.
planet. I'm sorry, it's
That's
not.
because you an American,
That's
though.
not true at all. That's
Yeah,
not true.
that's because
Sure,
you an
That's not
people
true
American,
at
come
all.
bro.
to.
You got to go look those
Well,
stats.
people come from all people. Well, this
That's
is
not
widely
true.
judged.
That's not true.
Well, hang on. You can say you have a different opinion. I'm just going based on the
It
metrics. You can have a
is
different opinion if you
wide to
want.
the right.
And America also is. We're not funding.
Sean McVay said it. The
Overfunding the
Rams keep
military.
doing it.
That's your non-expert
Making
opinion.
mistakes.
I'm not sure
Backing
what it's
themselves
based on.
up.
We
The
fund the
5-yard
military
penalty.
based
Another
on
try
what we
by
think the
Cardi.
needs
This
are,
time no
based on the
good.
military experts. If you have a
He stays
different
10-6.
opinion, you can write a letter to our experts and ask them why we feel it's important to defend freedom. Hang on. You can write them and ask them why you feel it's important that we defend freedom by having the strongest military in the world. For example, we're competing with China and Russia. You guys are not. You guys are sort of sitting there under our wing, and we don't begrudge you that. You're a good ally. You have fought when needed. But Canada's not the United States. It's very uninformed of you to try to compare your country to ours. It's just not an analogy. We're much bigger, much more complex.
I don't think you heard me. I don't think you heard me.
No, I did hear you. I heard you perfectly.
No, you did. You did.
Bigger.
You didn't. You told me.
You perfectly.
Go ahead.
Hang on,
Finish, and then
I'm
I'll
not finished.
respond.
Hang on, Jeremy. Hang on. We're much bigger.
From
We're much more
volunteer doctors
complex.
and nurses
We have a
on
much
hospital
bigger
ships,
footprint in the world, and we're
all made
interested in
possible
defending
by
our
kindness.
democracy and our interests. And it is our
We
judgment
love good
as
news.
Americans that this is the right amount of money to spend on our military, and this is also the way we have chosen to handle our health care. Now, you have chosen something different, but it's weird that you presume to judge us as though you have some insight into what the right amount of money is to spend on the military. I don't get it. I don't know where you think you come up with this expertise.
Our newest
Can you
jets are
explain?
designed for comfort.
Yeah, I'll respond. You didn't hear me. What I said was,
Guaranteed
thank
to
you.
last.
I heard
for that
every
military
word
spending.
you
Why?
said.
Why would I write? Why would I? Hold on.
And
Why would I write the letter asking to reduce spending when that military spending enables us to underspend? The rest of the West would be terrified if you guys stopped policing the world, because it would mean we would have to forego the benefits for our citizens to carry the lift and not have to speak Russian and Chinese. Like the rest of the world is thrilled that America spends so much more than every other country. Well, thank you. That's all I'm saying, man. Thank you. Thank you for going. Thank you for foregoing maternity leave for us so that we can have it. Yeah, you do. You're the only person here. I know, which means that most poor people don't have it, and I know that that's how much you want. And the rest of us who does have it, we thank you. We thank you. That's all I'm saying. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
9 seasons
I'm saying
as the Rams
your
head
irony
coach,
has
79
fallen
career
flat,
wins, number
and your
2
misunderstanding
in
is
team
now
history
exposed
behind
for the rest of
McVay.
the
2
room to
stints
see.
at USC.
And yes, we do have maternity leave,
As the
despite
handoff
your
is to
ignorance,
H.N.
and we are very, very,
John
I would
Robinson led
say,
the 1978 USC
with
Trojans to
our
share the
ability
national
and
title
our
with
responsibility
Alabama,
to
and a
defend freedom.
childhood friend.
That's a
John
burden that
Madden.
we have taken on, and you're welcome.
Who grew up together
The
up
freedom of the United States.
the Bay
You mean the
Area.
freedom is in
John
Pepsi
Robinson
and
had
Coca-Cola?
a great
What
career,
freedom
great
is
coach,
Elaborate.
great man.
Very
Had an
old
impact on a lot of
Chomsky in
people. North
comparison.
Turner,
It
who's one of my
falls flat.
closest friends,
You need to update your reading list.
had a big impact on him. It's how North Turner met his wife, Nancy. Nancy was
Anybody want to try to
John
make an
Robinson's
intelligent
secretary
remark?
back in the day at USC. Those two
Hearing
together.
none, as they say.
Gonna
in
miss
court.
Defending freedom?
Here's Johnny
I mean,
Smith
after what
with
he
a
did to
Defending
Libya,
freedom.
and a
after
push
what
for
he
a
did in
first down.
Vietnam,
We were
to
down on the
Libya,
field before the game.
to
We saw
Syria,
Ron
to
Rivera.
Oh, I'm so
Afghanistan,
sorry about
Everybody was
spending
talking
trillions
about
of
John
dollars in
Robinson. He,
Afghanistan and
touched a
left
lot of
Sorry that we're
Afghanistan
not
game, both
Iran. Sorry that
I'm
we're not
talking
the
about
at the
Afghanistan.
level and certainly
Sorry
at
that
the
we're not the
collegiate level.
jihadist
You
fascist
create
Nazi
one.
regime of Iran.
Actually,
But guess what?
President
That
Trump
regime,
he did
guess what?
in the
That regime
broadcast.
will fall soon.
Do you
You don't like
understand what
America.
you're talking about?
meeting
You
was
create $2
Yes, I
trillion
do.
John's career,
debt
my
You don't
career,
like
to
actually,
America.
Afghanistan, and then you
Robinson
left
being there, he was
Afghanistan in a
working with
week,
them.
If I were you,
and
I
you
would
gave
be
it back
very.
to
Dolphins.
I
Taliban?
understand
Is that the
your
kind of
country.
freedom that you
I
defend?
understand. I understand your country
Hand
is
off
about
to
to fall.
I'm
H.N.
talking
That's a
about
shame.
creating
Vaughn just
$2
gets to the
trillion
45
of
one.
debt
Send it down to
for
the
invasion of Afghanistan for 20
Right.
years.
And I'm
you
talking about freedom, something you've never
No, you actually
Yes.
invaded Afghanistan for freedom.
Yes.
And guess what? You gave the power back to Taliban.
Right. And your
So
point
it is
is
right. So what freedom are you talking about?
Okay,
I mean,
Lisa,
the
thank you.
talking about
Taliban
The
got
left
back to
guard,
Afghanistan.
Robert Jones,
There's no freedom.
for the
America.
Dolphins
I
is
mean, you
questionable
fucked it
to
up. What do you
return
mean
with
what
a
freedom?
knee.
So normal.
Debt? And now you're
There's
talking
the
about
This is
normal.
over your head,
to
Sean.
Fuller.
Leave this to the people from the
Normal.
West to
Normal.
discuss. This is not a
Normal.
concept you understand. You guys are
It's
uncomfortable.
a level
Iowa,
so normal.
pass
When you
underneath
talk
him
about
by Durham
the land of the free, and you
For a gain
acknowledge
of
that one out of every 6 imprisoned
We talked
people
about
in
it
the
early in
world
this game,
are
Joe,
American.
that when you watch
Right?
the
Despite you
Dolphins
know that
play,
Americans do
Tua,
not have that
especially
same
with Tua at
ratio as far as
quarterback, the
per
ball
capita
comes out,
representation of
and
humans
he
on the
does
planet.
not typically
Well,
sit in the
what do you
pocket
give for the explanation of that?
football. It's one of the things that Mike McDaniel really prides
himself
himself on as the play
Yes, I
caller,
reinforced
play
the
designer.
People who
first
commit
point of the
crimes
second
There's
quarter.
not been
People who commit
very
crimes
many
go to
clean
jail.
looks
You disagree
for
with
Tua
that?
as he goes through his
No,
progression.
absolutely. That's why most Uyghurs in China are in jail. That's why most Uyghurs in China are in jail.
You agree that people.
That's why the Uyghurs are in prison.
Three, Rams
Yes,
defense
that's why
is
Uyghurs are
made.
in prison.
They're in prison
Yes.
in a
Straight third
genocide.
down stops.
The
Not
people
here.
in this
What?
country are in jail
No,
for any
what?
crime.
What?
The Uyghurs.
Are you saying the Uyghurs didn't break Chinese laws?
Down inside the one.
I'm saying that.
Are you trying to say that they're not criminals?
No.
He's been
Wait a
working his
second.
way
Wait a
more and
second.
more
Wait
into
a
this
second.
offense, and
All right.
Jonnu with a catch and run of 33.
Wait a second.
Yeah,
You're
not
saying
a lot to the
between the
concept,
United
but
States
it's
and
just not
communist
played
China?
well
This
at
is
all.
now you've really.
You see Jonnu
No,
Smith there,
I'm
just
not.
played
I'm
well
not.
at all.
Yeah, you just did.
Because
No, you
America.
actually
No,
did.
I'm not. I'm
No,
not
you
because
actually
America
threw
imprisons.
you
Because
compared
America
Uyghurs
imprisons.
criminals in American
to
jail.
Jonnu Smith.
That's what
But
Because America
with zone
imprisons
coverage,
more
you
of its
expect them to be
people
able
per
to complete
capita than
that
China.
pass and then make a play.
That's why you can't make that analogy. Because America
You made the
imprisons and
analogy.
strips the freedom of their people more than the Chinese do.
Well,
So when you say America's the land of the free, what do you mean?
Knee injury.
And I
So
just
is
asked
China.
you,
What do you mean?
Hang on.
He's old.
Hang on.
First and
I
goal
just said
from
America
inside
puts
the
criminals
one.
in jail, and you agree that
I
that was the
know.
right thing to do. Did you
Miami-
change your
No,
mind?
I didn't. No, I didn't.
Would you like
I didn't.
would you like to
Right
change
thing to do.
your response?
I never said it was the right
You'd
thing
have
to do.
to figure
You
you're
asked me,
gonna have
Jeremy,
to wait
do
Oh, yes,
criminals
you did.
last
get
night.
sent
Okay,
to
I'm
jail?
sorry.
And I said,
I
yes,
thought
they
you
do.
did, yes.
In the same way that
Season,
the Uyghurs get
Bills
sent
are
to
gonna have
jail.
come as a
Come on,
wild
Jeremy,
card
I'll
with
ask
the way
you
the
again.
Bills are
You
playing.
agree that people
They're
who
running
commit
away
crimes
with
should
the
go to jail?
AFC East. They won
No.
again
Yes or no?
yesterday, and they're
Huh?
8-2.
No, no.
Okay,
And
so how should
2-0
they be
against
handled?
Miami.
What's your suggestion?
Here's the catch and run by
I
Jonnu
think there are a lot of places that have
by the
unjust
Rams.
crimes,
Yes,
and
he
therefore,
got turned
if your
around. He should have
definition
been
is
standing
simply
there
that they
as
have
the
making a crime, they should go to jail, then I would disagree with that.
Smith as soon as he makes
That's the same logic that sends Uyghurs to jail. That's the same logic that sends slaves to jail for escaping their masters. No, I'm not trying to fucking answer your question. You want China? Fine. Fine. So do you think someone in China should go to jail because they break laws because they're being Uyghurs?
I'll ask you again, but he comes up with a dance away from it. Do you agree that people
Three
who
wide
break
receivers out
laws.
there on
I keep
first and
answering
goal
your
from
second
the
question.
one.
No,
And
no.
then yes, okay, no,
Are you fucking
So
stupid?
okay,
No.
wait,
This is the third time I answered you, fucking idiot. No.
well, let's build on it then.
So let's build on that.
So what should we do with a murderer?
Dolphins
No,
spread
hold
them
on.
out.
Let's go 1-1 because you asked me a question. Let me ask you a question. Okay, 1-1. You asked me, I answered. Okay, so I'll give you 2-1. I'll give you 2-1. I'll give you 3-1. You fucking idiot. 3-1. Here's 2.
Hang on. I didn't hear what you did. You say fucking idiot? I didn't hear what you said.
Yes, I did because you can't do 1-1. You want to do 3-1. So you asked 2 questions and now it's 1.
Cover up
Go ahead.
Tyreek Hill
I
here.
just have to point out a funny.
Yes.
You keep bringing up El Salvador and
off of
Bitcoin, right?
and just opens it
Yeah,
right
I
up
heard
there
about
for
that.
Tyreek
But
Hill
so-
to touch
I'll
it.
go there. I'll go there if you want.
With his
Hold on,
first
hold on.
touchdown.
You have a
So I
murderer.
posted the stats. I posted the stats for countries with the most prisoners
That's the
per
longest streak of his
100,000.
brilliant career.
And El Salvador
Flag is
tops
down on
it
the
with
extra point.
more than almost double the amount that the U.S.
But the implications
and for
somehow is that
context,
people
and
in
for
jail are
context,
that
innocent.
extra point. And
And
So
then
what did you do with the murderer? Because maybe we don't know. Maybe you have an idea that we haven't
It
heard
may
yet.
have
What
hit
did
the
we do with the
kicker
murderer?
Sanders.
So this is the second question out of 3 that this idiot
I just
gets,
remember
because
that you
can't be-
talked about them
Mike
locking,
McDaniel
just
then
like
wants
going
to
fuck it and locking everyone
go
up.
for
So,
Yeah. Yeah, and I'll do that quick because he's in the goo, and then we'll bring him back up. So yes, but also they were the most dangerous, highest murder per capita in the world, and now they are the safest place in both South and North America, safer than Canada, U.S., anywhere. So it's a different situation. And I'll answer. So normal, I'll answer question number 2, and then you get number 3, and then I'll answer my last question. So
number 1.
There was very little contact.
no, I already answered 1. The answer is no.
One.
The answer to no.
I didn't hear it. No, let's start with 1. What, we have a murderer.
He's
They
just
should
in
go
here
to jail
from
or
the
not.
basement.
What are you talking about?
No, well, no,
Okay,
you
so Normo,
transition.
17-6.
and question number 1. Question number 1 was answered. You're now asking question number 2.
Oh, okay. I wasn't counting. What was okay?
And you can.
So
What
should we do with
question
murder?
number 1?
Yes. What should we do with the murderer? Please don't dance away from it. What do we? How do you punish a murderer? You tell us. If you have a better idea than jail or prison.
If you have a way to absolutely, definitively confirm that person murdered someone else, then they should be put to
criminal
death.
justice system.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
It's
it is
not.
called that. That is what it's called. Yeah.
Okay, I answered your second question. Do you have a third question?
Hi,
So,
I'm Jay Jackson.
I don't know.
Almost 20 years.
You said
I
if
just
you have
answered
a
the
way
second
to
one.
determine.
Answer the first one. If you have a perfect way to determine their
you can
guilt,
use the
then it should be
calculator at
it should be death
advocatepace.com.
penalty. If you have a
Learn what
perfect
your
way,
policy
if you
is.
don't, then
believe in
the
capital
punishment should be like if you have a perfect way to prove their guilt. If you don't, then it should be life sentence.
Well, human beings are not perfect, as you know. So I guess that was a straw man
There are no
argument, a
fees
fake
and no
argument.
obligation.
It's not.
So-
I answered your question. You don't like my question. I fucking answered it. Ask number 2.
I don't like your
please.
question. So okay.
And then
So,
I'll ask
let me
my
see if I
one
can-
question. So I'll ask my one
Hang
question.
on
You're
one
good.
second.
Ask your
No, I
third,
want to
you
build
fucking
with
idiot.
you. Jeremy, wait a second.
You're not building with me. If we ask 1 and 1, then I wouldn't tell you. You're so
I'm
fucking
building with
stupid.
you.
If you need 3 questions to my
Calm
1,
down and
so
don't
ask
get
your
upset.
third fucking question, you
Hang on.
stupid
Stop
bitch. Go.
getting so. See, you get very upset and make ad hominem when you lose. That's a. By the way, that's
No, I would have a conversation if it was 1-on-1. You don't want to do that. You want to do 3-1.
This is
So I'm going to treat you like 1/3 of a
This is a
man. So
concession.
fucking ask your third question. You input the man.
Go
Go
ahead.
ahead. Third
Go
question.
ahead. Okay. So this is a concession that you've lost. So here's where we're at so far. You agreed that prison was the right response to murder. You said life imprisonment. So we agreed. It shouldn't have taken us that long to get there. Now you mentioned along the way a perfect way of determining guilt. We have the closest thing to a perfect way, and that's called the criminal justice system. But that's a side note, because you rested exactly where I am. If there's a murder, you put the guy in prison.
17-6
So what is your
ball
objection
game with the
exactly,
Dolphins
man?
on top.
I don't get it. We both agreed that the right response to crime is prison.
Into this game
So
with
what's
a 2-6
next, Jeremy?
record. Only
I'll
2
mute up.
teams have come back from a 2-6 start.
Okay, so that's question number 3, and then I'm going to ask that I can have my one fucking question
winners
after.
of weak
You
divisions.
1/3 of a fucking man. So the purpose
You're
of
feeling a
punishment.
little inadequate, aren't you,
This
boy?
is Whittington.
Aren't you feeling a little inadequate right now?
What do you mean by boy El Norma? This is not fucking Tel Aviv. Respect.
able to get it out to the 26.
So I'll try to answer the third question because I don't come off mute.
No, you look at
I
this
don't come
defense
off.
by Miami and what they've been
I
able
don't
to
come
do
off
in this
mute,
game.
and he's
Something they haven't done
asking us
really
three
much
fucking
of the year,
questions.
and that is get
I've only
pressure
asked
on
for
the
one
quarterback.
question, which I've not been allowed
Just
to
one
have yet.
sack in the last
And
3
I
games,
conceded that since he is
and they
one
just
third of a
turned it
man,
loose on
that I will give him
Stafford.
3
Third
questions to
downs
my
have been a
one,
big
and he
key.
won't
The
even let me
Rams have
answer
yet
the
to
3 questions,
convert
and he insists on
on
that.
third down
So here's the answer to your
and
third
this
question,
or
El
excuse
Normo,
me,
and
this
then
defensive pass
if you were
rush
even
has
one
been a
third
big
of a fucking
reason
man,
why.
I would
And
ask
that's
that you
going to
allow
have
me
to
my one
continue
question,
as
but you
we
might
move
not
through
because
this
you may be
game.
less than that. You may
But
just
to
be a fucking
score
insect,
what it
right?
is, the Rams are going
So
to
here's the
start
answer to
relying
your
more
third
and more
fucking
on the
question.
passing game.
The reason why I am
Stafford
okay
gets
with
hit
a man who
here.
killed someone to
Neil
go to jail,
Farrell, who
but
is up
not okay
again
with the
from the
concept that
practice
every
squad,
criminal
delivered the
should go to
hit.
jail is as follows.
That
Right?
was a third
I
down
believe law should be
package.
based
Tonight, the
on do not
Rams are
harm
0
my
for
person or
7
property.
on third
And so
down,
if you
and here's
hurt my
pressure
person or
again
my
from the
property,
Dolphins.
i.e. kill me or kill
No, they've just
someone
done
or
an
burn my
outstanding
house down,
job.
yeah, you
Anthony
should go to
Weaver, the
jail.
defensive
Okay?
coordinator, he's
But
got his
if
crew
you're saying that
playing
every
first
criminal
gear.
should go to jail, here is
Easy
my
for
question
him,
for you, El Normo, and
and
I
they
want
have
you to fucking answer
responded.
this. If you're
Here's
saying that
Cobb
every
to the
criminal should go to
30.
jail
Third down
or
coming
face
up.
the punishment of their crime,
3
you
sack
also
game
believe
so
that
far
when
for the
a
Dolphins, but
13-year-old
a
girl
lot of
leaves the
pressure on
house
Matthew Stafford. Yeah, I
unsupervised
mean,
by
a
a
lot of
man,
pressure. He
either
hasn't
her
been able to get
husband or
comfortable, and I
female
really thought
family
coming
member
into this game
in
that
Afghanistan,
this was
do you
going to be
believe
the
she should
biggest
go to
test
jail or be
that
stoned
the
to death?
Dolphins had had
Because she's a
as
fucking
far as their
criminal norm.
coverage goes.
And when you come
That
up here and say every
going
fucking
up
criminal
against
should go to
Cooper
jail
Kupp and
and face the
Nakua and the
punishment for their
things that
crime,
they're able
you're
to
saying
do
that
and
little
how they run
fucking
their routes.
13-year-old
And,
girl in Afghanistan
the
deserves to be
Dolphins have
fucking
faced the
stoned to
Buffalo
death for
Bills
leaving
a
their home
couple of
without a
times, but
fucking
overall,
male
I
supervision.
thought this was
So
going to be the
fuck you,
biggest
Norma.
challenge, and they have really answered the bell. Third down and 5.
Well, that was very peculiar, and it was laced with
Norm, are you saying when I steal a lollipop
in the
from the
first
store?
Do you want to apologize?
Hang on,
Apologize.
hang on. Hang on.
Do you
I'm
want to
addressing
apologize?
slowly,
for
Soren.
calling
You're
him a boy?
interrupting. Soren, you're interrupting.
Do you want to apologize?
Calm down,
Stafford
Soren.
really had one-on-one. The
Calm
ball
down,
is
Soren.
you see the
Soren.
timing of that.
Take it back.
I mean, that is
Soren,
excellent work between Stafford and Kupp, and the catch by Cooper Kupp. He
So,
makes
I'm
those look
addressing-
routine all the time.
Hang on.
All
I'm
right, you
addressing
two.
the-
You guys quit
I
acting
don't
like
know. He's
13.
got some issue.
All of
I'm
you,
addressing-
quit acting like 13-year-old
I
boys.
agree. I'm addressing the fucker who insulted me a moment ago, and I'll try to
Good
focus on
protection,
the
aired out.
on.
Go ahead and tell. Go ahead and tell.
I'm gonna
Good
address the
coverage by
fucker who insulted
Ramsey.
me a moment ago. You know who you are.
And
I never
Jalen, who
said that
said he
every
found
criminal
his
should
love
go to
again
jail.
for
So the
football
question
when he
that follows
was
is irrelevant. And your
brought here
idea
and traded
of
from
a
Jacksonville
girl in
to the Rams
Afghanistan
is out there
is
now
just
defending for the
perplexing
Dolphins
and
against the
dumb.
Rams.
And I don't understand your
Yeah, he
question.
did,
Why
and-
I would
and
be
he
in a
was
position to judge
obviously
somebody in
looking forward to
Afghanistan,
coming back
a
here. He
country to
enjoyed
which
his
I've never
time,
been.
and nothing but
I
great
can
things to say
judge the
about his
United
time
States
here with the
criminal
Rams.
justice
And
system.
they
I
go
think
to
it's one of the
test, and
best
they
in the
finally
world.
test him
And we
down
can
the
talk
field,
about
and
the
you can see
details. I
his
know quite a bit
reaction.
about it. I'm not sure why you
He
wanted
stayed on
to.
top
I'm not
of it,
sure why
didn't
you
bite
wanted
on
to
the out
distract with
route,
the
played it
question about
perfectly.
the Uyghurs in China or the women, the 13-year-old
Second
girls
and
of
10.
Afghanistan.
Over
I
the
imagine
middle,
that was an
that
attempt to
is
distract from the
caught.
conversation.
And the former Tampa Bay
No, you're just not
Buccaneer,
intelligent enough to
Tyler
understand the question.
Johnson.
Now, you made the claim
No, I
that
understood
criminals
it.
belong in
for a
jail.
first down.
You
It was
believe
20
criminals. You made the claim. I will.
with
You made the
3:45
claim that
to go in
criminals
the
belong
third
in jail.
quarter. First down
That
for the
12-year-old girl in
Rams, down by
Afghanistan
11.
is a
Yeah,
criminal.
they just
Those Uyghurs
Rams
are criminals.
realizing
They
that
broke
gotta-
laws
they've
and
gotta
they
get going.
are
You know,
punished
they've had
accordingly. And if you're
opportunities,
supporting
they
the
just
idea that
haven't
every single
done
person
much with
who
them.
breaks the laws of
A
their
good
land
job there
are
by Tyler
criminals and
Johnson,
belong in
just getting
jail,
the football
that is what I'm
and
arguing
going
should
and
not
getting
be.
the first down.
That's all.
I see. Well, I never said that. So and I think you know that I never said it. So you deliberately created a straw man to avoid this conversation. So I give you an F. I give you a failing grade. I never said that every criminal should go to jail. And you and I both agreed that criminals should go to jail. So what exactly are you trying to get at? And I don't know why you want to talk about 13-year-old girls in Afghanistan or Uyghurs in China. These are not free countries. America is a free country. We're a nation of law. We're a nation of justice. We're not communist China. We're not the fascist, jihadist regime of Iran, which will soon,
Yeah, and
which,
the other guy
of
who
Iran, which will soon fall, the
Ethno
IRGC.
colonial apartheid regime.
Sorry, are you
and he hasn't gotten involved either.
interrupting, sir? You have an issue?
Play
Sir?
action.
I can't understand what you're saying, but
On
you
the
shouldn't
run.
interrupt.
First
Respect
down
the
and
mic.
comes down to the 26.
colonial regime of Israel.
Well, it's interesting that you mention Israel because it's the only parliamentary democracy in the region. And I think your country right now is hungering for democracy and will soon get
See
it.
the
Soren,
movement we
but that's
talked
another
about, the way
question.
that they
So, Jeremy,
kind of
should we
disguise their
focus
looks.
on
They
the
show him
United
working
States and
across to
Canada,
the
two
left, and
subjects
then he
with which
plants
we're
his foot,
familiar?
comes right back
Or
off of
why
the
do you
play
want to change
action,
the
get the
subject?
ball in his hands. This
What
is
is
what he does.
exactly
I'm
the
not
problem?
changing the subject, but if you'd like to localize
Although we
the
haven't really talked
conversation to
about both
criminals
Luke
and the
and
criminal
Nakua and
system in
Cooper
the
Cup.
U.S.
A
and
lot
not
of
suggest
the
that
reasons
criminals
why they're
everywhere,
able to play
then
a
sure, I'm
three-wide
happy
I
to have
haven't
that
receiver
suggested
conversation as
that.
well.
and have some
I'm not.
success
I'm
running
not.
the
I'm
football.
not.
It's a
It's
job they
Hold
informative
on.
do.
to make a judgment
Both
about.
very
Then what the
players.
fuck are you
But we know.
suggesting?
Williams
I suggested
on
that
that stretch play
prison
left
is an
side,
appropriate
and Kyron
response
to
to
the
murder,
21.
and I don't think anybody
Is
disagrees.
able to get five.
Is it an appropriate? Is a life sentence an appropriate response to growing 20 pot plants?
You
I
remember
don't
when
think
we used
so.
to watch Cup and
No,
Robert
they're criminals.
Woods,
Al. You
and they
just said
told us
American
about
criminals.
Well,
If
I
you break
said
American
murder.
laws,
Now
you
you're
go to
changing the
jail.
subject.
catching passes.
I said
No,
murder. Now,
you said
blocks
criminals.
downfield on runs.
I said
No doubt. You
murder
got a guy like
should be
Cooper
put in
Kupp,
jail.
who's
no, I
kind
said
of
You said
weird.
murder.
all
I asked you
criminals.
When
about
you
murder.
come into the
You said
fold,
all criminals.
like
I
Cooper
never
Kupp,
You
said
said
all
the American
criminals.
justice system.
You bullshit.
No, I
Hold on,
never
just a
said all
second.
criminals. But
what your
some
job
criminals go
L,
to
you're
jail and
saying
many
that the
don't.
U.S. You're saying, L, you're making the claim that America's justice system is
Williams
great,
right
that
side,
it is
nothing
land of the
there.
free, that
That's right.
only criminals go to jail in
I
the
never said
U.S.
only criminals
Only,
go to
Makes
jail.
that in the
I
loss
never
of
said that.
two. Yes, he does, and it's
Never said that.
and
because
so do you think that
You
again?
see
So you're
that
saying that someone
he takes
shouldn't go
that
to
step
jail
to
for
his
like 10
right
years for growing 20 pot plants
and
in America?
creates that space, and then he's able to get up the field,
I'd have
Yes
to
or
think
no?
lose the
about that.
target,
10 years for
So
20
think about it. Yes or
and
no?
allows him to
So
free
think
up
about it.
I'd have to think about it. Yeah.
under a minute to
Should they be
go.
taken away from their
Third down,
kids, their
In what
family,
state?
their
In what
job?
state? Tell me. Is that
A state where it's
hypo-
illegal.
hang on
No,
a
it's
second.
not.
Is that a
It's not.
hypothetical or is that real?
It's not. It's
Okay,
real.
great. It's
In
not a
many
hypothetical.
states.
So tell me where that's the case. Tell me what state it is. You said many. To be able to name one.
Mexico.
Florida, fucking
I can tell you a situation right now.
Carolina, fucking.
Mexico. I know, Jeremy. I can't hear you. Somebody's talking over you. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Well, I'm going.
No, they're all giving you the answer.
My
I mean, go
bad.
ahead,
Three
Shocker.
shots of
No, Shocker, go ahead. Shocker, because Shocker can give you a real answer because he's there and he knows the answer.
You want to dance away? Shocker said Mexico.
I didn't say Mexico. I didn't say Mexico. All right. So recently, this guy just got arrested. A famous dude. He's a black guy. Just got arrested in Arkansas. Well, he been arrested. He been locked up. He just got sentenced to 12 years for selling weed.
Third Dolphins.
Who is this?
His name is Freddie
in the fourth.
something. Freddie something. I forget his name.
Something. That sounds pretty persuasive.
All right, kiss my ass. But anyway,
No, thank you.
all right. But anyway, I was talking to one of his friends on Instagram. Shut up now. I was talking to one of his friends on Instagram, and she was talking about how they was treating him unfairly, how they illegally did all this stuff to build up a case against him and sentence him to 12 years. Now, you mean to tell me there's a neighboring state right beside him that allows people to sell marijuana and make millions of dollars, but this dude, because he's black, in Arkansas, they want to sentence him to 12 years. That's not okay.
Exactly. Thank you, Shocker. And Norm, let me add to that. Let me add to that, Al.
No, you were going to mention the state where 10 plants is life sentence.
Let me add to that. Yes.
Answer the first question.
I'm answering your question, L. I'm answering your
Which
question.
state do you get life sentence for 10 plants? That was your question, right? So which state is that?
Alabama. There you go, the answer.
So it is your position that in Alabama,
Can I answer?
you
Can I
get-
answer?
Hang on,
Can I
I want to
answer?
make
No,
sure
you
I
haven't let me
understand
fucking
you.
answer.
Hang on, I want to make sure that I understand you. It's your position that in Alabama you get life sentence for 10 marijuana plants. That's your position, correct?
My position is that there are multiple places in the U.S. where you
And
will
you're going
serve
to name
more
one
than
any
10.
minute now, right?
Let me know when I can finish a fucking sentence. Normal.
Well, you were going to tell us what state
is a
is
brutal thing,
illegal
dude.
to
Let me
have
when I
some
can
pot
finish a fucking sentence because I let you finish
Okay,
every
I will
one.
let you know.
Go ahead,
I'm happy to I will let you know. So the question to you was, in what state do you get a life sentence for 10 marijuana plants? And then you were going to go look it up and answer. And then you dodged that by having Shaka jump in. And Shaka, hang on. Shaka said he knew a guy on Instagram whose girlfriend told him that he was treated unfairly. And now it's your turn.
He never
Jeremy.
said live sentences. You liar. He never said live
What is this now?
Stop lying.
What was that?
To serve
I
as
can post the story.
by the
I can
NFL
post
and
the
partners
live
to honor and
sentences.
empower
Why do you keep fucking lying?
nation
I
service
can
members,
post the
veterans,
story
and
in the
their
chat.
families.
Visit
Dumbass bitch.
NFL.com/salute
I can post the
to
Well,
learn
not
more.
even not even that. Jeremy gave him an answer, or somebody else gave him an answer, a direct
The Navy
answer
SEAL
of a
Foundation
state.
here at the game tonight.
And he's
They
like,
I tried. He didn't let me say more than the word in the state. He literally did not let me say more than Alabama.
The answer is Alabama.
Salute to service nominee
It's a real
for his
story,
ongoing
and it's the
commitment
guy
to
named
our
Bankroll Freddy.
and the veterans.
The state is
And here
Arkansas.
will
Oh, it's
be
not
a
Alabama. Okay.
Field goal
It's
try
Arkansas.
by
I got you.
Purdy
I got
at
you. And what's
And
the
it's
guy's
a
name?
real story. You can Google
I
it for
believe you.
yourself.
I believe you. What's the guy's name?
I put it in the chat.
57.
What's his name? Something Freddy?
Not
What?
long ago.
Bankroll Freddy.
His name is Bankroll Freddy.
They sentenced him to 12 years.
Okay, and what
You
did he
got
do?
multiple states. Colorado was selling weed like nothing.
Yes. And he sold 10 plants because that was Jeremy's.
No, it don't
assignment.
matter. Now you're being, what
Well,
you
it
call it?
doesn't
You're being, geez.
Well, Jeremy said that you can. What did you say, Jeremy? I want to make sure I get it right. How was it? 20 years to life or something
And
for 10
let's
plants?
look
Is that what you
ahead
said, Jeremy?
to a week
What
from
was it that you
tonight.
said?
You're playing semantics, man. You playing semantics.
No, we're trying to be precise. These are important things. People's lives are at stake here.
What is the point of this conversation at this moment? I'm so fucking confused.
Well, he feels that America doesn't spend enough on healthcare and spends too much on the military. He's got his expert opinion about this as a Canadian.
Sorry, say that again. What's his claim? That what?
He feels that America
Next Monday
spends
night,
not enough on healthcare and too much on the
Eastern,
military.
we are
That's
on
his
the air
expert
with
opinion
Ballgame.
as
Obviously,
a
Monday Night
Canadian.
Countdown
Everybody knows
precedes that.
Okay, well, he's
Texans
entitled to his
lost
opinion
that.
as a
Okay,
Canadian.
so now what?
Heartbreaking game
Nothing.
last night to
I
Detroit.
disagreed.
And now the
I think
Texans
we
have
spend
lost
exactly the
back-to-back
amount that we
games.
want
The
to
first
spend
time
because we
they've done
feel
that
it's
since
important
the first
in order
two
to defend
starts
freedom around
of
the world.
C.J.
That's
Stroud's
what we do.
career last year.
And then somehow
lost 3 of their last 4. They're limping in. The Cowboys have lost 4 in a row.
Of military parts for military vehicles in order for private
Last night,
companies that are
Jared
within the
Goff threw a
government's reach
career-high 5
and contractors
interceptions
to
through
make
3 quarters
money
against
and
Houston.
launder money in the Ukraine
Lions
through
trailed by 10
sending
points. Amon-Ra
pretty
St.
much
Brown,
weapons to the
his
Ukraine,
touchdown in the
do right
fourth
off
quarter.
some
Later,
shit like
Jake
that, and
Bates
you're talking
would
about
tie the
that
ball
instead of
game
putting
and
money
win
towards
it
healthcare of Americans.
with a 52-yarder.
Would you rather them to
His time
spend it on
expired to beat
warfare?
Houston
Do you want to know that
26-23.
healthcare is one of our number one
Texas.
expenditures already, sir? And did you know that
It
the
doesn't mean
weapons?
because it's the number one expenditure.
Detroit
It needs
Lions,
to be a
Jared
bigger
Goff with 5
expenditure
interceptions, just
than
kept
that. What it
firing,
is right
kept
now.
Well,
playing, and
we disagree with you, though. And by the way, we
not
spend
we,
more on
we
health.
disagree.
Hang on, hang on. We, the American people, we spend
Well,
more on
Americans
healthcare
actually
than.
agree.
the middle. This one is
Yes.
broken up.
We
and there he goes.
spend more on. Hang on. Let me get the sentence out. We spend more on
Roseboom,
healthcare than any other nation on the planet.
Hold on, check
And
this
what do you
out.
think of
Comes
that?
in
Watch
at the
this,
end
yo,
of
watch
it.
this, watch this. I'm gonna show
Roseboom
you something really cool
got
right
in
now.
there and got his
There's
hand
9
in there.
people on the stage. How many of people on the stage are from America?
And then it was nearly grabbed before it hit the
Probably 8,
turf by
7.
Kobe Turner.
Yeah, those
So
flags,
now,
you
when
said
you
it,
have
Joe, they
7
came
or
in
8
awfully
people
late.
out of America, can you tell me, besides Norm, does anyone else feel the way he does about spending more money on military?
I do.
Well,
They're
yeah,
going to
You
get
want to spend more
Bobby
money on
Brown.
military?
By the way, the American people, the American people
Well, I
spoke
think
less than a week
Eichenberg
ago,
is
dude. You're not
the
paying
fourth
attention.
I don't know who
Open your
initiated
newspaper,
it, but-
man. American people have spoken. 80 million people have spoken, dude.
What are you talking about?
That's
I'm
an
talking
easy
about the
call.
presidential election.
They voted for
I
So
think
this is the
Eichenberg might have
dumbest thing
pushed
ever.
Brown
Because
in the
Trump
back,
got elected, all of a
or
sudden you
pushed him
think the
to
only
initiate it.
reason
Brown
he got
came in,
elected is
and
because
then
of
you
his
saw what
military?
transpired.
Man,
Third personal
I
foul
think
on
it's
the
because
Rams
of
in this
his
game.
vision for America.
Tua keeps.
And that includes
Johnny
healthcare.
Smith.
Yes, yes.
That's one
It's because of his idea. It's because of his idea how to
Blake,
solve
who
our
has
problems.
kind of been one
That
of the
includes
unsung
everything from
heroes for this
healthcare to military
defense.
spending. And you want to know
Is
something? I
there
promise
to
you, he'll
make
be
the
spending
stop.
more
He's
on
played
the
safety,
military.
he's
The American
played
people have
nickel,
spoken, and we know
back
this
at
very
safety.
well.
He made that
So,
stop.
as a Canadian, you're
We'll
entitled
go
to your
back and take a
opinion.
look,
But thank you very
and
much.
there's Eichenberg
I won't
that
be
he
rushing
pushed
up to
Brown.
live in Canada.
Wasn't a whole lot there, but
Thank
Brown
you.
took exception to it. And
He said Americans, it's a
15-yard penalty.
multifaceted, multi-layered
first
reason why
penalty
people
in 41
voted for
career
Trump. It's not
games for
one
Bobby
thing.
Brown of
You're
any
just
kind.
steering out the Republicans, or at least the GOP's last political push that where they was talking about.
2nd and 8.
The Speaker of the House was talking about the healthcare shit.
Picking
That was
his
the big
way
secret. Like, come
to
on,
the
man.
48 of Los Angeles. And again,
Everybody in America didn't vote for Trump, so it's not. Oh,
the rookie
tired.
linebacker and a
That's
college
crazy.
free agent from LSU.
Just the majority
made
of
that tackle.
people, and
The
I think we all
Fudge,
know
and
we all know very
he
well
is
that
really
one of
something.
Trump's
He is
top
a home run
priorities
threat
is to have the
anytime he has the
strongest
ball in his
military on the
hands, and
planet,
yet
and that will
you
continue
saw
under him
there
for sure.
And
kind of
there's nothing wrong with that. I
the
mean, I
power
agree.
that he
You
has.
want to be the top
Pretty
country,
tough
you want to have
run
the
for a
best
guy no
military,
bigger
so
than
there's
he
nothing
is.
wrong with that.
5'9", 188.
But to
Then
say,
we're on
into
the
this
same
game with a
page.
career
but I don't feel like that's why
6.2
everybody
yards
voted.
per
If
rush.
people voted for Trump for different reasons.
In the year and a half,
Some
he's
people
played
voted for
third down
Trump because they
and
didn't want to support the Democrats' LGBTQ stuff.
quick throw. There's
I
H-Man.
agree with
First
you.
down.
So that's
There are
one.
a
I mean,
number of reasons.
it's multi-layered. It's not just one
Came into this
thing.
game
or
as
two
the
things.
Dolphins' leading
I ordered
receiver,
them.
and
I
he
gave
gets
an order.
10
I
here.
think it's
Well,
the
they got the
economy,
look that the Dolphins have been
immigration,
getting real
and
throughout
foreign
this year. They
wars,
got
which
safeties
includes the
deep, and then
military.
everybody's
I
covered
believe
up
those are the
at
top
the line of scrimmage.
reasons
And
why people
H-Man,
voted
who's over
for
here, is going to
Trump.
come into the screen.
That's a health
and he
reason
just
too,
wins.
because he did speak
He's got a
about
little space.
making
He's
America
the guy who
healthy,
has to win, taking the middle of the field, and you see the route.
so
RFK.
Now, this is a
yeah,
guy who
you're
really
right.
wanted to
right.
improve.
So that
be a
that
bigger
that
part
that would directly
As a
affect
receiver, he came into this
healthcare.
game being the leading
We
receiver,
need so
and
much
he does some
healthcare
really good
spending
things
because people will be
and gives
healthier.
Tua a great place to
That
go with
may,
the football.
I'm totally in favor of what you're saying.
This one
yeah.
is nearly picked.
So
Washington, the
it is what it
target,
is.
and
I think
diving in
Canada has an
front is
inferiority
Roseboom,
complex,
who
and
has
so
come
do some of
awfully
these other
close
countries and
a
representatives
couple of
of
times. Has one
other
interception in this game,
constituents.
and he's been flying
I
all
don't
around.
think
He
it.
has. It's a pretty good
Well,
design. When you
yeah,
watch
that's
the
your opinion.
Dolphins play, they do a fair amount of this as they release a guy out. They're going to put him
Shout
on a
out to
rail
Trump,
up
though.
that
I'm glad he made
sideline,
it
see if they
in
can't get the
through
ball
all
to
the
him
adversity
quickly
and everything. He
and let
fought
him
hard and
run. But
whatnot. Probably the
Roseboom
most
lays out.
champion
It was a nice
president
job
we ever
defending the
had,
play.
overcoming a whole bunch of obstacles and
Play
whatnot,
clock is
including
at
34
5 here for the
felonies,
Dolphins. They're
which he
late to the
should pardon
line.
himself for to get removed from his record.
And a
Yeah,
timeout taken by
I
Mike
think
McDaniel
those
on
are
the
nonsense
sideline. They had to bring one already early
charges,
in
and I
this
think they'll
half,
be
and now they're
dismissed
down
on
to
appeal.
one.
yeah, they're gonna be dismissed.
And I know
And
I know who's going to do the dismissal. Too. I
12:34 to
can't tell you,
go.
but they're going to.
Second
I know
down
what
and 10.
I know
when
what
we
they're
come
going to do.
back
It was a
in this
nonsense charge
8-point
to begin
game
with.
on
It was
a
like a
Monday
banana
night.
republic
Roseboom.
trying to
3
impair the
passes
leading
defensed already
opponent
tonight.
to the sitting president.
I was
Almost
saying,
got
and
one
being
there.
shot at twice, or one time shot at, one time taken. I think he overcomes the obstacle. And I think we're watching greatness unfold in front of our eyes, man.
So mom uses
And
Chewy to save 40%.
I'm just saying, I think some greatness happening. I'm not saying he's the greatest man on earth. All I'm saying,
For low
he has
prices, for
shown
holidays
some
with pets,
greatness.
there's
He's a
Chewy.
part of that legacy. Like
I
nobody
agree
can.
with you in part. I also am waiting any second for him to do or say something stupid. I'm sure that's going to happen.
That can happen too. That can happen too. Yeah.
Do you need more space? You need a General Steel
It is what
building
it is,
system.
though, man.
Text STEEL to 59583
Success
to
is
start
success
designing your
is success,
customized
man.
space. That's STEEL
So
to
I applaud him.
59583 for end-of-year
I applaud
pricing on
anybody
your
successful on
personalized
any
steel
level.
building system. Text STEEL to 59583 before prices
Obstacles
go
are
up
made to
January
be
1st.
overcome,
The
hurt,
future,
jumped over,
the way you see it, is set
ran
to
around,
depend on
knocked
where
down.
you sit.
What up?
At XChair,
Get him
we
out
think
the
it
way.
also
Let's
gets
go.
down to how you sit, which is why our technology is light years ahead. With our groundbreaking LMX
Let's get these
technology,
American
bringing
dollars
hot,
up.
cold, and touch into
All right.
Did y'all talk
extraordinary
about
seating
why
experience. At XChair,
Black
we've
people
got
are
our eye on the
still
future
begging
for
for
you, so you can focus on the
reparations?
present. Visit xchair.com during our cyber
Oh yeah.
sale. Shop now for 25%
Black
off
people
all
still
new
begging
office
for
chairs,
reparations because they
desks,
don't
and
have God.
accessories.
God gives reparations. God builds you up. God gives you everything you need, all your provisions and protection. And they begging because they making the man their God. They worshiping the people that hold the power, and they asking them to build their lives as opposed to asking God.
She's confident that she will
Dealing with him.
always win the day.
Yeah, because black people don't have God.
But
Will do this
Why they
those
begging?
Call clickgranger.com
Huh?
or just
those
stop by.
people
Granger.
literally
ones
need
who get
to
it
run us armament. No, just like
There's nothing wrong with black people trying to get the U.S. government just giving reparations. All these other ethnic groups got reparations except for the descendants of slaves. It's nothing. Japanese people got reparations. Obviously, Jews got reparations or some type of payment.
Football Saturday triple
Indigenous tribes got reparation of land.
Noon at 3:30,
It is what it
LSU
is.
against Florida.
There's nothing wrong with them
Number
trying to
7,
attempt to get
Tennessee,
it.
number
There's
3,
nothing wrong.
Georgia at
And if
7:30
anybody, I
p.m.
think it's
Eastern.
foolish for people to be
The Georgia Bulldogs, Matthew Stafford.
the hate on it or be or say it's crazy for people to try to ask for reparations. Nothing wrong with it. But the descendants of slaves
But
going down.
the same way that
man, that's
people
a
are
costly
trying to fight
sack
for
by
reparations.
Tua. They're in
It's a
field
way
goal
to do
range,
it.
and you're wondering if the
You
Rams
can't
were going to
just
come
be,
after with
you know,
pressure, see if
sitting
they
on your
couldn't knock him
friend
out.
couch
And
on
instead, Tua,
Instagram
you know,
and TikTok
protection overall,
complaining
not
like,
bad. He's right there. He's
oh, I'm
got
black,
time,
my
and
ancestors
just
were
cannot
slaves,
take
I
that
need
sack.
reparations. Like, if you
A
actually
loss
wanted
of
some type of
9 on the play.
reparations,
Yeah, it's a
you would,
couple
you
now
know,
that he's
pick
had, but the
yourself
Rams
up
doing
off
a
the
good
couch
job. But even with
and, you
that,
know,
just
go
knowing the situation, a
apply
field goal
yourself
is
out in
big
the
to
world,
extend
maybe
the
to a
lead back
job
to a
that could
two-possession game.
affect the outcome that you
Rams
like,
cover him up. That sack goes
and
on
actually be
it
the
goes as a
change that you
sack,
want
but
to see,
that was
instead of
really
just recording
on
yourself saying,
coverage
hey,
more than the
I'm black,
pressure up front.
we
After
need
the timeout,
reparations.
more pressure. Tua out to his right. Flag
No,
on the
but we
play.
have people
Mostert,
that still,
catch and
after
run
7
for a
years
first down.
of what happened in Europe, they still want money. I mean, maybe we can take some
Flag
lessons
is in
from
the
them.
secondary. Yeah, it's where you would expect
Can
it to be
anybody figure out what he's
defensive
trying to say? What language
No,
is
I
it?
don't know.
That's the
I'm
early
trying to
ball.
say,
That's the
Elmo,
indication.
I
So
mean,
this
I can
play
say
of
something in
25
language
yards
that you
will
understand.
stand.
Well, just try to speak English.
Mostert
Oh, okay,
getting
this is the
involved.
If you
language you
can.
understand. Come on, boy, pick it up. Pick it up, boy.
Prior to the pass.
What
Hold
is
it
going
by
on?
the defense, number 39.
Go make your own fucking beef room if you
Well,
want to
Tua
do
took
that.
the sack.
When y'all
He
gonna go
took
on
the
a
sack
date,
on
man?
second down, and this time
I honestly, I
there
don't
was
know this
pressure
guy, but
immediately.
he seems
Me
He's
neither.
saying
I don't know
he's
you.
able to make
Who
a
are you?
miss.
No, I was just trying to figure out what you meant by who did something
Just
for
a really
70
good
years.
job by Tua.
I
First
wasn't
coming off that
understanding. I wasn't
edge, but to be
following.
able
me
to get the
neither.
ball out and get all of
You
those
said
yards
something in
back.
Europe
And
for 70.
now a new set
What
of
happened
downs.
in Europe for
25
7
yards
years?
on 3rd and 19.
El Norman knows about it, but he doesn't want to talk about
No,
it.
no, I'm trying to.
Not
I
much.
can't even understand what the languages you're
Got a
using.
yard.
Honestly, what language is that?
So you don't want to
5'9",
answer the question that
188.
you
Troy talked
said
about
that you was talking
the
about?
fact that he's not that
I'm just
big.
Talking
asking you
about
what
the
you mean.
retribution.
He
Well,
can
this
deliver
guy
a
is actually
blow
not
from the
that
running back
particular
position,
team.
3rd
He
round
wanna
pick,
be, but
84th
he's actually
overall from
Hazard.
A&M.
But you know what happened in Germany?
Had a
What is it?
brilliant
I'm a
Well, I
Khazar.
can
Okay,
educate you.
was
This is
cut
not. I
short.
can't
I'm
educate
not
you
a
free of
Knee
Khazar.
injury,
I'm an
but
American.
big stout
Well,
I'm
you
an
are, man. I
American.
thought you're
You see he's
Israeli.
wearing that
Every day
Guardian
you change
cap.
your
There's probably
nationality.
people at home
Never
wondering,
changed my
you know, what
nationality.
Oh,
that
you
is.
do.
It
I mean,
helps
in every single
No,
room,
okay.
you
I
told
again,
Israeli.
impact.
Where is your
think you
allegiance,
have.
by the
You
way?
seem to
God
be having
forbid,
a
if there's a
You
war
seem
between
to be
Israel,
having
answer
a
the
mental
question.
breakdown.
All
If
that
there is a war between
misdirection
the
and
United States
sleight
of
of
America
hand,
and Israel,
Waddle, who
where
really
is your
hasn't been
allegiance?
involved.
Are you going to fight for Israel?
What I think we should do
Answer
is
the
take
question.
out. What I think we
Answer the
should do is.
question. Where is your
What I
allegiance?
think we should do is
Israel
take
or
out.
U.S.?
I think the number
Why
one
are you
enemy
afraid
of.
of answering the question? Where is your allegiance? To U.S. or Israel?
You let me know when you're done.
I'm done. Answer the question.
I think we should take out the jihadist
Where is
Islamist
your
regime
allegiance? To Israel or U.S.? It's not
of
hard
Iran,
question.
and I think the room is united in this.
Where is your allegiance? To U.S. or Israel?
Okay, I'll wait till you're done.
Why do you have problem? Just say Israel or U.S. I mean, come on.
Play clock.
That's the problem with people like you.
America's number one enemy is Iran.
I'm
and I think we're
not talking about Iran. I'm talking about Israel or U.S. Where is your country? Where is your allegiance? I mean, you people are APAC.
Trot on for the Dolphins after Williams and
ruling
Cam Curl
United States
combined
of
on the
America.
stop.
Over
Can anybody
300
figure out where this guy is?
Parliament.
I need help. Somebody else figure out.
He needs help. Of course he needs help. Where is your allegiance? U.S. or Israel?
And
Answer the question.
they're just eyes
Where's
on
your
Waddle.
allegiance?
You see the safety dive
Where is my
through.
Who do you
and
support? Do you
everybody's
support
looking
U.S.
back
or
in,
Israel?
and they
If
rally
there's
to
a
the
war,
football to make the
God
stop.
forbid, hypothetically, between U.S. and Israel, are you going to fight for Israel or U.S.? Answer the
I will tell you
question.
something.
Stop
Thank
dancing
God
around.
that will never happen because these are two.
It's Israel. That's where
These
your
are
allegiance
two
is. Stop
back-in.
dancing.
Oh wait, you're
Back to an
answering. Are you
11-point
Israeli?
game.
Answer the
With
question.
9:07
Because in
wait,
the
are
other
you-
room,
What?
in the
what-
other
what-
room, you
are
said
you
Israel.
Israeli?
Dolphins have
In the
lost
other
3
room,
in a
you said
row.
Israel.
Look good here.
What's your
What
answer in
other
this room?
I don't
Beautiful
even. I
shot.
haven't.
Okay,
even
then
seen
answer the
that.
question. Why do you have problem
LA.
answering the question?
Okay,
Where is
so
your allegiance?
you
Where
keep
are
going.
the moderators?
I'd love to have a moderator. I don't know. This man is having a
He
mental
does not
breakdown
answer
before
the
your
question,
eyes.
guys. Did you realize that he does not have any allegiance?
They gooed him or he left?
Are always against me.
Oh,
They both booted.
Oh, okay.
That's crazy. Wow.
What they arguing was stupid because Israel couldn't survive without the aid of the U.S. anyway. So that's just ain't no such thing as Israel going to war
fees or minimums on checking
with the United
accounts.
States. Like that
Hard
shit
work,
dead.
dedication.
The Capital One bank guy.
It's like Mr.
They
Jeter
still
said,
begging for the U.S. to
hard work
send them
and
weapons and
What's
money
been the highlight of your career? And
to
that
keep on
happened.
killing them folks over
Helping
there.
people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Wow.
Aren't you in the Hall of Fame?
And didn't you live in space?
What's in
But
your
that's
wallet?
wild though, because if you, I'm not gonna lie, since I've been on Clubhouse, they, I guess, like the people that they call Jew now, like, like them people, they be knowing, and they like to make the point of, like, oh, I'm the real Jew, and stuff like that, and a lot of people just be trying to, like, I don't know, like, it's like they know so much about Christianity and about the Bible, but don't at the same time. Like they'll know all the information and all the facts, and then be like, I'm this, I'm that. But like, Allah or whatever.
I'm confused. Who you talking about?
No, I'm just saying, like, collectively, random people on the app that would claim to be Jewish or not
Arizona
Jewish,
beat the Jets yesterday,
Jews,
31-6. They're 6-4, leading the West. 49ers won at Tampa Bay.
Sometimes it even be like,
They're 5-4.
like Muslims.
Rams trying to keep
Israelite.
They know.
You talking about the Hebrew Israelites?
And in the AFC
No, not even them.
East, it's
Like
Buffalo running away
them
with
too,
the division, but a win here tonight.
It's just
Snaps
crazy
that
how
losing
like
streak for
a lot of
Miami
people
and would put them in
know,
second place in the
but
division,
like people who's supposed to know
albeit a long way
or
away
need
for
to
the
know
Bills,
don't even be knowing.
who have a fun one next week.
You don't have to know the Bible.
On Sunday.
Of course, I support the United States. And if the United States was wrong in an international conflict, then I wouldn't be able to support it. As an example, I was against the war in Vietnam. So again, I wanted that war to end. But obviously, anybody with a moral compass can easily address this question. It's a weird thing
the
that
battles
he
that
tried to
they've
derail
had in the
with
postseason.
his broken pigeon English. So,
Yeah, a good
but we can
You're
go back
always
to what
looking
we
for
were
home
discussing.
field, and obviously that would go a long way toward
Yeah.
that.
I mean, did you hear what I said, Normo?
Chance to win the NFC West. Arizona with
remind me, you
ESPN
said something
Analytics.
about
We play here at the end of Week 10.
Yeah, I said that's
Now
his
it's fun, but
hypothetical didn't
49ers
make
do
sense
not
because Israel
forget
can't
about
survive
the
without
fact
the aid of the
that
U.S.
Well,
they know how to get
can
into the
survive and
postseason.
has
They know how to
survived
win
without
divisions,
U.S.
and they just got
aid,
Christian
but certainly
McCaffrey
Israel is
back. That sure
grateful
helped.
for the partnership with the United
We had
States.
a big,
And at this point, you really can't separate them
yesterday.
because, for
All
example, when you see
scrimmage yards.
the
107.
intelligence that
Here's
Iran,
Stafford.
I
There's
should
Cobb.
say the IRGC, this
And a
fascist
first down. The
jihadist
Rams this
Nazi
half, they've
regime
had the ball
that's
twice.
currently
They've had two
controlling
long
Iran, but not for
possessions.
long. They're trying to kill
Covering over
Trump.
10
We saw that
minutes
2
off
days
the
ago on the
clock.
front page
A
of the New York
9-play
Times.
drive, an
Who do you think
11-play
that
drive, but they've only
information
gotten
comes
3
from? That comes
points.
from Israel.
Well, you see the
Or they're
top of
also
that
trying
route
to-
by Cooper Cup and how he's
So
able to
our
get Cam Smith
intelligence
turned
agencies
around
have
one-on-one.
basically been merged
I'd
because the
keep
number
going
one
after
threat
Cam
to the
Smith. I
United
mentioned he's
States,
just an
as
inexperienced guy.
Kamala
And a
Harris
catch
said
for Davis
last
Allen.
week, is this fascist
Far more
Islamist
involved
regime
tonight.
of Iran.
Nothing for Colby
Israel
Parkinson
was
as they
asking
wait
them,
for the return
What's
of
that?
Tyler
I
Higbee.
said it's been
And now
them for a
Kader
long
Kohu
time
Yes.
is down
because of
and
yeah,
injured for
a
Miami.
number
They
of
just
those.
got him back, and
Yeah,
he's
you're
grabbing his
right.
left leg.
And so when the United States can't afford to get into a hot war with them,
He's
it
missed the
turns
last 2
to
games,
Israel, and I got to give them credit for being brave
and they missed
and
him when he was
bombing
out.
Iran.
They'll check on him. We'll take a break.
And
Here's
yes,
some
brave.
update
All y'all
for
do
the
is
Rams
start
when
shit.
we come back.
What's that?
The way you got to look at it is Israel for us.
Washing hot hands.
We're
That's
not
what I
going to win a
said.
game all season.
Israel for us, the United States, is an unsinkable
How do you lose a
aircraft
tailgate?
carrier in the Middle East.
Yes.
And
That energy.
we're not going
Undefeated.
We
let
literally
that,
can't lose.
To an undefeated season.
get taken out. So it's a
Week 11
mutually,
kicks off with Thursday Night Football
assured
starting at 8:15 p.m.
alliance for
Eastern on
now.
Prime Video. Stream games
I mean,
live
it's
on your
not,
mobile device with NFL
And,
Plus.
a lot of Americans don't understand the history of the alliance, the relationship. They don't understand how far back it goes. They don't understand the support for the Zionist movement in American at the high levels, political levels and circles going back 75 years. So it's a better, I would say it's been,
Easy to wow all your
what's that?
with high-quality custom apparel, accessories, and promo products, all backed by our guarantee at customink.com.
All right, I'll answer me on
I got this
progress.
$1,000.
Yeah, that plane's about to crash. I want to live today.
DealDash.com. Online auctions since 2009.
Well, I
This
mean,
PlayStation 5 sold for only
rebut me.
50
What am I
cents.
saying that
This
isn't accurate?
iPad Pro sold for less than $34.
Come on, you know
And this Nintendo Switch sold for less than $20.
And I don't give a shit about that.
what? Israel's some fucking troublemakers. Now it's dragging us into shit. That's what y'all do. Y'all
And
like
shipping
the
is
bully in
always
school, you know.
Go to
Y'all start shit act like y'all don't do nothing.
right
Like y'all
now
so
and see how much
innocent.
you
We
can
don't
save.
defend ourselves. We don't
At
do
Core
anything.
Patriots,
We're
we
over
work
here
set
minding
up
our
with
business. We
families
don't
being
bother
left in the
anybody.
When
Like,
the
man,
power
shut
goes
up.
out for days.
He's a Cuban
When you're
from
hungry and shelter.
I don't care. He's talking about
Water
Israel.
isn't
So I
safe
don't
to
care.
drink.
Zionist. I don't
So
care
we
where he's
made it our
from.
mission to
He
help
never said what
American
you just
families be
said.
ready for
He just
anything.
said that.
Solar generators to
He
keep the
said that
lights on.
we're
No, you heard what you
Food
wanted
that
to hear,
lasts
but I heard what I
25
heard.
years.
Everybody else heard it too.
But that's not what he said.
I mean,
That
from
is
a,
what he said.
Trusted
He
by
said
over
nobody
2
knows the
million
history
Americans. Get
and the
the peace of
support. That
mind.
is what he said. What are
It's not
y'all
what I
saying right
said.
now? That is what you said verbatim.
I said a lot of people don't
I'm a
know the
very good
history.
listener.
A lot of
Cater
people don't know the history.
Kohu, right there, number 4 for
Do you
the
know the
Dolphins.
history?
That's what I just said.
He and
That you
Kyron
said. What are you
Williams.
talking about?
But
No,
you know
you
the
said that he was
history.
saying that Israel was innocent. Which he did
Kohu
not.
went
No,
down.
he
He
didn't
was
say
able to
that.
get up
I'm the one
and
that's
get off
saying
the
that.
field under his own power, but they're looking
All
for
right.
him in the medical tent.
do they know the history
Sharon
of what?
Neal
David?
comes into the game as the secondary for
The
the
origins
Dolphins is getting
of the
thin.
country. How came
Already
the
lost
name,
Kendall Fuller.
The
what
history of
year?
Zion.
You talking about
rest of the game.
1948?
The baleful declaration.
No handoff. Stafford fires for
Y'all need
Nakua.
y'all asses whooped.
You talking about Israel
Down to the
becoming a country, well,
25.
a state in 1948?
Actually, Israel won that
And
war.
they
We
went
were
right
attacked
after
by
Saran
5
Neal.
nations.
Well,
in
they
Y'all
the-
always
did, but they
attack.
motioned
Well, we
Cooper
were
Cup,
then.
and
Ah,
Saran
baby
Neal
asses.
goes in motion
Not
with him. You
crying,
see him
it's
going
happening.
Yeah,
across,
y'all
but then
are.
he
I know
stops.
everybody
you
saying
Israel
goes
that.
under
normal?
it.
Like, shut
And
up.
then,
We're
but
grateful for
Stafford
the
knew
victory.
exactly where he
Normal.
was.
You
And you're right.
Israeli
He saw
normal?
that matchup,
I'm
and
a
the guy who
Jew
just
from New
came in the
York.
game was
Oh,
then matched up on
okay.
Puka Nakua, and he took advantage of it.
We were
Kohu just
attacked by
came
5
back in the
Arab nations.
game.
I'm grateful
Passes
to God
low,
for the
but caught
victory.
by
And by the
Cup.
way, U.S.
Rolling
didn't give
catch
us
at the
one bullet.
10.
Neither did Britain.
Y'all always attack. Y'all
So
always
Cater
starting shit.
Kohu is back
No,
for
we didn't start
Miami,
anything.
but now a
That's what y'all do.
15-yard
We
completion
declared our independence.
sets up
No,
first and
y'all
goal.
asses ain't
Just
Coming
like the
into this
United
game,
States
and
declared
if
our
he hits
independence.
Cooper in
Y'all ain't innocent.
stride,
Stop
he
it.
has a chance
The
to maybe
parliament
score.
of
But they're
democracy.
so thin once you get behind
Nobody's
Ramsey and
innocent.
Kendall Fuller.
I think,
End
let's just
zone
say in this one,
incomplete.
we're on the right side with that.
You know, I mentioned earlier, Joe, that I thought this would be
Normal.
the
Do you
biggest
support
challenge
Israel
for
killing
Miami
innocent
in their pass
children?
coverage. Their
Absolutely
coverage, their
not.
pass defense has been good. Came into the game fourth
Nor
in the
do I think we're
NFL,
doing
holding
that.
teams to just 180 yards passing.
So you've never
They
seen
faced a lot
videos
of
of
top
kids getting
offenses. They
killed and
faced
slaughtered
Buffalo,
or
like
whatever?
I said a
I've
couple
seen,
times.
I don't
But
go to
Kendall Fuller,
University
good
of
player.
TikTok.
Jalen Ramsey, obviously having an
Them kids, an
all-pro
excuse y'all
season.
give.
TikTok?
What kids
I
gonna
wouldn't
be
know
honest with
TikTok.
hospital for there?
They are
That's
really
what
thin.
y'all
I
justify the
guys,
food.
seen none of those videos on
inexperienced
TikTok.
players
Videos
are
I'm
going to
talking
have to
about.
kind of pick up the slack.
I've seen videos on X, formerly known as Twitter. I've seen
Yes.
videos on Instagram, and these
Well,
were real videos.
I hold them equal.
That's Johnson.
If you take 1 second of let's say you have an attack by an enemy,
0 for 1 and
and
trying
you
to score a
respond to that
touchdown inside
attack.
the red zone.
Yes.
Have to make something
Tragically,
happen here on third down and
civilians
goal.
will also be hurt. Does Israel do everything it can to minimize that? Yes, I'm 100% confident of that, and it's been documented. But yes, in a war, people do get killed. It's a horrible thing. And by the way, those Hamas people could surrender anytime and end this whole thing. Surrender and give back our hostages, and this thing
Y'all
would
can
have been
surrender
over.
too. Y'all can surrender too.
Yeah, but we're the winners. So why would we surrender? They took our hostages,
Good
not the other
protection.
way around. Why would we surrender?
Incomplete.
Would you say that Israel motivated Hamas by subjugating Palestinians
and the field goal
to
unit
harsh
man.
treatment as
That's
civilians
one that
in
Matthew
those
Stafford,
areas?
if he doesn't already know, he'll know as soon as he goes over to the bench
We
and looks at the
withdrawn
tablet
from
because he's got
Gaza.
Kyron
We had-
Williams coming in to get
No,
the
I'm talking
backfield.
about
Hang
before.
And if he just puts it on him right now, he scores.
Are you familiar with the geography of the terrain?
Missed opportunity and a 20.
God's
I'm
going
going
to the-
to be honest. I'm going to say
the
no. I'm
result.
going to be completely
All right.
honest and not make it.
So Gaza is on the western
I thought
southern
that's exactly
edge
where he
of
was going
Israel
with the
with the
football
border
once
with
he started
Egypt.
working that way, because
Like
Williams
the
worked right
California
into his
side of
vision, but
Israel,
just,
if you imagine
just
the map.
never had his eyes on him.
And
Chip shot.
Judea and Samaria, which
Back to an
some people
8-point
call the
game.
West Bank,
And now
are
the
on the
Rams
eastern
0 for
border,
2
and
inside
that's
the
with
red
the
zone,
border
trying
with
to score
Jordan. That's all the way like on the New York side.
They've
New
also
York, New
missed a
Jersey
field
side.
goal. Frustrating night. For the
And that's
Rams
along the
offense,
Jordan
good
River.
night,
So
especially on third down
those two
tonight.
separate areas have been at war with each other. The two rival political parties, one Islamist, which is Hamas, and one which has a relationship with Israel, which is the legitimate government of Palestine, and that's the Fatah or PA, Palestinian Authority. So the suggestion that Hamas was killing those kids in that dance concert because of something that was going on in Judea and Samaria is absurd. What they were doing is to get the reaction that they did to gain recognition from the world, because Israel was making peace with Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain, and Morocco, and they wanted
So does the Israel government care about the hostages out there?
It's a whole new kind of brisket. That's why we rescued them.
You think they do? Really? They're doing a great job.
We've gotten over 100 back. We've gotten over 100 back. Of course we care about it.
Good for you. And you also refuse to accept multiple peace deals at the expense of not getting the rest of them back. And so if I make the statement, El Normo, if I make the statement, that the Israeli government doesn't give a shit about hostages and Hamas doesn't give a shit about the Palestinian people. Okay. And that both groups who could stop the war, which is Hamas and the Israeli government, choose not to, at the expense of the Palestinian people and the Israeli hostages.
Well, you're a little far off there. So this is obviously a victory for Israel. It was always going to be. Those people who came into Israel and slaughtered and butchered our people, they were on a suicide mission. Now, we don't do that. Here in America or in Israel, we don't go on suicide missions like that. But they did. And we have always set the two conditions. Number one, Hamas must leave, period. And we want the hostages back. Those are the two. Hang on, sir. Hang on, I'm speaking.
What do you
mean? Hang on, mind your manners, sir. So, to suggest that Israel accept anything less than the surrender of Hamas and the departure from Gaza and the return of the hostages would not fulfill Israel's terms.
John Smith
so that's the answer to your thing. And by the way, if Hamas cared about its kids, of course it could let the kids into those tunnels, but it didn't do that. And of course it could stop the war anytime by giving back the hostages and surrender. But they don't want that. They want to see, as they've said many times, they want to see their people slaughtered. They call them shaheed. This is not unlike this is, by the way, all at the behest of the government of the fascist, Islamist, jihadist government of Iran. Which is represented.
It's clearly a very unbiased take, Alex. Yeah, like they make it very neutral and level-headed on things.
It is just that. It is every bit of that.
Well, I want to apologize for being ignorant that Hamas cared about the Palestinians, because I always thought, my mind, I always thought Hamas was a part of Palestine.
First down to Jalen Wright, shows some of his speed and gets 5.
Terrorists that were in Palestine.
His speed, he just fits in.
Sir, you're 100% correct again.
So I apologize for thinking that. Sorry, I'm just let you talk. Anyway, just for the record.
On the parking lot. They may not even let me in the parking lot. I mean,
no worries. I mean,
you're a great man.
There's actually an article in the newspaper in Israel, which I put in the chat. It's actually the families of the hostages blame Netanyahu for not going for the hostage situation. I mean, don't take my word.
Most parents of hostages that were killed are stoned and have garbage.
Absolutely, and I don't know. That's not true.
It is absolutely true. It is absolutely true. Israelis tell those parents. Israelis tell those parents whose kids died as hostages. Israelis come and tell them they're going to kill them. Israeli politicians say that they should deserve to die. I will post it in the chat.
This is what it is understandable. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. It is understandable. It is understandable that the hostages.
Let other people talk.
Their second 3 and out
you
of the
keep talking alone. I mean, you've done almost 80% of this room. You are talking. Let other people talk as well, please. I mean, this
Shut
is
your fucking mouth, you IRGC piece of shit.
Wow. This is the white supremacist side. What you saw is the white
understandable that
ethno-supremacist apartheid colonial regime of Israel. I mean, what you guys see is the manifestation of ethno-supremacist apartheid, genocidal, baby-killing, colonial regime of Israel. This man represents
that entity, what you just saw, calling a black African man a boy on this platform, this platform. And you can imagine how they treat the innocent Palestinian children. They managed to kill 43,000 innocent people in Gaza. Majority of them are children and women. And he's got the audacity to come on this platform and literally deny that. I mean, that's a problem we're dealing with. Another example of that we saw last week, ladies and gentlemen, these people, these hooligans, that's literally once they've done the killing of innocent people in Gaza, they went to Amsterdam last week in the middle of the game, because of the flood happening in Valencia. Sadly, hundreds of people die. Out of respect, people do. Okay, be silent for the innocent people who have been killed in the flood in Valencia, in Spain. These hooligans, these thugs, did not respect them, and they started making loud noise. And then after that, they came to the street. They said, death to all of these Palestinians, death to all of these Arabs. And obviously, they kicked the shit out of the Uber drivers, and they caused a lot of troubles. And we had a good example of that right in this room. I mean, they're trying to be articulate, try to speak very nice and suave and be very educated. But deep down, they literally justify the killing of innocent people everywhere. It's not only, by the way, in occupied Palestine.
Soren, can I ask you something? Can you also steel man some of the issues with Hamas? Like some of the issues where Hamas has clearly, put their political views in front of the best things for the Palestinian people.
Absolutely. I mean, without the let's be real. Without the occupation, there's no group called Hamas or Hezbollah in Lebanon.
Come on, man. You're not answering my question.
I mean, this group coming out of because of. I mean, without occupation, there's no justification for any of these Islamic militant groups. I mean, that's a fact. I mean, these people, this group, literally been created.
But Soren, and I apologize to interrupt you, right? Is that if a criticism of Normo or L, whatever the his name is that he can only see one side of a position, that he can't even acknowledge the other side, right? Which I agree, that's criticism. And I think that you have a good enough understanding of both sides to, even if you don't believe in it, I think you could come up and at least present some reasons where Hamas has gone wrong, right? And so that's kind of what I'm asking you. And so if I ask that, your response is that, hey, without the occupation, there would be no Hamas. You have to agree that you're kind of dodging the question, right?
No, I understand what you're saying, but you know what? The problem is that we're talking about the false equivalent, because we're talking about an army, I mean, full to the teeth, supported by United States, the whole world, and we're talking about Islamic guerrilla group. I mean, yes, of course. I mean, we have to take a different standards to deal with these kind of groups. I mean, yes.
So let me try and force you to answer my question. And not force, but I mean, we're trying to have a conversation. But let me try and ask a more easier question, right? Do you believe that the majority of the Hamas leaders were living in relative comfort in Lebanon, while the majority of the innocent Palestinian women and children were suffering in Palestine during the majority of this war?
I mean, they're not in Lebanon; they're in Qatar. But
Qatar, Dubai,
well, not in
Would you
Dubai.
agree?
They're mainly in Qatar. I mean, the leader of the Qatar has actually been assassinated. Well, I don't know. I mean, the rumors are they're living in hotels in Qatar. I mean, but it's coming from Israel.
And so when you know that, and those are the same people that are turning down peace deals, that are turning down, offers for a ceasefire, that are turning down things that would stop innocent Palestinians from dying, when they themselves are not at risk. They themselves are eating fine. They're eating restaurant meals. They're not in famine. They're not having their babies die, right? Like when you see that, do you not think that if they truly cared about the Palestinian people, that they wouldn't continue to sacrifice them by not signing a ceasefire?
Yeah, well, look, when we're talking about the groups like Hamas, like Yahya Sinwar was a leader of Hamas, they were saying that he was actually been surrounding himself with the so-called hostages, but when they accidentally, I mean, when they killed him, the random shooting the people, and then he was killed, there was no hostage around him. So, I mean, they're saying that the leader of Hamas doing not great job, I mean, in Qatar, living in a lavish hotel. But again, this is coming from the Zionist regime. So if they do that, of course I condemn that. But Hamas is only one group out of many resistance groups in Palestine. Of course, there are so many criticisms about how they operate, particularly on the 7th of October. No doubt, war crime happens on the 7th of October. No doubt about it. But just to equate what happened on the 7th of October to tens of thousands of people that's been literally been killed and like imposing famine.
But Soren, I'll give you the scenario, right? World War II. America goes and drops nuclear weapons on 2 Japanese cities, killing hundreds of thousands of innocent people in a flash, in a second. In a second.
Yeah.
Right? They did it because Pearl Harbor, because they came and dropped a bomb on some military thing in Hawaii, and the response was to wipe out hundreds of thousands of innocent people. Right.
Yeah.
And also, I'll say this: if you come to my house and you kill my child, there is no number of people that I will fucking punish and drop rain when you come into my house and my place. So, but sorry, I can give you the exact. I can play devil's advocate to what I just said.
I hear what you're saying.
My point, yeah, and I guess so. For my point is that this back and forth, this poison in the Middle East. Yeah. I just have so much empathy for all the innocent victims. I have so much empathy for the tens of thousands of Palestinian victims, the women and the children. I have so much empathy for those Israeli hostages who are still living in absolute terror and horror, just like the Palestinians. Like, I have so much empathy, and I have nothing but fucking hate for Hamas and the Israeli government, who both of them have decided not to help their victims, but instead choose fighting against each other and continue this fucking senseless war.
I mean,
that's what I fucking.
Well, we have a different standard. 1940s, of course. At that time, there was no. We have a different standard. 2024. Yes, in 1940s, we can't use the same standard.
But keep going until you get to Abraham. Because if you're just going to go, but this happened first, then keep going and stop at Abraham, right?
And what are you talking about the occupation? I mean, what you don't understand, no one came to their house. You got to understand one thing. Forget about
keep going back until Canaanites. Keep going until you get to the Canaanites. Because if you're just going to do, but we first. Keep going until Abraham, man.
No, I'm talking about the State Department. I can put you the link in the chat. The State Department of the United States called that particular land, Gaza, West Bank, Jerusalem, occupation. Sure. It's an occupation. It's not only the UN. It's occupation. So when you say coming to further, these people that were under the occupations, what do you expect them to do? I mean, you besiege them. You just you basically control the food. I mean, they have actually literally controlled the calorie index before the 7th of October. I mean, of course.
Let me ask you something, Soren. Let me ask you something. If you had the choice between a 2-state solution or everybody gets a vote, one nation, everybody gets a vote. Doesn't matter your race, your religion, your which would you choose?
Absolutely one nation. 2-state solution is not going to work after what the Israelis did to these people. Only one state solution, including the Jews, Christians, Muslim, atheists, everyone with different sexuality orientations, everyone, one state. But the problem is that they're not okay with that. They believe in apartheid, ethno-supremacy, colonial system. By the way, let's not forget, Zionism is a settlement colonial project. That's what the founder of the Zionism.
Let me know when I can go, Jeremy. Thank you for having me back.
I mean, that's what the
Are we ready to go?
That's what the founder of the Zionism called it. The colonial.
Are we ready to go, Jeremy?
No, but that's the founder of the Zionism called it.
Is it my turn now? We've heard a lot.
Norma. Sorry, Soren. Just one sec. Norma, all I ask, man, is that we have a bit of back and forth, man. That's all I ask. So Soren's talking right now, and I appreciate it as an accent. And I know you don't like that, but I'd appreciate if you just let him finish. And Soren's not going to hog the mic either, right?
It's not the accent.
So you're welcome to
number one enemy and the enemy of
you're
the
welcome
Jews
to respond.
Of America.
Dude, don't make me send you back. We're running out of invites. I'd like Soren to finish, and then you're welcome to comment.
Will you have him land pretty quickly? We've heard a lot of this already.
I mean, let's not forget the Zionism itself, defined by its founder, Theodor Herzl, as a settlement colonial project. So it is a colonial settlement project. I mean, we cannot deny the fact that these people came from the Eastern Europe, and then they did what they did in 40s. So obviously, there's a context of going on. Do I support what happened on 7th of October? Of course not. I mean, and this some people trying to say, oh, he's supporting the 7th of, absolutely not. But I do understand when you put the people in consternation, besiege them, put them under occupations, and they
and I
behave
get that.
like animals.
No, of course.
When you
of course.
treat them like
and you were
animals,
saying, and you were saying, I get
what do you
that,
expect?
and you say, I appreciate that, and you were saying one vote, one nation, rather than two-state solution.
Correct.
Go ahead, Nora.
Well, thank you so much. Israel does have one nation and one vote with full equal rights for Arab people, including that free healthcare that you love so much, Jeremy, and free education. That's 20% of Israel is Arabs with full and equal rights. It's the opposite of an apartheid state. The Arabs of this region have 22 countries. Israel is one Jewish country. The Arabs, when we declared independence, by the way, Theodor Herzl is not the only founder of Zionism. There were many, and in fact, Jews have always gone to Israel and always considered it our home. Always prayed to be reunited in Jerusalem, and have always been buried in Israel and on the Mount of Olives all the way back to the very beginning. We are the indigenous people of this land, and our Declaration of Independence is very clear in affording equal rights to the non-Jews of the land, and we enforce that. In fact, the people who were brutally persecuted.
Can they vote? Just a question. I didn't mean to interrupt. I apologize.
Of course
I just want to know if all Palestinians have a vote in Israel.
Yes, of course they can vote. And by the way, the people who were brutally persecuted and murdered by Iran, whose representative we just heard from, Soren, America's number one enemy, but not for long. They will soon be done. They persecuted these people called Baha'i people, brutally murdered them and persecuted them, so they found welcome refuge in Israel, as do the Druze Arabs who serve in our military, as do all of the Arab citizens of Israel, as I mentioned, with free healthcare, free education, free everything, equal rights. When Israel declared independence in 1948, 5 Arab armies tried to push us into the sea, their words, not ours, and were defeated. That's Syria, Saudi Arabia, Jordan.
And I know, because I interrupted Soren when he started just listing off historical facts that everybody knows. And so I just wanted, because you answered a question, and I just want to follow.
Okay.
You said that all Palestinians have the same vote in Israel that Jewish people have.
Well, they're not Palestinians; they're Arabs. Some identify as Palestinians, but they're Arabs of the region. Yeah, they vote.
And so just when I fact check that, what I see is that only, and again, I'm asking because I'm open to being corrected, but what I'm seeing is that the majority of Israeli-born Palestinians do not have the right to vote and in federal and Israeli elections.
Absolutely,
but I'm open to being corrected.
Absolutely false.
So you're saying every single Palestinian born in the West Bank, in Gaza,
wait, in the
Israel,
West Bank? West Bank is not Israel.
Yes,
I mean, we call it Judea and Samaria. No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Sorry. Did they have their own military? Do they have their own government? Do they have their own borders? Do they control their borders? Do they have full autonomy like any other nation?
Separate question. They're not Israel.
No. That's what makes a nation a nation. If you're not that, then you're just a province of a nation.
Yeah.
Like Quebec doesn't have passports and a military. They're not a nation.
I'm sorry.
Quebec is
they're
a
not
province
Israel.
of Canada. It's not a nation.
Say again.
So sorry. You're saying Gaza is not part of Israel?
Absolutely not.
And so the settlers go when they build settlements. So when they build settlements in Gaza,
yes,
are they building Jewish settlements outside of Israel?
Yes. And why? Because let me explain this to you. Let me give you a full answer. So Egypt attacks in 1967, tries to commit genocide on Israel and loses. And Israel pushes them back. It could have taken Cairo, by the way, chose not to, and took the Sinai. In between the Sinai and Israel is Gaza. Again, it was part of Egypt. Israel pushed the Egyptians all the way back to the other side of the Suez Canal and wanted then in a peace deal to return the Sinai and Gaza. Egypt refused Gaza. And so, as a defensive measure, Israel, as is legal, some of the denizens of Israel made settlements in Gaza. And in a abrupt decision in 2006, withdrew every single Jew and every single dead Jew who had been buried there and left Gaza. That was 2006. After that, Hamas rose to power and murdered its rivals from the PLO, the legitimate, or the Palestinian Authority now, formerly the PLO, the legitimate government of the Palestinians, murdered them, kicked them out, threw them off buildings, and has maintained this jihadist control.
Okay.
Support.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. We got
So not
that.
Israel.
Okay. So let me ask you this. So let me ask you this.
Israel.
Okay. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. So
My pleasure.
the West Bank and Gaza, not part of Israel. I just want to make sure I'm following. And so those people obviously are not
Judea
Israelis.
and Samaria? The correct term for that is Judea and Samaria, not the West Bank. That's a Jordanian colonial name. And by the way, Israel is not.
Call it West
Excuse
Bank.
me.
What are you talking about?
No, you are wrong, sir. You
I'm
are
just
wrong.
asking you a question, Normo.
So,
Normo,
excuse
I'm
me,
trying to
it's
have a
Judea and
conversation.
Samaria. You had your
Okay,
chance.
Judea and Samaria. Okay,
Thank you.
Judea, are those parts of Israel? Are they parts of Israel?
No.
Okay, so you support a two-state solution, right? If they're not part of Israel,
I did
then they
until
must be their
October
own
7th.
state.
But as the previous representative of America's number one enemy, Iran, said, it's not possible after October 7th, after what Hamas did. Deemed
But
impossible.
hold on, I'm just asking you a question. You say that those two places are not Israel.
That's correct.
And so by definition, they should be their own states. You believe in a two-state solution.
I did until October 7th when Hamas made it clear that it was unlikely that would ever happen.
So if you don't believe in a two-state solution, so if you don't believe in a two-state solution, but you also believe that those two places are not part of the state of Israel,
that's correct.
Then isn't that contradictory?
No,
and
not
what
at
are
all.
those places?
Not at all. Well, you know very well that they're not Israel, right? You knew this before you asked me.
No, I disagree. I very much disagree.
You disagree?
I think they are Israel.
You think
they
Israel
are 100%
should? You think Israel should? Those are called
the people who control the border, the people who control the border, the people who have the military, the people who have the right to put an airport into their land, the people who decide what comes in and what comes out, the people who have representation at the UN. Those things make a nation. Those places are not nations. Those
the
are parts of
Palestinian
Israel.
Arabs have representation at the UN, by the way.
Are they a nation? Are they a nation in the UN? Do they control their borders? Do they have their own military? Do they have an airport? Do they decide what comes in and comes out of their country? No, Israel doesn't.
Well, that's not true. No, what you said is not exactly true. That's where all those weapons that they used and all those tunnels that they built, they decided that those materials went into their little area.
But if they controlled their borders, why would they have to have tunnels? If they controlled their borders, why would they need tunnels? If Israel wasn't the one controlling the borders,
control their borders, they would have not have the tunnels, would they? So we don't control their borders.
No.
They have tunnels because they want to kill Jews, Jeremy.
No, they have tunnels because the Israelis control the borders, and so they need to build tunnels.
They have tunnels because they use them not for their own people.
Put the link in the chat. The State Department.
Please stop interrupting, sir.
State Department called it occupation.
Control yourself, sir.
State Department called it occupation.
Listen, sir. As America's number one enemy, I ask you to please hold your peace until I'm done.
Bipartisan, Republican and Democrats.
Sir, as America's
Democrat and Republican call it
excuse me, sir. Sir, stop interrupting. Thank you. As a representative of America's number one enemy, I ask that you please defer to this conversation. I thank you for doing so. So, no, there. Do you have any idea why they declined statehood, Jeremy? Jeremy?
Sorry, you cut out there. What was the question?
Oh, I said they've declined statehood numerous times. Do you have any idea why they did it? Because we're baffled by it.
It's not baffling because that statehood came with a whole bunch of caveats. We'll give you statehood if we can limit your military, if we can decide on what comes in and out of your border, if we can put certain checks and balances so that you don't become a threat on us. That's not how you give people.
So you think we should allow them to become a threat? That's a very weird position to take. I don't get it.
But doesn't giving a nation state a nation, like the right to become a nation, by definition, doesn't that enable them to become a threat?
Quite the opposite. So you can take a look at Europe. You could take quite the opposite. So countries make peace treaties and then they develop. If you are at war, then you get killed. And if you are at peace, then you get to live and have a beautiful country. The land flows.
Okay, that's an interesting statement. So tell me something. When Taiwan fights for independence, right?
Yes.
And doesn't and says, hey, listen, we're going to try and be independent,
Yes.
and if China were to grant them that independence, say, you know what, I recognize your statehood. Yes, that would be a bit of a threat to China, and it's not
I
in
don't see
China's best
how.
interest.
How would
You
Taiwan be
don't
a
see
threat to
how?
China? No, I don't. You
You
tell me.
don't see how China.
No.
Okay, so the fact that the Chinese government has literally been fighting Taiwan independence for the last 30 years, you don't see
You mean,
why
do you
China
think there's a
sees
war
that as
between
a
China
threat.
and Taiwan? I have not heard of it. If it is, tell me
Dude,
more.
the level of so I don't know if you're trolling or just ignorant, man.
No,
like I
no,
really don't
neither
know, man,
one.
because
I'm trying to
okay,
understand your claim. Is your claim that
so there's
China
no friction.
and
There's no
Taiwan
friction. There's no.
are they fighting a
So you're
war
saying
now?
there's no friction. There's no friction
Well,
between
countries
Taiwan
have
and China.
friction. Countries have friction, but you won't see Taiwanese people coming over the fence into China and butchering their children. No, you won't see that. So again, they may have a disagreement, but
And do you think that Taiwan has the same freedom and independence that Palestinian people have?
I think
Do
because
you think China decides what controls Taiwan's borders?
Because they are peaceful, they
Come
have
on,
many
man.
more rights.
This is
Yes.
fucking useless. I'm literally losing
It's
more brain cells
useless?
than if I just
I
went and
beg
smoked
your
a joint
pardon?
right now, man.
When has
It's a
Taiwan attacked
completely
China,
useless
sir?
conversation.
What? When has China attacked
No, I'm saying
China?
no, I'm saying this conversation is stupid. Like I'm losing way too many brain cells in this conversation. I apologize, guys.
Well,
I gotta go smoke
it
a
sounds
joint.
like you
I gotta
can't
build
afford
them
them,
up
to be
again.
honest.
I'll see if
I
I
would
can
not.
come back again later. Have a good night, guys.
No, Norm. You're fucking killing the room. Stop it.
Mr. Know-It-All. I don't think like when two people are discussing, I don't think like always trying to prove that someone is wrong is actually beneficial. Like, what's the point? Are we having a pissing contest or something? Like why everything I say have to be wrong, or I'm like ignorant, or you know what I mean? You state your points and I state my point. It could be that simple. Jeremy was just trying to discuss Taiwan and China, but Mr. Know-It-All just cut off the avenue of communication. Like he just like got it like that. Like the shit's stupid. Why you even here if you're not willing to discuss and hear other people out?
Ask him what he think about Ta-Nehisi Coates, and when he went over there, he's a well-respected journalist. He's respected among all classes, all races of people as a journalist. And he went over there recently and seen the condition that the Palestinian people are living in. And he came back and he did not mince words. He did not like bite his tongue. He called it for exactly how he experienced it over there. And it wasn't good what he said. Like, can we just admit that there is atrocities going on right now? Can we start there?
He ain't gonna admit it. He already said Israel has done nothing wrong but defend themselves. Like he ain't considering nothing the Palestinians say, how like the actions of the Israelis. He don't study none of that. We can even just say Christians. Christian being over there in Israel is a goddamn life threatening experience. I think you're in the audience. Let me see.
Where did the brother go that was talking to him?
I'm not sure. The the mistake, the first mistake was allowing Israel to go in a land that was already occupied by a people and not acknowledging them. Like, what the fuck is that? Then when fights and wars started happening, everybody is just, oh, Israel, Israel, Israel. Like, this is a made up group of people that was formed because of the Holocaust. If if that wouldn't happen, they'll still have their ass off in Germany somewhere. Israel wouldn't even be they wouldn't even be concerned with Israel. They didn't ask the Palestinians, can they come and stay? None of that. It's like strong arming somebody. If Israel has a right to the land, the damn Palestinians have a right to the land. Who owns the land, right? Because as far as I know, the Palestinians were there first. Now, if y'all want to go on this biblical doctrine, don't motherfucking pick and choose out the Bible when you want to use it to try to prop up a fake people or a false narrative, right? Because that's their claim. God gave it to them, right? And everybody stand with Israel on that claim, regardless of any atrocities, anything that Israel do. Like, it's brushed under the rug. Everybody turn a blind eye. You know they over there killing them people. Them people over there, damn, throwing rocks. And America is funding the machine, the war machine known as Israel over there. So we can stop playing these games, man. Why didn't they acknowledge the Palestinians from jump? Why wasn't the Palestinians? They wasn't in on it, right? They weren't at the table when the Balfour Declaration was formed.
They were at the table, Taz. We tried to make a country for them and they declined it. They had the chance.
Hold on, but they already in the country. Why do you have to make them? Why not acknowledge them? Right?
We do. It's in our declaration. We absolutely acknowledge them. They have
Who
full
is
and equal
we?
rights.
Who is we? Are you Israeli American?
Wait,
I'm confused.
who is this person?
No, he's staying with Israel.
Who's that person? So yes, dude, we fully acknowledge them, and they were. Listen, the Arab leaders were a part of the breakup of the Middle East. Listen, it was mainly about oil. Israel got zero oil. By the way, a third of our country is the Negev Desert. It's the fourth smallest country in the region. The Arabs got all of the oil, and God bless them. God is good to them. We got one tiny little country. We never said the Palestinians had to leave, but they ganged up on us and waged war, and they
You
lost
kicked them
that
out.
war.
750,000.
We
It's called
conquered them.
Nakba. It's called
That's
Nakba.
that's false.
Sir.
Yeah.
Listen, I'll agree with you in a second.
What they call it?
I'm talking to the mod, and it's not a colony of any other country. It's not a settler. They're Jews indigenous to the land. The Palestinians have every right to be there. The only thing they can't do is kill the Jews. It's the only thing they can't do.
I don't think they have a right to be there, right? Because the Palestinians, like, they were there first. If they don't want them people in the goddamn land, they have all the right to.
They weren't there first. The Jews were there first, but we never said that they had to leave.
Palestinian was in the land before they was even mentioned in the goddamn Bible.
There's not one mention of a Palestinian in the Bible.
Before Israel went into Palestine, it was already Philistines there.
The Philistines.
What are you talking about?
The Philistines.
Yes, they are.
No, they're
Palestine
not.
comes from the word Philistine.
No,
yes, it does.
No, it's
OMG.
Exactly. You're wrong, sir. The Philistines are not the Palestinians. There are no more Philistines.
Hey, hold on.
And we've always We've always.
You need to do your homework, bro. You need to do your
I have done
homework.
it. Believe me, I'm very familiar with this subject.
Let
And
me
we
ask you-
never said that they had to leave. We only said that they couldn't kill Jews. They attacked and they lost. So we conquered them.
And you
that's
kicked
the way
out
it goes.
750,000 of them.
No,
It's
that
called
is not
Nakba.
true.
It's
That
called
is not true.
Nakba.
That is
Stop
false.
lying, Elnor Green.
No, I'm sorry, sir. You're just mistaken. You
Stop
don't know the
lying. It's called
information.
Nakba. A simple
I'm sorry,
Google
sir.
search.
I don't know who you
Nakba.
are, but you're mistaken. I don't know
Stop
where you're from.
lying.
No, sir, I'm not lying. You're mistaken, sir.
A simple Google search. It's
Sir,
called
either
Nakba.
you're lying or you're mistaken.
Elnor,
Let's go back to the conversation. By the way, if you want to talk to this other gentleman, feel free. I don't know why he feels like he can't control himself. It's got a mental issue. He's writing about somebody's prostate in the chat, which is a little weird for me.
Ask you a simple question there, Normo.
You like to do a simple question.
Yeah, this is a simple question. This is a simple question. Because I hear this, I heard this said a lot at the height of the recent back and forth between Israel and Hamas. Whenever Israel would drop bombs on areas, residential areas, hospitals, and things like that, and a lot of Palestinian civilians would be killed. They would say to the media, what they would put out and say, well, there were Hamas
military installations, absolutely.
Military installations, or they would say, just let me finish, or they would say that there was Hamas people holding Palestinian people as human shields. Now, my question to you is here, because this is where I think it kind of gets a little tricky. Let's just say that those were Hamas people holding Israeli citizens as shields. Do you think your government would still drop those bombs?
Well, we've done that. They've held us as human shields before, and we've gone in and rescued our people. So the answer is, of course, yes. We did this in
drop bombs. No, I'm saying drop bombs.
Well, okay, you're confusing two separate things.
No, I'm gonna say it again. Whenever Israel drops bombs on places where Palestinian citizens are and people are outraged about it, Israel's officials would say, "Well, those were Hamas holding the civilians as hostages. They were using them as human shields."
That's not what they say.
They do say that all the time.
No, you said whenever. You said whenever, and that's not the case.
No. The vast majority of the time, when they bombed hospitals, when they bombed residential buildings, the two things they would mainly use to say we gave them forewarning, or the Hamas was using.
We moved the civilians out, as we did in Rafah.
But they would
we
say
moved the civilians out.
No, but they would say they were using them as human shields. They would say that a lot. They do that
You're
excuse
mixing two different issues. You're mixing two different issues. Yeah.
My question is a simple one to the human shields that they always say. My question is simple. If Hamas was using Palestinians if Hamas was using Israelis as human shields, as the government claims that Hamas was using Palestinians as human shields, if Hamas was using Israelis as human shields, would the Israeli military, the IDF, still drop bombs on them like they do when they claim that they're using Palestinians as human shields? Would they still do that?
So Israel and we respect human life, and we would do the same thing, which is try to minimize civilian casualties, as we're doing. It is this war has the fewest ratio of human casualties, of non-combatant casualties, of any urban war in human history. We're doing every single thing to minimize the loss of civilian life. There's 2.2 million people in Gaza. So, and of the 41,000
killed. Do you shame when you lie, Elnor McGree? Do you shame when you lie or no?
Who is this person? Could you mute up, sir?
I said, do you shame when you lie? Do you shame or no?
Do you mind if I just talk to the Tazda? I don't know, Tazda Ape.
With my permission, yes. You're allowed. You got my permission. Go ahead.
We'll get to you in a second, sir.
You got my permission.
Your accent is very weird. I understand. Is it true that you are a representative of America's #1 enemy, the jihadist Nazi regime of Iran, IRGC? Is that true?
Who killed Kennedy? Who killed
yes
Kennedy?
Or no? Hang on, it's a yes or no question.
Who killed
Kennedy?
Is that true? Is that the regime
you realize that you're in a room with Americans?
What's the relationship between Israel and the President Kennedy assassination? Can you elaborate on that?
Do you realize that you're in a room with Americans, sir?
Do you understand that who killed President Kennedy?
Don't change the subject.
The very same regime you support.
Sir, don't change the subject, sir. Do you realize that you represent America's #1 enemy right now?
How do you feel
about that? I'm asking you.
I'm actually based in Indonesia.
You wanted to interrupt. Now you've interrupted. I'm asking you a direct question. America and the world knows that your country, Iran, is trying to get a nuclear bomb and destroy
How do you know
the
my
world.
country is Iran? I'm in Indonesia.
Because you have
You're
said it
lying.
many times.
No.
By the way, in
Never.
addition to is your country
I'm
not
from
Iran?
Republic of Chechnya, by the way.
I see. Is that so?
Yes, Chechnya.
Say something in
Chechnya, brother.
Chechnyan. Let's hear you say something in Chechnyan. Go ahead.
I'm not here to talk about my country.
So
You're here to talk about different
when you
topics.
say, "Do I feel bad when I lie?"
Tell me something in Hebrew. You say Israel. Speak Hebrew. Speak Hebrew.
Sure.
Why don't you keep Shabbat? Why don't you? That's a pray. That's a pray. That's a pray.
That's a pray.
Yes, you're praying.
Okay. So in every other room, well, you're well known as an Iranian and a representative of the IRGC.
I don't even know who you are, sir.
Why
I don't know who you are.
Why are you denying your country?
Why are you lying?
Am I lying that you're? Are you lying? Am I lying that you're an Iranian?
Yes, you are. You keep lying.
You're not an Iranian?
Do you shame?
Well,
Do you have any shame when you lie?
Are you not an Iranian? Because all of your Iranian friends have shunned you.
I'm from Republic of Chechnya.
So are you an Iranian or are you not?
I answered the question already. I'm from Republic of Chechnya. Do you know where Chechnya is?
Are you a Chechen?
Yeah, Chechenian, brother. Chechenian.
The word is Chechen. Say something in Chechenian.
It's Chechenian, actually. Congratulations. You figured it out finally. Can you stop talking, Eli?
Say something in Chechen.
El Normo, you killed over 43,000
So when you say, "Am I ashamed of being a liar?"
You're red herring here. You're red herring.
Right. Let's go back.
Red herring.
Taz, thank you.
You're here to whitewash the genocide which is going on in Gaza.
I understand, sir.
You're here to whitewash and justify the deaths of innocent children in Gaza. You're here to just.
I enjoy the remaining.
Fucking heathens.
Everybody breathe in.
Hey,
and breathe out.
Why I keep kicking out normal? Bro, I have no choice.
I'm Canadian. I don't use my buttons. I'm Canadian.
Hey, can you say normal without saying normal?
Yeah, that would be abnormal.
Yeah, I could exclude the L.
Do you know what normal is?
No, without the L? Hell no.
No, with the L.
No more.
Oh, yeah, it's boring.
No,
I think it's kind of like saying no one can lick their elbow, and you're just laughing as we all try and say normal without an L.
Normal is within one standard deviation of the mean.
Fuck you, Cora.
Now you just have to figure out what the standard deviation is.
God
wait,
damn
y'all
it,
moving
fuck
back
you,
off?
Cora.
Y'all moved him back off the stage. Why y'all kick your normal back down?
Because the two of them need to get a fucking room and just sit there and yammer at each other without subjecting us to it.
Oh. You sound familiar, Cora. I know you.
You do know me, Don. Yeah.
Don't you be in the black and white room? What is that room called?
Is it when you went to a crossroads and mastered guitar?
Yeah, chillism over there with Nate and all them.
Yeah, but we've talked to each other in other spaces before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to say, I went to the crossroads and this person promised me that I would become a master at playing guitar. And it was Cora. And she said, I will make you a master of guitar.
Let me ask a question real quick. And I've been asking this question, not a lot, but I need to ask it. Is anybody in here paying over $5 for eggs today? Anybody?
7, but I'm in Canada, so yeah, I'm probably $5
I tend to when I pay for eggs, I pay for I spend $25, and then that gets me that gets me a ton
eggs
of
or
eggs.
X. Do you mean X.com or eggs? Oh, sorry, my bad.
Eggs.
So they were saying, because they keep saying, because I don't, I'm a vegan, so I don't know. So I just ask people, because they were saying egg prices are still real high.
Yeah, egg prices are high because they had an outbreak of avian flu.
Oh, that's what it was. Okay.
So the chickens died. It's not because of inflation.
Oh, okay.
Well, all of that stuff is going to be regulated under Trump. Thank God.
Yeah, sure. Anyway, I don't buy eggs at the store. I just buy feed at the feed store.
So y'all would rather pay more money and have Kamala in office?
Well,
Yeah, the Biden administration
yep.
actually got the annualized inflation rate down to 2.5%. That's what we're at right now. The
Yep.
reason why we had that high inflation in the first place was because of the quantitative easing that started early on in the pandemic during the Trump administration. So that was to bail out the stock market.
Yeah, it's just delusional how people just like make up shit, like literally say things, no substance to back it up. It's just Trump is going to do this and Trump is going to do that. And they did this and they did that. It's like, did you see that meme that's going around that video now? Everybody was like on the TikTok is like, Trump hasn't even took office yet, and already Russia's saying they want to be friends with America, and the Taliban saying they don't want to be labeled a terrorist group, and saying that Saudi Arabia is kicking them out, and a whole host of other things they're claiming. And then when you go look up all these things, the only one of the claims that's true is the fact that he hired that woman as his chief of staff or whatever. But all the rest of the claims are just bullshit. It's just like, okay, I get it. That's your guy, but why do y'all have to lie for him to make him seem good? Like, I don't get it. Like, you're literally lying for this guy. Just like Trump did this, Trump did that. This is going on because of Trump. It's like, I get it. Y'all thirsty for y'all guy to succeed, but let him succeed naturally based on actual policies. Why do y'all have to lie for the man and make up shit and act like everything was just great under Trump? Because remember something, especially you black folk, remember, y'all voted overwhelmingly for Biden. Because y'all didn't like Trump.
No,
Y'all voted
not me. I did not vote for Biden.
But the overwhelming amount of black people voted for fucking Joe Biden.
Because the overwhelming of black people are brainwashed.
Whatever, but the overwhelming of them voted for Joe Biden because they didn't like the way
And what did
Trump.
Joe Biden do for us? Not a damn thing.
They didn't like the way.
Yeah, no, they the White House shepherded through a $1 trillion infrastructure bill, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, and also the Inflation Reduction Act.
No,
right?
for black people,
both,
what did he do for black people?
He didn't give us a
So,
choice. He
would you
said that
like-
if we
would you
didn't
like-
vote for him,
would
we
you
weren't
like-
black. So I mean, we had to.
Stop it, Stu. Would you like me to finish? So
Yes, ma'am.
those two investments, right, opened up huge amounts of government contracting opportunities and created hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of construction jobs. You'll start to see those rolling out because all the grants came out like within the last 3 years, and so the projects are just starting to break ground right now. You'll see like electric charging stations along all the highways. You'll see big ass bridge projects and repairs, all that kind of stuff. All of that investment, right, is under what they call the Justice 40 initiative, which ensures that 40% of the funds that came out of that bill, right, are targeted towards what they call historically disadvantaged communities, which basically means people of color and really super low income, poor neighborhoods.
Yeah, and
So, and all of those government contracts come with requirements for hiring disadvantaged business enterprise subcontractors and all of that, which basically creates a whole shit ton of economic opportunity for people that are in the trades, that want to go into apprenticeship programs, that want to start businesses, right, that work in government contracting, in construction trades, all of that, because they have an advantage towards getting those contracts.
And here is, if you're going to have government spending creating American jobs, do you want those American jobs building weapons that are going to go and be given to Ukraine and other countries to police the world? Or do you want that government spending to create American jobs to build better bridges, better roads, cheaper education, better healthcare, maternity leave for American citizens? Like, why would you be against that, but pro, no, let's create military jobs so we can send bombs to it?
Yeah, I would think a $6,000 first year child tax credit, $25,000 of down payment assistance for income qualified home buyers.
But Cora, where I'd argue is that unless that is matched with a drawdown on government spending equal to that social
Oh, well,
spending,
that generally
then
happens during Democratic administrations. Deficit spending goes down.
yeah, you're right. No, you're right. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'll
that's true.
concede to that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And just
I don't know in the amount. Yeah.
let me say one thing real quick, because this thing here, where they're always like, well, what did Biden and Kamala do for black people? Well, here's the thing. Even if you want to throw that out there that they didn't do anything specifically for black people, and she said that in that interview with the griot, where she's like, so no, I'm not going to do anything specifically for black people. Okay, you got on camera saying that. I'm not going to challenge that. That is what it is. But here's the flip side of that. You need to show me what specific policy has Trump articulated that he's going to do for black people. What specific policy when he
Prevents discrimination.
You admit that there are a lot more women.
Yeah, of
for Trump
course.
this time.
Yeah.
And if you
No, I wouldn't
believe
say
that,
a
that Trump is
lot.
not
I
looking
wouldn't
out,
say a lot, like when you compare.
Mhm. a
So,
lot meaning compared to last time, right?
No, I think women went more for Biden last time. I think that was just an overall. I'm thinking more of
That's what I'm
like
saying. Yeah, that's what I'm
the
saying.
better comparison would be the Clinton 2016 election. So,
But
yeah.
what I'm saying is that you have to admit that this one versus the last one when Biden got in, more black people voted for Trump and more women voted for Trump than last time.
Oh, of course.
And so my question is this, right? Because I believe, like you know, I don't think that he has those groups' best interest in heart.
No, he doesn't.
But why do you think that is a reality? Because I think that's the question, right? Is that
why Trump doesn't have those
No,
people's interests at heart?
no. My question is, why do you think that more black people voted for Trump this time? Why do you think more women voted for Trump? Which is kind of what I think I'm hearing from the room, right? Is that, hey, no, Trump is good for black Americans. That's why he did. So why do you think that more blacks and more women voted for him this time?
Well, women, I have no fucking clue because that's just I don't know. I think that a lot of it has to do with the swing in identity politics, and it's more about what they're afraid of than what they want. So I think a lot of it has to do with, and I'm opposed to these people too, like radical leftists, neo-Marxists that have, basically weaponized gender politics and gender identity and overtaken the feminist movement and all of and queer movement to basically promote Marxism, right? Because they can't actually utilize the old levers that they had before, which was labor. Because labor is actually pretty content right now. We have very low unemployment. People are actually making gains as far as like real wages. Right? And I'm not saying that it's perfect, but it's getting better, right? And so the Marxists don't have that lever anymore. We're not talking like it's not the 1930s, right? And
Cora, Trump will be the next president, right? So everything that you just said, I don't disagree with any of it, and yet Trump will be the next president, right? And so if I were to ask myself that same question, the question you said, like, I don't have the answer for. If I were to genuinely ask myself that same question, like, why is Trump going to be the next president?
Well, I can weigh in. I really do think.
Why did women vote for him more this time? Why do you think?
I want to say women voted for him more this time because of trans politics, I would say for sure. I would also say, I just lost it. I had it in my crystallizing in my brain there for a second.
Well, a lot of voted for him last time when he won.
Yeah. It was just a normal, and I think if you look at like the geographic split on it, it's going to be like rural and suburban women overall too.
But I guess if I would ask myself that same question, and be objective, it's because I think that white women and Black Americans and even a lot of white male Americans, they look at American politics on the left and the right, and a lot of the traditional, not like Trump right, but like traditional right and left, and they're like, hey, it seems like in the last couple of decades, doesn't matter which one we get, it seems as if it's always politics, like the American.
Yeah, it's an identity politics problem, is what it is. Yeah,
kind of. Yeah, and then when Trump came in, all of a sudden there's this guy that's like,
I don't think he's anti-establishment at all. I think that is the
I don't either. I don't
hardcore.
Either. But you have to agree. You have to agree that when you look at Trump and you look at,
it's very transparent. It takes a minimal amount of research to know these things.
No, but hold on though. Is it Cora? But hold on. When you look at the two of them, right? Like them or hate them.
You're roboting, Jeremy. Hold on.
Back? Sorry, hold on. Let me turn.
Okay.
There were
No,
three main
Norm.
problems.
No, Norm. No, we're having a conversation.
Can you hear me?
He was waiting to come back.
He's
back.
Oh, I'll be quick. So what I was trying to kind of say is that like you have to admit that like him or hate him, Trump, nothing about him is political. Like nothing about him and what he does is like traditionally political.
Right. No, he's a brand. He's a brand.
Yeah.
He's not actually a policy maker. And my concern with him is like this is why he's quote bulletproof, right? Because he actually doesn't make any decisions. He just gets trotted out in front of people and he says what he's told to say. And sometimes he says what he's not supposed to say, but everybody just writes it off as like, oh, whatever. Because he's a brand, right? What you have to pay attention to is who he brings into his cabinet.
Cora, how can you say
where I disagree?
That doesn't make any sense.
Sorry. Go ahead, Maris. Say that again, Maris.
I was just saying what she said didn't make any sense. The amount of executive orders that were kind of roundly refuted by most of his cabinet at the time. I mean, he signed them still. He's not a puppet. That's why Americans pick Trump.
You do realize that it's not okay. So all of that cabinet he pretty much fired, with the exception of like Betsy DeVos and some really abhorrent people, right?
But Cora, that's what Midas is saying, though, right? Like that's what Midas is saying. And
right, but there are other people. There were other people in play, like the Steve Bannon, the Heritage Foundation, all of that stuff.
I know that you know that I know that, and you know my view on this, right? Which
and
is why you're humoring me. I appreciate
those
that.
People, while they were shadow players in the last administration, they're going to be right up front this time.
Because of Cora, again, let me land this really quick. Hold on.
The what do you call it? Society, Federalist Society, informed his Supreme Court choices. This was open.
What I would say though is that when we make statements like Trump doesn't make decisions, right? He just goes out, says whatever he wants. There's some group behind him that actually is making the calls. I think that plays into the division between the two parties, right? And so again, I can play devil's advocate on either side, but where I would challenge is that no, I think the answer to the question, why did more Blacks vote for him this time, despite him being clearly not pro-Black? Why did more women vote for him this time, despite him not being pro-women? And if I were to answer the question, I would say that because all of those groups, including white men in America, are fed up with politicians. And their reaction, their knee-jerk reaction to that is to vote for Trump, regardless of Trump being all these negative things. And what I would say to that is like, I'm saying that's why I think they did it. Now, would you say, Jeremy, is it, if you hate dentists because they make you hurt, is it a good idea to go to a non-dentist for dental work? No, it's not.
You could go to a better dentist that give you more painkiller.
Sure, but it's still going to be a dentist. You know what I mean? Like,
go to the dentist that gives you benzos. Go to the dentist that gives you house. That's how it works.
Hey, Jeremy, when you listen to a lot of these people who I don't know if they actually vote, the ones who actually vote. I can't go through all of that because there's so many people. But when you just listen to the people who was pro-Trump, a lot of what they said is, for me, and I'm just going to call it like it is, it was very delusional talk. They were like, oh, well, everything was peachy keen, hunky dory under Trump. Like everything was great when Trump was in office. Now everything is bad. Trump is going to do this. He's going to do that. He's going to do this and that. It's like it was a lot of delusional talk. And another thing, I just have to call it like I see it. His whiteness also won the day for him, because there's no way in the world Obama could have the people he had on his stage saying the things that they've said, him saying the things that he say, top officials, top generals, top people in his own cabinet are saying, don't elect this man. He is not fit. He is not fit. He is not fit. Don't elect him. These are people, his top generals, former generals, former chief of staff, and all these people within his own inner circle when he was in the White House are saying, don't elect this guy. There's no way Obama could have ever won another presidency. Look, I'm gonna say this in our land. Obama said, just let me say this in our land. Obama said,
please go ahead.
Yeah, no problem, G. Obama said Virginians cling to their guns. They're elitists and they cling to their guns. That damn near tanked that man candidacy in the primary when he was running against Hillary Clinton. He said, all he said was, Virginian people are elitists and they cling to their guns, and that damn near sullied his whole campaign. The amount of shit that this guy was able to get away with, say, and the people he keep around him. Like, listen, there was a gay black guy. He's a Trumper, a Trumper. He went to the rally. You know, those people at the rally basically booed him, talked shit about him, told him get the fuck up out of here. And then when Trump won, when he was live on his YouTube channel, some people left him comments, these Trumpers in the comments saying, you're not one of us. We just used your vote. Thank you for your vote, but you're not one of us. This is like the way Obama could have had that.
I think it's a good comment. And before I respond, Norm, I think you want to talk. Go ahead, Norm.
Yeah. Are you going first?
No, please go ahead.
A couple of things. Number one, by the way, Trump was the first and only Republican to put gay rights on his agenda. And he hired the first openly gay diplomat, Rick Grinnell, who'll probably be back. Trump has had these same policies and ideas for 40 years. He's been talking about them and thinking of running. He even thought of running with Oprah. That's his approach to politics. He's obsessed with balance of trade and law and order and immigration. He's had these ideas for decades, and he delivers on these ideas, by the way, for better or for worse. Paul Krugman, the Nobel Prize-winning economist, thought that Trump's ideas on balance of trade were loony. Turns out he was wrong. It didn't work out so badly. Trump lowered the corporate tax rates and repatriated a whole lot of money that corporations like Apple were keeping offshore in places like Ireland. The three major issues: the economy, immigration, and foreign wars. I would say race and women's rights, especially reproductive rights, were right after that, and they may have been number one for some people, but they're clearly not for most women based on the vote. Men and women, bipartisan, both sides of the aisle, felt that Trump was a much better candidate to solve those problems. They said it in surveys beforehand, and then they voted with their feet on election day. Democrats and Republicans felt, largely taken together, that Trump was the better solution to this uncertainty that we're feeling in the world over the economy, over immigration, over safety in our cities, and over foreign wars. That's why they voted for him.
And I guess where I struggle, right, and Dunn and Al, to both of your points, right, where both of you are very passionate on both sides. The way, and this is just how I observe as someone who's less implicated, right? I'm a Canadian. So when I look at it and I see Russia and China and North Korea investing hundreds of millions in propaganda to extend the divide between the left and the right. And then I hear people who come in who cannot steel man the other side's argument, who can't come in and say, listen, I appreciate Fox is full of shit, but I also appreciate that NBC is just as full of shit. And so I understand that the people on the left are just as fucked as the people on the right. And unless you can concede that and understand that and step above it and say, hey, the most terrifying thing for the rest of the world is unified America. And unless that is the thing that I continually fight for, then I am an enemy of America. Like, if you disagree with that statement, I'm genuinely curious why.
You're putting it in extreme terms.
But by that statement, the Democrat Party should be dissolved. They're the number one party of segregation, prejudice, and shutting down the other party. Furthermore, when they don't get what they want, they cause riots in the streets, leading to multiple murders, deaths, rapes of even children.
So I agree, Midas, but let me ask you this, right? Because what the other side would say is like January 6th. And so let me ask you this, Midas, and a genuine question, right? Outside of the Civil War, and I'm going to ask you this genuinely, can I ask you, who do you think is America's greatest threat? Is it Democrats? Is it Russia? Is it China? Or is
Iran.
it North Korea?
Democrats and Republicans are not the greatest threat. It's Iran.
Midas, what do you think?
It's Democrats. And after that, APAC. Because they're the ones that control a lot of our politics through the money. They're supposed to be capped at about 20 million, like all foreign PACs, but they're not capped at 20 million. So as far as Democrats, they're the enemy within.
Okay, go ahead. I apologize, man. Go ahead.
Mainstream media. Sorry, mainstream media. So you're saying that NBC and Fox are full of S, but the thing about it is that it's an awakened population, so we can see through the S. So unless they come correct, they're going to get backlash. And that's why Fox is still on. That's why nobody watches NBC anymore.
And I guess my point that I was trying to make is that if you agree that Russia and China and North Korea and Iran all spend millions of dollars in social media to increase the divide between the left and the right, and your takeaway from that is that, hey, I also acknowledge that a unified America would be the most fucking terrifying force the world has ever seen. Nothing would like accelerate America to the fucking primal, most powerful nation in the world if America was united. Nothing.
We already
I
are.
truly believe that.
We already are.
But no, they're not. No, they're not.
Yeah,
They're really not. Are they? So, Norm, can you tell me?
So do you realize that the FBI and the CIA have done this with color revolutions before? Or do you know that they're well versed with color revolutions?
But Midas, I guess the question I'm asking you is that outside of the Civil War, if you tell me the biggest threat to America is my fellow American citizens, instead of saying that the biggest threat to America are Russians or communists or North Korea, if you're telling me, Jeremy, my fellow American citizens, half of my fellow citizens are a bigger threat to America than North Korea, I'm questioning you, Midas.
They're not.
That sounds like treason. Like treason. It sounds like treason.
Let me show you what's common sense. It's not about half the population being the Democrats being your enemy. It's about the politicians that run the Democrats and the mainstream media that controls the Democrats that is the enemy. Because if you look at people like Sheng Tao out in Oakland, California, now she caused the deaths of about 20,000 plus Black people just by changing the policies as the mayor. And now she's under investigation for mass corruption. So, I mean, that is an enemy of the people. What they did within New York, when they got rid of the police, when they got rid of the people in Seattle, when they got rid of the police in Atlanta, and leading to the deaths of 21 plus children. How many children did Iran, Russia, and China kill in America on the ground recently?
So I guess my response to that is that in a world where America is like, with regards to foreign policy, effectively impotent, right? Because the American people are so divided with regards to what Americans should do. They spend most of their time talking about whether trans people should be able to read stories to kids in libraries instead of talking about how to, profit from Africa or India becoming the next, global economic superpower. Right. And so China, who doesn't give a fuck what their pronoun is, who's completely united in their support of their government, China has a spectacular Silk Road policy where they will profit and benefit from India and Africa's massive economic revolution. And while they do that, America is busy saying fuck the left and fuck the right. Like, do you get that? Do you get that the rest of the world is accelerating while you guys fight with each other over stupid shit?
China is going to mass suicide. There's a program called Let It Rock because the young people realize that their politicians don't care about them. And the policing of the society is leading to a lot of, I guess, people who dissent.
Can I ask you to Google something, Midas? Can I ask you to Google something? Can you Google the suicide rate per capita between the US and China?
Brother. I researched China for quite a while. And the thing about China is like it's a paper tiger. So everything we see with China with their architecture and all their trains, they're underwater half the time. They don't even have proper drainage. It's a trash society that has to spray paint rocks to make it look like grass. So, I mean, we can't compare China to America. Furthermore, the Silk Road Initiative that you're talking about, the Belt and Road Initiative you're talking about, is actually overextending all their resources. They can't handle it no more. They're at the point of, that's why they want to take over Taiwan. So what are you talking about when it comes to China, bro? I don't get it.
So what I was suggesting is that the number of per capita, right, like on a per capita basis, the number of homeless people in China versus the US, there are way more homeless people who cannot feed themselves and have no home in the US than China. If we talk about suicide, because you talked about suicide, right? If we talk about the suicide rate, in the US, the suicide rate is approximately 14 to 15 people per 100,000 people. In China, it is less than a third of that. It is 6 or 7 people per 100,000 people kill themselves. So you're out here, and that's the point I'm trying to make, brother. But brother, that's the point I'm trying to make, is a united America would be amazing. And all of America's enemies want to propagate the hate between the left and the right. And so if you're in here doing that, you're an enemy of an America. But if you're in here like me saying Americans should get together and unify, then you're a patriot. And I'm a fucking Canadian.
No, but you're talking out of two sides of your mouth, you effing Canadian. You said at one point that the people are pushing too much transgender stuff, which is the Democrat policy. And then you're saying that the Republicans who are actually working towards the foreign policy that you're looking for, you're decrying them. So as a Canadian, maybe you should just sit out this conversation and let the Americans talk about it.
And actually, Midas, what I will say is that I do want to thank you as an American for overspending on your military so that we can have free healthcare and low cost at university. My daughter is going to the best university in Canada, which is similar to like Harvard. It'll cost me $2,000 Canadian per year for her to get that education. And the only reason, Midas, let me finish. The only reason is because you guys overspend on military globally and we underspend. And I thank you. And she is. Yeah, thank you, Cora. And I thank you, Midas. I thank you as a Canadian. Thank you for overspending on your military so that your kids have to spend $200,000 to get the same education my kid gets for 2,000 Canadian. Thank you.
Trudeau just mass vaccinated you with poison.
The joke doesn't really work, Jeremy.
They shut down the truckers' riot and all that just because they didn't want to inject all those people with poison. So I don't know what you're talking about, Canada. Canada is on the verge of collapse.
Oh, sorry. Are you taking offense with Canada? Sorry, Midas, are you taking offense?
But you don't really know what you're talking about. I feel bad for you as a Canadian. Hopefully you'll be able to.
So Midas, are you taking offense with Canada taking people's money because they didn't follow Canada's laws? Is that what you're taking offense to? Is that what you're referencing?
No, I take offense to Canada force injecting or almost mandatorily injecting most of their population with serum that is trash, poison, and then stopping the truckers because of the lockdowns, and then locking you down like you were an animal for such a long period of time because you had no rights. You have no rights in Canada, bro. You have Fidel Castro.
Is that different than the U.S.? Do you have any criticism of the U.S. treatment of COVID? Do you have any criticism of the U.S. treatment of COVID, Midas?
Yeah, I think we should have gone with Trump's way and just ignored it completely, put out some hydroxychloroquine and shut it down the next day.
Couple of shots of bleach, we're all good.
Chlorine dioxide, aka MMS, is what Red Cross took to Africa to cure malaria within 1 day at a 99% success rate. You don't know what you're talking about. Why people
no. Also,
bro, I mean,
if you get it, hold on. Let me finish. Also, a cast is like 99% effective for breaking legs. Also, not terribly effective for the common cold. I'm just going to put that out there.
Brother, it's effective for malaria. Are you dumb? And it's not as a gas. It comes in the water form. These people don't even research what they talk about. Look up MMS Red Cross 2019 Africa. See if you could educate yourself about something.
And so what does an article from 2019 have to do with COVID?
It's
just curious. I'm genuinely asking, brother. I'm genuinely asking.
Well, what it has to do with COVID is that all the medication, remdesivir, midazolam, dexamethasone, they were all 0% effective. Hydroxychloroquine is 26% effective. Ivermectin, 60% effective. MMS, about 88% effective.
Minus
So you don't know what you're talking about, brother.
Quinn, fam. Like, nobody was using that, bro.
Anybody who did use it and didn't take the vaccine would have had a much better chance of survival. And it seems that those
so I can understand. You're saying that this article, just so I understand. Just so I understand, the article published in 2019 showed that these drugs had a 60% effectiveness against COVID. Just so I can understand.
The articles today state that ivermectin is 60% effective. Hydroxychloroquine, 26% effective. But they used hydroxychloroquine for the SARS-CoV-1 back in 2005. So why didn't they use it for SARS-CoV-2? I guess they had to get that emergency use authorization going, right? If you don't know what you're talking about, brother, don't.
No, and I don't. So first of all, I don't. I'm asking questions because I want to learn. That's why I come on this app.
You don't know about your own country being a slave, but y'all should slaves inside Canada. And then you're trying to you're smart. You're not smart.
Hold on.
You know about China, bro. I don't know what you're saying. But God bless you, brother. You have a great one.
And bless you too. And I don't know shit. So that's why I ask questions, because I want to learn.
Continue.
Oh man. I really tried. Like, I genuinely tried. I'm just going to put that out there.
Well, let me say this to the whole part about American politics and the polarization of the American politics. What we're looking at is a Trump thing. It's where people are not necessarily warming up to McConnell, Graham, and all of these, the Cotton, and all of these different people. I think his name's Cotton, that guy I was listening to. These different people, they're warming up to Trump. And if Trump doesn't like them, then they don't like them. And if they say something bad about Trump, then they're gonna go. The people are gonna go at those senators and representatives who said something bad about Trump. That's what a lot of this is stemming from in this modern era of which is the most polarized it's probably ever been in a long time, Jeremy. It's based on that Trump thing. People, the bottom line is, people see Trump as a god. Listen, policy aside, all of that aside, we can get into that. Okay, that's a finger click away when you're doing research. That's easy to find different policies. Now, one's interpretation of those policies, that's another conversation. How effective were those policies? That's another conversation. But the policies themselves, that's easy to find. And I'll just say this again. The thing is, brother, is that the people, for whatever reason on that side, they see Trump as a savior, as a guy who can do no wrong, and he's gonna fix every problem. Like we're all gonna be around this motherfucker floating, drinking, in the land of milk and honey, and and la la la, and everything is just peachy king, and we're floating, and there's just golden streams, and you know what I'm saying, fruit trees every goddamn where.
No, and then I hear you, brother. Like I hear you, but what I'm asking you, man, like I'm genuinely asking you, as an independent person, is that when you hear, like, if you put yourself as someone who believes in Trump and you hear what you just said, and your response isn't that, you know what, these guys are brainwashed. These guys are exactly what they're saying about Trump. They are doing the exact same thing with Kamala. They're out here saying Kamala is going to solve problems. Kamala is going to be for us, but Trump isn't, right? And so my point is, I don't think either side, right? Like when Trump won, did Jeremy cry? No. If Kamala had won, would Jeremy cry? No. I think that both sides had interesting and potentially positive policies that benefit Americans. I think they're radically different, but I think both sides would have introduced policies that would have benefited Americans, or has a potential to benefit Americans. And so all I'm saying is that if you are violently for increasing the divide between the left and the right as an American, which is to say that you are for saying that your fellow American is a bigger threat than America's enemies, I argue with that. I take offense to that. If I was an American, everything that came out of my fucking mouth would be to try to unite America, because there's nothing more terrifying to the rest of the world than a unified America.
Right. So here, let me say it like this here. People championing their guy or their girl in this case, that's nothing new in America. Like that's nothing new. Right. So what I'm saying is, it's not the issue. Listen, it's not the issue. No, it's okay. It's not the issue of you championing your guy, your girl. That's not the issue here, because we've always done that in America. You have the ones on the left, the ones on the right. Then you start breaking it down into the more moderate, the more centric. You know what I'm saying? Center left, center right. All these different titles they have. You break it down like that. You have independents, Green Party, blah blah blah. The point I'm making is though we've always had those divisions, and they've always, you know what I'm saying, set up in that. They were always set up in that way. The problem comes in this era right here. And yes, I will agree with you. Some of it is on both sides. I'm not disagreeing with that. But I have to be honest, bro, as a person that's stepping back, looking at it, more of that extreme ideology, politics, and just extremeness, if you will, that was more so coming from that side. Because really what it started with is, like, they stole the election. Like you stole the election from me. The Democrats are the problem. They stole the election. They're cheaters. They're liars. The fake media, and that's Democratic media. They're fake out here. I'm like, when did politics turn into this? Like, yeah, we sure. There's always been your side is bad for the country. My side is good for the country. But what we're hearing now is people running up in the Capitol, destroying the Capitol, talking about they want to hang Nancy Pelosi. Okay, calling for Mike Pence to be hanged. Okay, talking about they want to, on election day, they want to bring Democrats out and put them before a firing squad. Now, people are going to say, well, those are just, voters in the party. They don't have any real power. I'm like, but that says a lot about the type of party that your guy and his constituents are crafting, the environment they're crafting, that to allow that to be a thing. He just won the day after the election. So whoever this anonymous person is, they're sending out emails and the phone and text messages to black people talking about some report for slavery and all of this crazy stuff. It's just like it's the environment that this new MAGA Republican Party has bred. I'm not saying Kamala and them doesn't have.
Ask you something. Who do you think is America's biggest threat?
Who I think is America's biggest threat? I'm not trying to stir. I'm not trying to.
Come on, answer.
Who do I think? I don't know who America's biggest threat is, because America's got a lot of nuclear weapons.
Okay, so let me ask you this.
I don't know who America's biggest threat is. Maybe one of those other European countries more of a threat than any.
Let me be more specific. Yeah, let me be more specific. Do you think who of these three are a bigger threat to America? Democrats, Russia, or North Korea?
Democrats, Russia, or North Korea? I would say Russia, because they got nuclear weapons.
After that?
I don't think Democrats are.
Who's number two? Who's number two? Okay, so and I agree with you. And I agree with you.
Right.
And so if you believe that, Dunn, if you believe that the biggest threat to America is Russia, North Korea, China, Iran before Democrats,
a big threat to America at all.
Sorry?
I don't think that I don't believe that North Korea is any kind of a threat to America, period.
Do you think Democrats are a bigger threat to America than North Korea?
No.
Or sorry, Republicans. Sorry, but Republicans.
A threat to America?
Yeah, are Republicans a bigger threat to America than North Korea?
I think some of the policies that they're proposing, whether they actually get them implemented or not, I think their policies can be a real threat to American democracy and civility. But overall, no, they're not a bigger threat than Russia, because they don't control the button. He has the red button.
Okay, the president, he has the red button. He has the nuclear codes. So, but he's one of them. So, if in that regard, I don't think he's gonna nuke his own people. I don't think he's that crazy. So, my point is, though, I'm not trying to contextualize the conversation. My piece, I'm not trying to contextualize it as if MAGA is just like, oh my God, MAGA is the biggest threat to no. But they do say fascist things. Their leader, he says fascist. The party says the party has fascist ideas and ways. Now, whether those things get implemented or not, brother, that's another thing. But I'm going off of what they're saying right now.
Yeah, and I guess my question, man, and I genuinely enjoy this conversation, but my question is this, because you reasonably said Russia, China, North Korea are bigger threats than Democrats or Republicans, right? And so my question, and I agree with what you said. Like, I agree everything that you said after I asked that question. I agree with everything you said about Republicans. But my question is this. Don, my question is this. When you come on Clubhouse, do you spend most of your time trying to get people on the left and the right to come together? Or is most of what comes out of your mouth trying to increase the divide between Americans on the left and the right? And I'll ask the same question to Norma.
Yeah, I don't get into the political conversations that much. And just to correctly, I didn't say China was a bigger threat to America than Democrats or Republicans, nor did I say North Korea was. I think Russia is a threat to America because of the amount of nuclear weapons that they have. They have a lot of them. And their leader is a bit unstable, at least how he's portrayed. I can't necessarily say it's true, but going off of perception and how he's being portrayed, the guy's a bit unstable. Okay, that's just the facts. The dude is a bit unstable. They're more of a threat than anything else. But I cannot turn a blind eye to the things that some of these people on the right has been saying. That's not to say that Democrats don't have that policy. I don't agree with some of this stuff that they're pushing with the LGBTQ stuff. I don't agree with that.
Of course, I agree. But brother, this is, and again,
that's different than talking about suspending the Constitution, and then people try to laugh and that's just Trump being Trump. Okay, well, look at here. Some people don't take that as just Trump being Trump. Some of these people are here like, wait, what the fuck is this nigga talking about?
No, exactly. And Don, that's what I'm saying, man. Like we're 99% in agreement. Like I genuinely believe this, right? Because what you're saying is like, Jeremy, I agree. Russia, China, North Korea, Iran, they're all haters of America. They are all the enemies of America. But Jeremy, don't be an idiot and think that what the other side is saying within America isn't poison, right? Like, I think that's what you're saying, Don. And what I'm saying is that if you agree that your fellow Americans, even if they disagree with you politically, are a lesser threat than Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, if you agree with that statement, and the majority of things that come out of your mouth on Clubhouse is not like me, which is trying to support the idea of a unified America, support the idea that the left and right would be radically better off if they agreed and approached global politics that way. But instead, you're saying, Jeremy, I agree that Russia and China are a threat to America, but I'm going to continue to support the division between the left and the right in America. I see that as being very oxymoron.
I'm not supporting division. I didn't say China was a threat to America. I'm not support. I don't know why you keep saying that, my brother Jeremy. I'm not supporting division. Okay, quite frankly,
supporting division internally is what I'm trying to say. Is that you're supporting division between left and right instead of saying China is a threat?
No, I'm saying that I'm not supporting division between left and right. That division has been there, and it's gotten worse in this era because people are, particularly people in my community, they're fighting harder for them parties than the damn white folks who created the shit.
Exactly.
So the division, like trying to get people to come together. Let me be clear with something. This idea, and this is something I've always questioned, like come together based on what? Just saying come together. If the coming together isn't based around.
Great question. That's awesome.
Yeah, if it ain't based around real change that's happening, okay, it's one thing to say let's come together, but if you're not really fixing things that would make people feel more receptive to come and be more receptive to coming together, then what the fuck are we coming together for? Just coming together, just forcing people together without actually changing things to make people say, hey, you know what? Let's come together because things are changing for everybody. Things are getting better for everybody. People are not feeling left behind. People are not feeling ignored. Yeah, they're feeling like their vote actually matters. They're actually being counted in society. They're actually being given real opportunities to get real jobs, to make real wages, to feed their families. Now, if you have things like that going on and you're preaching coming together, okay, maybe people will be more receptive to it on both sides. But if neither party is putting out any real plans to show people like, no, we're not just saying come together for the sake of coming together. So what? You can get a bunch of people in the room together. What is that going to do if the people come together in the room, but they have no incentive to come together in that room? They still hate the hell out of each other. There's no understanding of each other whatsoever. Like we can't listen. You can't expect black people in general, just in general. We get specific, but in general, because they say that all the time. Well, we need to come together in America. Dividing us, we fall. Divided, we fall. United, we stand. We need to come together. Well, here's the thing. If you're not willing, as a person outside of a black person, if you're not willing, speaking for my community, to understand me, my history, and why that's important and why it needs to be taught in school to help foster some of that bridge that can possibly bring people together. Stop telling me to come together then. Because guess what? Just coming together ain't gonna do anything. You have to give people a real reason to come together in this country. That like this idea that we're supposed to just come together. Why? No. If it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen naturally. Because guess what? Real change is happening, and people are gonna come together because they see real change is happening in their country. Because guess what? This is our country as much as it is everybody else's country. Okay, so real change is what's going to bring people together. Just saying we need to come together doesn't do anything. That really doesn't do nothing.
And what Dunn said is 100% true. And also, the two of us cannot be more divided in what we're saying. And let me explain how those two things can be true, right? Is that the division of America, the idea that the American person has more influence than the corporation, than private business, than corporate money and capitalism, is a fallacy, right? And what those enemies of America, whether it's North Korea, whether it's corporations who have their shareholders' interest at heart higher than American citizens, those countries, those businesses have more influence on American politics than American citizens do. And so when you say that, like, hey, when American policy pushes my people down and you're going to come in here and say, just get together, fuck you. Because that side pushes my side down. And what I'm saying is that when the enemies of America come in and fund the inflammation of that narrative, rather than saying, hey, yeah, that's true, but also let's just fucking invest in making all Americans awesome, like the rest of the West. And then you have the right that says that's communist and the left that says, no, that's good. You know what I'm saying? So I'm coming in here and saying, hey, y'all should just invest in your own best interest rather than policing the world and overspending so Western socialist nations can have, better social safety nets than Americans. And all I'm saying is, hey, y'all should just stop that. You should invest in yourself. America is wealthy, and American citizens should benefit from being a wealthy nation. And y'all should stop giving money to the military-industrial complex so Canada can have free health care. That's all I'm saying. And when Americans come off mute and say, Jeremy, fuck you for saying that Americans shouldn't have free health care and should stop overspending on military, I think that's funny. That's what I'm saying.
But see, that's the thing, Jeremy. The division's just dealing with that one thing, healthcare and universal healthcare. So the basic right that everybody in the country should have basic healthcare. Okay, basic healthcare services that should be free to everybody. That just the division around that one thing. Okay, the division around that thing is so big. The divide is so wide. It's not even funny So when you say,
but it is funny. Like that's literally the hilarious thing is that the divide in America on the question. Go ahead, Doug. We're saying the same thing, but go ahead.
Yeah. We may be, but that's the point I'm making, though. When you say come together, what I'm saying is that that's a pipe dream in America, okay? Because that's a pipe dream. Because you got people who feel that higher education should be a basic right, like public education. And things of that nature. You got people who feel that healthcare should be a basic right. You got people who feel that food security in this country should be a basic right. But then you got those people who feel like no, those things shouldn't be a basic right. That is not to say that you don't have a bunch of people, Jeremy, who think like, hey, you know what? These are the fundamental ideas, and these ideas should be ideas that human beings in general should be embracing. That everybody should have the basic rights to food, to health care, okay, and to some form of education to help them get on their feet. Things like that. But if you have the means to where you don't need government help to get that, then by all means. But if you're a person that needs government help to get that, the government should have a mechanism in place, okay, a structure in place to say, hey, listen, we're going to help this person get on their feet, not so they can live on the government for the rest of their life, but to help them become a productive, contributing member of society. So the money we invest in them is going to pay us doubly, triply, and back into society once they're on their feet and they're successful and they no longer need the government. But you have a lot of people who don't see it that way. They see it as it don't matter. It's a handout to them, and no amount of handout. But then they're all for corporate welfare. They're all for that. So those dividing lines, sir, in my opinion, coming together, that's the thing that people say all the time. That's a pipe dream. It's just a pipe dream. The lines that divide us are real. They are real lines that divide the country.
So, Don, let me ask you this, right? If you have most Western countries who benefit from social programs, social safety nets, who have a higher literacy rate, higher education rate, higher, lower cost, universal health care, maternity leave, all these benefits. If the majority of Western nations that have these things say to America, stop overspending on military because we don't, and start investing in lifting up your American citizens, your poor Americans, like give them access to cost-effective education, give them access to healthcare. If they break their leg because someone hits their car at no fault of themselves, or if their kid gets, childhood cancer, do not bankrupt the citizen because of the thing that was not their fault. If that's the position the West takes, and that China and Russia and North Korea take the position of investing in social media campaigns that divide the left and the right in America, that reinforce the right's idea that poor Americans shouldn't have handouts, and reinforce that the left's idea that right-wing Americans are evil. If you take the position that I take, which is that, hey, if you're a wealthy nation, you should enjoy the benefits, which is, your kids should have cheap education if they excel. You shouldn't be punished or bankrupt because of a health condition, versus supporting China or Russia's position, which is fuck the people on the left and fuck the people on the right. And I'm going to spend hundreds of millions of dollars to reinforce Americans to take that position, instead of taking the position that, hey, we should focus on fucking Russia or fucking China or fucking North Korea, right? Like, if those are the two dichotomies and you have Jeremy and Dome, isn't Jeremy more American than Dome? If you're supporting Russia and China and I'm supporting America?
I don't understand the point you made. I don't understand it.
Because you're supporting what China and Russia fund propaganda to divide the left and right. And I'm saying, no, the left and the right would both benefit from free healthcare, free university, and less military spending.
I'm saying that.
You're not. You're saying the right is poison.
I'm not saying the right is poison.
That's what China's saying. That's what Russia's saying.
I'm not saying the right. I didn't mention right or left. I'm saying that there are deep. I didn't put those
those social ills, as I term them.
Okay, so let me ask you something. I apologize. I apologize.
Yeah, I didn't put
Yeah, I
those.
apologize.
I didn't put those social ills on any party. I just said they're here. They exist. That's what I said.
Yeah.
Pick your party. That depending on where you're dealing with moderate Democrats for whatever, you're gonna find.
Yeah, I apologize. I made a whole bunch of assumptions there. I apologize.
Depending on the party, the individual within the party that you're talking to, they listen. Their willingness to go in that direction varies. Okay, it varies. What I'm saying is that the things that divide the people in this country, you understand something? A lot of those rural white people, they vote for the people who are against social structures as I laid out. They're against that. But rural white people who you think would be voting for those people who would be in favor of helping the American people from a government standpoint, they would be voting for those people, those rural white people, but they're not. They vote for the people who pretty much are against those type of policies. That they, for whatever reason, they vote for those people. So it's a complex thing in the things that divide this country as far as real social issues. It is a divide that I don't see it being fixed anytime soon. It's not going to.
Yeah, I 100% agree with everything you said. Can I ask you something? What are you most excited about a Trump presidency?
I'm excited about anything. Tell you the truth, I wasn't excited about these candidates.
Really?
Excited about anything?
Because my views, I'll tell you my views. Right? Is that I think there are really positive things that would have happened if both sides won. And I'll tell you what I think is positive on both sides if you want. But I'll also say that, you know, my net wealth increased dramatically because Trump won. And if Kamala had won, I wouldn't be bummed, even if my net wealth hadn't increased, because I think there were positive outcomes of both sides winning.
Well, you're saying in this election here, your net wealth increased.
Yes, my net wealth since Trump won has probably increased by about 50%. My entire net wealth.
Due to what? Due to what?
Bitcoin. Bitcoin and MicroStrategy, but yeah.
Okay. I mean, hey, great for you. Listen, great for you.
But also, I could literally list you a whole bunch of things that I think are beneficial of Trump winning, and I could give you an equal-sized list of things that would be beneficial if Kamala won. And so you say, Jeremy, pick a side. I would say no. That's the problem.
But I'm not asking you to pick a side. That's the thing.
Nor am I. But I'm challenging you. I'm asking, why do you pick a side?
I don't pick a side. I didn't.
Hold on. Did you vote?
No, I chose not to this go round because neither one of them convinced me of anything. I was going to vote. I
appreciate that.
Hold up. I appreciate that. And I was going to vote for her. But as the election started to wind down and get close to the day of voting, because they sent me my early voting stuff, but I was like, you know what? I'm going to wait, see some more, check out some more. As it got closer to the November 2nd, I started changing, saying, you know what? I'm going to vote for him. By the time November 2nd came, I had made up on my mind. I'm not voting for neither one of them. I don't even care about neither one of them.
And in the notion of fairness, I'm going to take away a point from Jeremy, and I'm going to give a point to Don on that one, like 100%. Okay, and Don, let me ask you this as a follow-up: when you come on Clubhouse, do you tend to argue and fight for unity between the left and the right, or do you tend to fight for the left or the right more?
No, I don't fight for neither one of them, nor do I fight for unity. It is not my thing. I'm not a Republican, a Democrat, nor do I hope to see unity.
Are you an American?
Yeah, I am, but I don't. Politics is not.
So why wouldn't you fight for unity?
For me, I look at policies and things like that, but I'm not like steeped in the political jargon as some other people are. I'm not as steeped in it like
brother. You and I believe you. You said you're an American. So if you're an American, can I ask you, why do you not fight for unity?
Because it's not my job to get these white men, because it's mainly white men,
okay, and white women. It's not my job to get these mostly white parties to study these white people to stop fighting with each other. Because trust me on something, if it's a black person that is a legitimate threat to the so-called democracy, their ass is gonna stop fighting with each other. They gonna stop that ASAP, okay, and neutralize this perceived black threat. They're gonna neutralize that. If it's some brown country that is perceived to be this genuine and serious threat to America and its way of life, they ass is gonna stop fighting each other. They know how to stop fighting each other when American interests are on the line. So that like this whole idea that now take it out of context of black, white, color, take it out of context. It is not the American people, us the people. It's not our job to try to fix those motherfuckers in Washington. We voted you in. It's your fucking job to do what the fuck we pay your fucking salary. Your job is to fucking figure it out, come together, figure it out, and get something done that benefits the people. All of the fucking ultra partisan politics, I'm not budging no matter what and all this shit. It's not our job to say, come on, gays, if you would just come on, gays, if you would just think of kumbaya, we are the world. We all need to come together. Oh, Mr. Rodney King, rest in peace to the brother. Can we all just get along? It ain't us, the American people, job to make some fucking adults work together, my man. That ain't our job to do that shit. Say that again, brother.
Why do you think people like El Norm Green wants to bring democracy and freedom to other country?
Well, look, I don't want to make this about El Norm. All I'm saying is that ain't our goddamn job to make the motherfuckers in Washington act right, do right, be right.
And,
okay.
And then if I take the position, right, that African Americans, based on their history in the U.S. and based on what they went through, they have a unique and exponentially valuable contribution to humanity, right? Like in their policy, right, in what they want to do. Like if I were to make that statement, right, and I would also make the statement that they are not equally represented in American democracy, right? Like you're supporting the idea that Trump should succeed, but I'm saying that Trump doesn't represent the contribution that African Americans and their experience can contribute to America. Like that's the statement I'm making. Is that if you support Trump because he's not a politician.
Well, hell, you ain't even an American. You already admitted that you making more money, and Trump ain't even.
100%.
Oh, okay, so you a black man. You ain't an American. And you benefiting from the nigga.
And just to be honest, even though my net wealth increased probably like 40% since Trump was voted in, I would prefer if Kamala had been voted in.
Why? Why would you prefer her over him?
Because I think that politicians should do politics. I think even if you hate dentists, that doesn't mean you should go to your mechanic to do a root canal. I think if you choose your mechanic to do a root canal because you hate dentists, I think that's stupid. I think that's a stupid reason to choose a mechanic to perform your root canal. In the same way that I think it's stupid to choose Donald Trump to be the head politician with no political acumen, simply because, fuck politicians. No, there's a reason politicians are career experts in being politicians.
Okay. Well, he had been.
You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, he had been president though prior to this run, so he did have that 4 years on his resume to say, yeah, I've been president, I've been through that, and then I managed the pandemic. No matter if you agree with how he managed the pandemic or not, he was the president of a pandemic, during a pandemic, I should say. And so he knows he's been through that. Now we can disagree. I'm not saying necessarily that he managed it correctly or anything, but he does have that experience that you have to give to the dude. He's got that experience. So my thing is this here. Again, just to go back, brother, it ain't our job. I don't care what the fuck color you are, white, black, green, purple, yellow. If you a goddamn American citizen and your ass voted, it ain't our job to make them motherfuckers in Washington act right. We voted your ass in. Stop with all the partisan bullshit. okay, and all of this shit, okay, and act like you're fucking adults and get some shit done for the American people. Because guess what? At some point, the people in this country, they're gonna stop buying into the. And I'll say this, and you can go right ahead, Brother Greg. At some point, the people in general in this country, they're gonna stop buying into this partisan politic bullshit, where the left is selling you, oh, Trump is the worst, and then Trump is the worst, and he's gonna destroy democracy, and then in the right politics, the immigrants are coming to eat your pets, and they're trying to turn your children into men, turn your men into women, and your men into girls, and your boys into girls, and your girls into boys. And at some point, the people in this country are gonna stop buying into your fucking partisan politics on both sides. Okay. They're gonna stop buying into it, and they're gonna wake up, and they're gonna come together and hold all you motherfuckers accountable and say, "No, we're not with this Republican bullshit anymore." Okay, it's gonna happen. Okay, Hey, maybe not in my lifetime, but guess what? That shit is gonna happen. It is not our job though to make these motherfuckers act right. Okay, they need to fucking put their big boy and big girl pants on and fucking do the work of the people who fucking elected them in. Now here, I'll just say this, Jeremy, and I'll land. I'll say this and I'll land. He whooped her ass handedly in that debate. Hey, you got to give it to the guy. I don't really care for the motherfucker. It's, the shit he said out his mouth, yada, 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 but I'm not a hater. Listen, he ran an election. Okay, he won, so he ain't claiming election fraud, I guess. Okay, but whatever. The point is, the nigga won all 7 of the swing states. He won the motherfuckers easily. Okay, he swept her ass in the election. So now look here, buddy. You got the presidency on your side. You got the House of Representatives on your side. You got the Senate on your side. I don't give a fuck if it's a slim majority in the Senate. I don't give a fuck. You got both houses of Congress on your side. You got the presidency on your side. Let's see if MAGA do what they've done in the past with all of this infighting and shit. But they so busy fighting each other over who's going to be the Speaker of the House and blah, 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 and all this shit. Oh, we got to get rid of Mitch McConnell because he said something nasty about Trump or he criticized Trump. Let's see if they are going to, with all of the power they have, are they going to do the will of the people and, quote, make America great again, whatever the fuck that means? Let's see if they're going to make America great again. Because, hey, buddy, the ball's in your court now. You have it. You have full autonomy. You have full power, my man. Okay, you got that. That's yours now. No excuses. Can't blame Democrats.
So what I'll say to that is that, Dunn, I love you, brother. Like, I literally love you, man. And this is why. And this is going to be very Canadian of me. But what you just said is exactly what I'm saying, right? Which is that this idea of Americans being the enemy of America is poison. You can go either side. What you just said is 100% true. And also the other side is 100% true. And so no matter what side wins, the answer is exactly what Dunn just said. Step up. Fucking prove it. You're right. Fucking prove it. Make all Americans' lives better. And I think the reason why Trump was voted in was because after, how many hundreds of years of bullshit bipartisan politics, Americans' lives have not accelerated as fast as they should. And so, Dunn, I agree with you, man, 100%. But I also will reinforce the statement that if both sides just got together and said, hey, I acknowledge that this bipartisan shit is bullshit, and we should all just focus on what's best for us and then fuck the rest of the people, the rest of the world would be terrified. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Hey, listen, all I'm saying is right now, I'm not making it partisan. I'm just calling it like it is. Right now, MAGA, right now, you in control. You ran on a policy, whether it was true or not, you ran on a policy that everything is bad, the border's wide open, the migrants are coming to eat your pets, and they're coming to rape your daughters and your grandmother and all this stuff. Oh my God, here come the migrants. You ran all the economy. Eggs are $30, yada, yada, yada.
That's your question.
Well, just let me finish.
Yeah,
I'd like to ask him a question as well.
I just want to finish though, because look here, I'm not making it partisan. What I'm just saying is I'm trying to make a point, because I would be saying the same thing if the scenario that is right now with them controlling both houses of Congress in the presidency was reversed and it was Democrat, I would be calling out the Democratic shit. Now who you gonna blame? Because you ain't got Trump to blame, because that was your whole thing. Trump shit worked. And I'm no hater. It worked. It worked, whether it's true or not. You know, one of those things they always say, perception precedes reality a lot of times. Perception precedes reality a lot of times. See, I'm not here on either side. So don't bring that shit to me trying to cast me as like, oh, you're a leftist. I don't give a fuck about neither one of them parties. So that's an argument you can miss me with. What I'm simply saying is to the party that's in control right now. Okay, your ass have everything. So the same way Democrats was trying to make it all about Trump, and that was what they were running on. Oh, well, you know, Trump is evil. Elect us. Trump is evil. Now Republicans, what were you running on? Here come the evil migrants. Here come the evil migrants. Here come the inflation is high. Eggs are $50 a carton. You know, what is this? You go to the store, buy a piece of beef, you know, a roast or something. You're paying $60 for a roast. So here we go. You got both houses now. You have the presidency. Balls in your court. Let's see what you do with it. Let's see if you're going to do the infighting, or are you going to do the will of the people and make America great again? Because you swear, like the Democrats, you're the best choice to run America. Now, guess what? You got what you wanted. Your ass run America right now. As far as the political shit, you run it right now. You have a dominant Supreme Court. You have both houses in your control. You have the executive branch in your control.
You sound better.
Greg, can you go ahead, man? One mic on Greg.
Or all these ad hominems do nothing.
Hold on, son.
I don't give a fuck about either one
I
of those.
get you. No, brother, I get you. One mic on Greg.
Hello, everybody. Nice to meet you. And I don't know, I did ask in the chat respectfully for a reset because we're talking politics now, and I'm happy to go in any direction.
No, it's good. Let's we're all DD. Go to reparations.
Yeah, reparations. Have you gotten? I don't know how long you've had this title running in your room. Have you gotten any responses so far from a Black?
Yeah, we had a good discussion earlier, but what's your take?
Well, I'm sorry. Say the first part again. I'm the first.
I was just saying, yeah, we had a discussion earlier, but what's your take?
Oh, okay. So, in the context of what the question was posed, is that someone here assumes, is it you, Jeremy, that says you're familiar with Black people that are begging for reparations? You've had a conversation with someone that told you that they were begging for reparations. Is that?
No, and just for clarity, that was someone else's room. That was earlier today. My personal position, if you want to ask me, is that I don't think there's anyone begging for reparations today. I think that's bullshit. Right, if you think a nuanced position is that, should reparations supersede social safety nets? I think that's an interesting question, but I don't think that Black people are begging for reparations.
Okay, fair enough. And then L, what about you, Cora? Don? Bobby? I don't know, really Black or white, but anybody else?
No, I don't think Black folks are begging for reparations.
No. That's for the white folks only. I assume you're a brother, right? Yeah. No, because we would agree as brothers. Yeah, Al? Did you?
I mean, my take is that
on this happy here, their whole room's devoted to it.
I mean, my take is that I think there's an imbalance. I think reparations is interesting in the same way that, like, First Nations or Indigenous peoples, contractual right to land ownership is interesting. But I think that, the more I dig into it and the complexities of properly compensating the victims, I think net, the better strategy is just to say, hey, if the objective is to level the playing field, then let's forget race, let's forget history. Let's just say that anyone who is born into an unfortunate situation, you should be given access to things that will, enable you to lift yourself out of that.
Okay. This conversation can go in so many different directions. First of all, Black folks saying, I never met a brother. I know a lot of people, and I never had a conversation with any man from any strata, socioeconomic strata. A brother saying, "Oh, I'm finding a cause for reparations." Right? Wait, where's this infrastructure? Where's this team? Where's this group of brothers that are leading this nonprofit that's leading? This shit doesn't exist, right? Secondarily, all right, let's just put, and yeah, niggas, we've been fucked over here in the States. So yeah, put your big boy pants on, and I'm gonna say this quickly. There's too many people looking. It's like a distraction, as far as I'm concerned. Reparation. Like, even if we decided, what are the chances? Because it's a clickbait title, right? And I'm intentional with my time. Right? Is this clickbait title? Is it even? What snowball's chance in hell do you think that it would ever pass Congress? That there would be some type of laws around distribution, and who's going to pay for? Who's going to pay these reps? What budget are they going to come out of? Shit. Wait, hold on. All right, okay. Well, we're going to pull it out. First of all, we're in fucking debt, right? And they're not going to go into more debt to pay reparations. Right? And even if they did, how are you going to discern? Okay, well, we're gonna take that money from taxpayer money. I'm a taxpayer. Fuck, you're gonna give me a reparation, but make me pay for it? I'm gonna land with that.
From taxpayer money. That's not where they were saying it would come from.
Where would it come from?
Corporations would have to pay it.
So
they would have
okay, so you're telling me that the U.S. government is going to force corporations to pay Black people reparations. You honestly, in your heart of hearts,
if they're liable,
liable. How does a corporation become liable for reparations? What are you saying, Ford? Or were you talking about?
Shown that they a lot of their wealth was built and parlayed into a modern institution based on slavery and things like that.
I get that. Now, name me one. Name me one white corporation that has not.
Dorothy Tillman did it.
You're breaking up. Done. Is it me or is he breaking up a little bit? I couldn't hear you, bro.
Can you hear me?
I hear you now. Say it one more time.
Dorothy Tillman did it in Chicago. Here, she was a alderwoman from Chicago. She sued a parking garage company because she did extensive research to show that a lot of their money came directly from slavery and that their ancestors' money that they used.
And she won. And she won, right? And she won.
Not about
she sued and won.
I think that they showed it and they went in court. Winning is another story, but what I'm just on is the fact that it can be done and shown. Now, hold
on. Slow down, Don. Slow down. Is it Don? I'll make sure you say your name right. You just slow down a little bit for me, bro, because I'm a 6-year-old and I'm old, right? But I heard you say some woman did it in Chicago, right? In terms of holding a corporation to liable to pay reparations. But she brought this case forward, had background research, but she didn't win the case. Did she win or not win?
I don't remember if she won the case or not. That I don't remember right off.
Okay, I'm guessing even if she won, yeah, well, bring information in a full package, right? But even if she won, where's my cut? If she sued this company for reparations, what was she, an employee? What reparations is division amongst all. All right, so none of that. Reparations means the distribution of money to pay back for what we've lost. I don't even know how you quantify that shit. So, what does that mean? Is that a federal government?
Can I say something?
I'm sorry, I talk too much. Thank you, Jeremy. Go ahead, bro.
No, it's all good. It's all good, brother. It's all good. I enjoy the conversation. My question is this: do you think that what is best for America is for Americans to be divisive and fight against each other, white, black, poor, rich, or do you think what's best for America globally and for every American citizen is to be united and to put aside their divisions in exchange for agreeing that American citizens aren't the worst enemy of America?
Okay, all right. Now here's the thing. First of all, I don't know what color the trees are in your world, bro, but you want some kumbaya, perfect, but yeah, that don't exist. America was built on choices. America was built.
Because I just described China. I just described China. Is China kumbaya?
No. Listen.
But I just described
America.
China, a country that is unified in their belief, and their people are dominating the globe because of their unification. I just described China, and you're saying that That's not a better solution for America.
Yeah, and China is killing baby girls and shit to manage population control. You can't. Yes, they are. Yo, do your own research, bro. You can't.
They're not. America kills more unborn babies than.
Here. Look, man. My point is this, yo. You're saying that China is better. Yo, China is better for the Chinese, right? They have a different culture, background.
Yeah, and why shouldn't America better? Why should America be better for America?
We're not even arguing. Why are you yelling? Right, we're having a conversation, right? So let me make sure I understand your point. You're saying that it should be just about equality here in the U.S. or what about China should we do that we're not doing? What should we start doing?
Their unification
as a country, right? As a
people,
culture.
Yeah, they want.
Okay.
Yes, they want.
I got you. And let's just.
Can I finish? I'll be quick.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Chinese people want what's best for Chinese people more than they want what's best for other people in the world. And I don't think that's true for America.
Oh, okay. So, and I appreciate that. I'm not going to negate your submission, right? I'm just curious, how diverse is China in terms of nationalities and just, melting pot?
Not at all. Very limited.
Okay.
Yeah, very limited.
I get that. And I see diversity as a strength. Right? I see diversity, and that's what led to us being a.
So can I ask you something? If you think it's a strength, why can you explain why China and Russia and North Korea and Iran invest billions in reinforcing the diversity and the divide? Like, if you think the divide and diversity in America is a strength, can you tell me why Russia and China invest millions in propagating that divide?
And they don't have it, do they?
No, they don't. They don't. That's why they exactly.
What are we doing? What are we doing here? Chasing our tail? Yeah, they okay. Maybe they're in bed. Oh, I don't know.
No, I asked a question. I'd love an answer. I'd love an answer. Why does China and Russia spend millions in reinforcing the same divide that you are in here reinforcing as an enemy of America?
As an enemy, so we're talking about who else is an enemy of America?
Because you're doing the same thing of the enemies of America. China, Iran, Russia, North Korea, all spend millions to increase the divide between right and left, and you're doing the same thing. So why aren't you an enemy of?
And why am I not an enemy of what? I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part. If you're still there. And the divide, and someone maybe help me because I'm trying to stay with them. Is it just us here? Or just me now? Jeremy, you're in and out.
Yeah, sorry, brother.
You've been in and out, right? Because the last thing I heard was you put me in a box based on what you've heard in our Discord of the question was, why are enemies of the U.S. Russia, Iran, China, North Korea? We have a lot more, right, that you just don't know about. But why are they investing in the divide, like like to make us more different? Is that what you're saying? They're investing millions of dollars.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Like, can you give me an example, of how they would invest in something that increases the divide?
Yeah, for sure.
What example would you give me?
Yeah, so there's multiple facts and examples of Russia, North Korea, Iran, and China spending millions to reinforce divide on both sides of the political spectrum in the U.S.
I asked you very specifically for an example of how they would spend on the initiative. Are they spending some part of that money on to do what you just said?
For sure. Give me one minute and I'll post
so now you gotta.
that.
So you okay? Got you. But you do know. Yeah. So you just. I got you. But
I do.
Can you just tell me?
So can you tell me can you without searching? Can you tell me the exact speed of light? Even if you believe that the speed of light has an exact figure, can you tell me that without Googling it?
So
go ahead.
Yeah. No, yeah.
Go ahead. Don't Google it. Go ahead.
No, okay, no, you have.
Come on, fucking, don't be disingenuous, man. Come on, fucking, like you sound smart, and then you say stupid shit, man. Come on.
But I'm not used to arguing and speaking over each other, honestly.
It's 186,000 miles a second.
Okay, so I don't know what the moving of the goalpost was. I asked him. You stood on this divide issue, this increasing this divide issue, this investment by our enemies in ways that supported this divide issue. I asked for one example of a divide issue you're referring to, and I was not given one. You're going to stand on it, but not be able to present like one example. And you're going to get mad at me now. You got to Google it. I didn't bring it up. You did. You know, and I would tell you, even if they did, how successful have they been? Look at the commonality between all those regimes you just spoke to, bro. Now, investing millions in this divide. Well, give me an example. What has China done to invest in the divide? We've divested from those motherfuckers with tariffs. We created more of a divide. That was us in our own best interest. North Korea, enemy to the fucking world. What have they done to increase the divide, pose a threat? Russia, and I speak 5 languages, including fluent Russian, and I've spent time in years in Moscow and St. Petersburg. It is a very homogenous country, like China, like North Korea, like Moscow. I don't understand what you're saying. It just doesn't, the math ain't mathing. You talk about, you talk about Russia. I'm sorry?
What is the point trying to be made?
The point was that I had a question. He made a statement that these countries are investing millions of dollars in increasing the divide between them and us. I asked for one example. So it wasn't a point to be made. It was a question that I asked.
Well, I don't think that, I don't think that they need to spend any money. America's divided. They don't need anybody to divide them. But right now, just look at MAGA versus left. I mean, right there. Like, they don't need Russia to get involved in that. These people are like crazy on both sides, fighting hard. And they, like, you say something bad, they'll shout you down, threaten you and everything.
Okay, well, you know what? That's it's some fucked up shit we got to deal with as Americans, right? When we look at these other cultures, he's like, yo, we need to be more like China and more unified. That's what I heard, right? And I'm an intentional listener, right? He's like, we should be more like them and more unified. And culturally, you can't get any more unified. And somehow we got to. They're investing in money to be. Go ahead.
Great. Yeah, I posted 4 examples in the chat of examples where the enemies of America are investing money to increase the political divide in the U.S. And so my point is this, brother. And
no! Did you say with the U.S. or within the U.S.?
Within the U.S.
Okay, so they're spending money to fuck up our shit.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck yeah.
They found proof that Russia, there's proof that Russia interfered in the 2016.
Okay. All right,
brother.
I totally misunderstood. I thought you were saying.
Hold on, Greg. I misunderstood. I don't think you did, though. I don't think you did, though. No, but I don't think you did because what I'm saying is that when America's enemies invest in driving division between the left and the right, and if either of you come into these rooms or speak and anything comes out of your mouth other than, hey, anything other than the unity of Americans is propagating the enemy of America's propaganda, right? And so when I hear Dunn and Greg, both of you on either side of the spectrum, and me as this independent Canadian fucker who is like, hey, you're all victims. If you think that either side is right, you're both victims. Okay. And I'm coming in here saying, hey, there's nothing more terrifying to Canadians and the enemies of America than a unified America. And you're like, fuck you, Jeremy, and fuck Democrats and fuck Republicans. Like, we're all on the same side, right?
All right, I got you now, Jeremy. Thank you. Let me apologize because I misunderstood, right? Because what I heard was that China was trying to increase the divide between them, China, and America. I didn't understand. What I hear you saying now is, no, I got you. So this is why we talk, And then, but my understanding now of what you just said was, it is these other countries, enemies of the U.S., that are intentionally trying to divide us and fuck up our economy, our culture.
Exactly. Your belief that your American citizen should benefit from being an American more than a Chinese person or a Mexican or a Canadian.
Do I believe that one racial nationality should benefit more?
No, sort of what I was saying. Yeah, what I was saying is that China and Russia wants you Americans to think that, hey, these fellow Americans, fuck them, right? Like fuck them, because we should be focused on China and Russia and so what I'm saying is that China spends millions of dollars for the left, the right to fight against each other, and while they're doing that, China is taking over the world. So is Russia. So is India.
Yeah, and guess what Trump said? He used that shit as a fucking political
brother Greg
platform, right? He said,
brother.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
I'm just saying. I'm with you. We're in vehement agreement, bro. I get you, right? And when you look at this, the president, I'm a brother. I voted for fucking Trump, so for my own reasons and shit that I'd be happy to share. This motherfucker, but one of the things he said is, I can make a phone call in that fucking shit in Ukraine. I mean, that shit. Like you talk about the it's fucked up. It is what it is, right? You have other countries trying to influence us. You have not only influence politically, dude, which has socio-economic impact on the globally as a world power, financially, militarily. Fuck yeah, there's motherfuckers that are afraid of us. They're gonna do everything they can, including a certain degree of what do you call it? Like not all Muslims, but the certain sectors that want us murdered.
Islamic terrorist states.
And thank you for that. Yeah, fuck the economy. They want to drive brains into our fucking buildings. Now fast forward through that, because I'm with you, yo. We're stronger together. No bullshit, right? But here's the thing. Our system is this.
Oh, but hold on, Greg. Stop there. Because I just want to ask you something. Let's double click that.
Okay.
Because I agree with you. That's one thing I like fundamentally, and I say this as a Canadian, right? Like a non-American, a third party. I fundamentally agree with what you just said. Is that America is stronger united than divided? Did you say that?
Absolutely.
Okay. 100%. So can I ask you something? And I'm genuinely interested. Like I'm really interested in your answer. If you believe that. And Dunn, I'm actually interested in your answer to this too. And I'd love to hear both your answers, please. If you guys both believe that, why is every single word that comes out of your mouth not about, like what I do, uniting Americans, and instead is pointing out why one side over the other is bullshit, when you both know that both sides are bullshit? And I'd love to hear both your answers.
I didn't point out, brother. Did you hear the long? Were you listening when I went through what I went through earlier? I clearly said that both parties. I don't give a fuck about neither one of those parties. I don't give a fuck about that shit.
Answer my question.
But brother, you asked me a question based on some shit I don't believe in. I'm not putting one party over the other. I don't give a fuck about neither one of them. So I can't answer.
So Don, when you come to Clubhouse and you come off mute, is every word out of your mouth trying to bring both sides together, or do you tend to support one side over the other?
I don't even get into political conversations that often. What I'm telling you is I don't give a fuck about neither one of those parties. I don't, and as I told you earlier, it's not the American people's job to make both of them motherfuckers in Washington, that is both parties, act right. That ain't our job. I said that earlier. It's not our job. Hold up, brother. It's not. I'm answering your question, brother, because for number one, I really don't have to answer it because I don't put one party over the other one and say one is better than the other. I don't give a fuck about neither one of them. But what I'm telling you is it is not us, we the people, as they claim. It is not our job to make Democrats and Republicans come together in Washington and act right and do the right thing. It's our job to make them do that. We have fucking elected them in. That's their job to fucking be adults and fucking get the job of the people done.
Not supposed to fuck like if we elect you in, then we gotta go to Washington and make your ass do the right thing.
But see, you know what? And I get the shit. And I'm with you, Don. At the national level, what the fuck? Are you kidding me? And Jeremy, you know, and I appreciate you looking from the outside in, bro. You know, but I got boots on the ground here, bro. And I live in two different worlds, you know. And I ain't leaning in with this shit. I'm from Baltimore, man. I'm from the mud, from the hood, you know. I live in Atlanta now. And
How about them Ravens? They looking real good right now.
I fuck with my Ravens, you know what I'm saying? As long as they're not playing the Falcons, because I'm a Falcons fan. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, exactly. All my folk, though. Yeah, as long as they ain't playing my folk, then we good, right? I'm a top 1% wage earner in the US, yo. I burned my stripes and shit. You know what I'm saying? I stood on shit and I'm proud as fuck and I raised 4 phenomenal children. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? People trip me out, right? And bless your hearts, right? Most people, including, I ain't even gonna say that shit. People, you've plugged into the fucking matrix. People are so, in general, and I said with the bless your heart attached to it, are so plugged into and chasing a fucking shiny object. And bless your heart, yo. Jeremy, there are motherfuckers that voted in the election that are still crying about the results of the election, whining about it, gloating over it, doing whatever, that don't know who their local fucking public, their state representative is. They don't know who their local congressman is. They don't know the heads of their local school boards. You with me, Jeremy? You with me? And to Don's point, that they're puppets at the top, yo. They're just, you talk about talking apes and shit, which is mildly offensive, but I fuck with your title. You know what I mean?
Don't even go down there. Don't you do it. Don't you do that. That's racist as fuck. Don't you do it.
I'm just saying, I was just reading words. Okay, so, because why are you black people still begging ties loosely to talking apes? We just kind of fucked up, but I'm just, you know, we're going to keep it moving. Yeah. So, national politics.
Don't you even start. Don't you make you.
Hey, Jeremy, I apologize for myself in advance, bro. I'm authentic and I have no filter. So it's nice to meet you.
Stop being Canadian. Stop being Canadian, Greg. You might as well finish every sentence with A if you can keep that up, Greg.
Yeah, hold up. You know, Claiborne from South, I think it's South Carolina, the black guy who's part of the Black Caucus, he one of them old Democrat niggas. You know, he be having the fish fries when he won't get black folk to vote. He get to frying a bunch of fish and, you know, he get black folk out there to vote. So, you know, you got to look at that too, man. You know what I'm saying?
And bless your hearts, yo. Bless your hearts, man. And for the first time in my life, yo, I voted for a fucking Republican president. You know, no bullshit, man. I'm typically, you know, I can appreciate to an extent in my life, you know, where I can appreciate the platform the Democrats stood on. When overall, if you honestly look back, the Republicans have done more for black people than Democrats have. So I'm not sure when this shit happened. Right? But for me, I felt a little mildly, and my spirit died a little bit, not voting for Kamala and shit. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck. I'd love to see a woman, a female president. But at this particular time in my life, and my guy who was in here earlier, I can't remember his name, but he said his portfolio went up by 40%. Did y'all hear him say that? Or did y'all go out?
That. Wasn't that you, Jeremy?
No, it wasn't Jeremy. It was another the white guy with the beard.
His wealth went up a whole lot since Trump got elected.
Oh, yeah. Look, man, I'm a black.
Yeah. I said that.
Too.
Yeah.
Yeah, you too, right? Okay, cool. Look, man, I'm black, but I identify as money green. You understand? Yeah. So,
Greg, I see you as human, right? Like, and let's be real. Like, let's be real. When we break it down, you got your family, right? You got your extended family, you got your community, your neighborhood. Then you got your city. Maybe you got your race. Maybe you got your religion. Then you got your nation, right? Then and keep going out. Then you got a human, right? Then you got mammals. Then you got fucking fish, insects, fucking fruit, you know, plants, whatever. And so, what I'm coming out here and saying is that, Greg, I don't see you as an American. I don't see you as a black man. I don't see, like, in the perfect world, I'd love to see you as a human. right? But I can't, right? Because I'm Canadian, you're American, all this shit. And so what I would say is that if as a non-American, if I were to throw some advice over the border, I'd say the most terrifying shit for the rest of the world would be if Americans were just pro-American. Like let's start there. Fuck left and right, fuck black and white, fuck poor and rich. Let's let every American be rich as fuck. Right? Like, what if every American was like a Dubai citizen?
But
rich as fuck. We bring in fucking immigrants to do shitty jobs because we're rich as fuck.
I love your vision. I love this euphoric state you've created for us as Americans, Joe. But it's just, but you know what? If my aunt had balls, Jeremy, she'd be my uncle. I don't do the whole, I'm just keeping it bean. We're gonna keep it bean, right?
It's like that clip.
Leandra,
It's like that.
Come up, Leandra.
Put the crack down. It's called a pipe dream, man. It ain't happening anytime.
Yeah.
It's like that clip. Where that guy's like, where he's like, hey, this would be like fettuccine Alfredo if we just put some cheese and cheese. And the dude's like, dude, if my grandma had wheels, she'd be a bicycle. You fucking idiot.
Yeah, dude. Like we arguing over fucking call people is he a he or a she? We arguing over that.
Thank you, Don. Thank you for saying that shit. Because here's the thing, yo.
Oh goodness, I'm glad you brought that up, Don. I'm glad you brought that up. I'm glad you brought that.
We're gonna stay on that shit, right? Because
we're gonna stay. Oh hell yeah, we're gonna stay on that shit.
Yeah, yo, we're gonna stay on that shit for a minute. You said you want to double click into some shit, Jeremy. You ready to go? It's nice to meet you.
We're gonna do this. Oh, we are so gonna do this. Oh hell yeah. Oh my god.
Now, hold on. To Don's point.
Just because the transgender might jump through your phone now.
I don't give a fuck. Let them come in. Invite those motherfuckers. I don't give a damn. Look, man, I'm staunchly ahead of it.
Let's do this. Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right, so here's the thing, right? They got motherfuckers so focused on just the divisiveness, these shiny objects, whether it's these are transgender, same bathrooms. They got motherfuckers focused on goddamn baby oil right now. Okay, this is about fucking design. They got motherfuckers. They got motherfuckers.
Exactly.
Who's gonna be the president of the black woman, nigga?
Oh my god.
Pizza. What the fuck, right? All right, we're gonna bless your hearts. Stay plugged into the fucking matrix and let leaders lead. If that's where you are, I ain't gonna judge your journey. Stay in your lane, right? You wanna bury your head in the sand and let that motherfucker show you.
Greg, hold on, brother.
Go ahead.
Because I think it's amazing. No, go ahead, Don. Go ahead.
But real quick, Jeremy. Hey, I hear what you're saying, Greg. But
I didn't finish. So let me land. Right in 10 seconds. Motherfuckers are arguing about black, white, Democrat, Republican. Ain't nobody fucking talking about AI and and shit that really matters. Yeah, the niggas, it's a diversion. Yeah, so just be careful.
Okay, no, fuck you. You know what? Hold on, fuck you, because you're gonna bring up a whole bunch of interesting shit one after another without us resolving one interesting shit before you bring up more interesting shit. Stop that shit. Stop it.
No, I'm just saying, you gotta be real though, Greg. You gotta be real though, Greg. I hear what you're saying, distractions, but you gotta ask the question: why the fuck did this nigga have 1,000 bottles of baby oil, though, fam? Like, what the fuck was up with that shit, fam?
But then that's the thing. That's the thing. Hold on. But then, guys, give me 1 sec. Give me 1 sec.
My nigga, that's some weird shit.
I have an answer for you. But go ahead, Jeremy. You want to answer this question? Why that motherfucker have all that baby oil?
Yeah, I'll be quick. I'll be super quick, and then I want to hear your answer. The reason why is because all of America is talking about, whether trannies should tell, stories in libraries in Florida. How many bottles of baby oil, MDM that did he have? And they're all like violently arguing about whether or not Kamala or Trump is going to be best for America. Like that is 100% of what's consuming America. Also, China has a 300-year, strategy on dominating India and Africa and making billions of dollars global. Like every single country in the world is focused on bettering their people and having a global strategy. And Americans are worried about pronouns.
His question was about baby oil, bro.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is that the reason why he says baby oil is because China wants him to say baby oil.
Wow.
Ah, fam. Nah, they raided that nigga crib, fam.
Now let me answer.
That nigga crib, fam. What the fuck is up with that shit, fam?
All right, so let me answer the question, bro. You think that this shit was not orchestrated and by design? You motherfuckers don't see. It was by design. The timing of it, the timing of the election, the timing of the step down of 18 CEOs, including the CEO that stepped down from 23andMe. Right, the celebrities, the people that were impacted. You know, that was a fucking social experiment, bro. You know why? And you think that Diddy didn't know what the fuck he was doing, and everybody thinking he was suffering and shit. This motherfucker, first of all, the nigga stepped out of line. Nigga thought he could get away with shit. He's doing this shit. He's got incriminating evidence on motherfuckers, and they knew they were. These motherfuckers are operating at such a level that, bless your hearts, like I said, it's safer in the fucking matrix. You know, that was that was at the microcosmic level. You know, now expand that same shit. You think it is there? Oh, it was Diddy, what do you call them? Diddy parties and shit, right?
Yeah,
now it has infected the entire music fucking industry. Mm-hmm. You guys are focused on the.
So, Greg, can I ask you something? And this question exemplifies the problem that I'm trying to put the microscope on. Is that if I were to ask you, what do you think the major problem with the Democratic Party is? What do you think the major problem with the whole Diddy thing is? And in detail, describe to us what the major problem with China's Silk Road strategy is. And if you can go into massive detail on the first two, but you can't go into equal detail on the third, then China and Russia are winning because they're spending millions for you to have that ignorance about the third question and the knowledge you have about the first two.
Okay, I love that fucking question. Let me break it down for you, bro. I get that shit. Yo, we are if you don't have any haters, you're not trying hard enough and shit. We got our fucking haters, you know? China, Russia to some extent, and the North Korea. Yeah, that means we've got the devil's fucking attention. I get you. We have to put up, whether it's immigration, whether it's cybersecurity. Yeah, we got to be on guard and shit because motherfuckers is coming at us. Yeah, and yeah, bless your heart for fucking with America. As the business as we are, you think we ain't going? Who the fuck wants to live somewhere else? If you here, the door is wide fucking open. If you're here, you choose to be here. It's the greatest fucking country on the goddamn planet. Now, that being said, fuck everybody else. Fuck the outsiders and shit. We look at by default, our own fucking system is tainted by insiders. Yo, I wonder who okay, you know what Donald Rumsfeld is like, yo, you got the known knowns, the unknown knowns, the unknown unknowns. You heard that shit before? No, you keep your friends close and your enemies closer, right? Which is why we I'm sorry?
Is America united today? Like, do you think America is united or divided?
Oh, you think when we put our hands over our hearts, when we sing the Pledge of Allegiance, we're united. Yeah, at the end of the day, I don't give a fuck. We are united. We won't fight and bicker. We're family. Families fucking fight. Families have arguments. We put an infrastructure in place to facilitate the arguments. Do arguments through discussions and not arguments, through discussions and through disagreements, we grow. You know what? You want everybody that's just homogenous, kumbaya, then bless your heart. Good luck with that shit, right? No, let me
brother.
Let me tell you,
brother. I literally just asked one question, man, and I'm not sure I got the answer
today. And I said yes. Let me give you the short answer. What you want? Yeah, we are. And I attempted to explain how we are for your understanding. When I said we are united as Americans and we put our hands over our hearts when we sing the Pledge of Allegiance, and we mean that shit. Do you understand that? There's the answer to your question. You want to leave it at the surface level, or you want to take it deeper?
No, I'd love to take it deeper.
All right, so let's keep it. Now, let's talk because I don't do superficial conversations very well. It's just not my lane. You know what I'm saying? And I'm a handful of shit, right? But think about this.
I'm with you.
No, which I think is even more fucking dangerous than North Korea, China, fucking Russia. Fuck them. They know what it is. Ain't nobody gonna fuck with us. But what's even worse? Think about our educational system. Right? We're about this fucking unification. You know that when I say K through 12, does that mean anything to you, Jeremy? K through 12?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, 100%.
Kindergarten through 12th grade, right? Right. Now think about this shit,
100%.
yo. Think about this shit, bro. Motherfuckers in K through 12 education, there's 4 basic ways to communicate, Jeremy, right? And I get love languages, chakras, nonverbal, all that shit. There's 4 basic fucking ways to communicate, right? And you're taught K through 12 how to read here in America. You're taught K through 12 how to speak here in America. You're taught K through 12 how to write here in America. You've never been taught K through 12 how to listen. Think about that shit. And none of us K through 12 had a course or a class or curriculum on listening. Now, listening is the most fundamentally important part of communication. What the fuck? And we're motherfuckers is wait, you don't understand that? And you wonder why we are divided in and of ourselves? That no one
Can I ask a question?
Of course you can, bro.
Quick question, and I'm curious because my understanding of the American education system is that it was created in order to produce factory workers. And so the whole American education system, at least the public one, is created on the idea that you sit and listen and learn to be able to be a factory worker. And I believe that's the status of the current American education system. And so my question to you, Greg, is that if you're saying, hey, Jeremy, K through 12 is fundamentally, faulted, and I would agree. My question is this, Greg, do you think that there should be public university, like public access to doctorates in the same way that people have public elementary school?
Yeah, there's state schools that provide free education. Yeah, of course there are.
So as an American, you can get a doctorate. You can become a doctor without incurring debt.
Yeah, stay with me though, bro. I'm talking K through 12. You want to talk
but that's why I'm asking you why you stop at 12.
Oh, you never start at 12.
Why do you stop at 12? Why aren't you K through doctorate?
Why aren't you
why aren't you K through doctorate? Why are you K through 12? Why do you stop at 12?
Oh, you have the first 7 to 12 years to mold a child's moral center, to implant control diameters, right? You do understand that, right? Once you're
so just so I understand.
And guess what? Yo, I get you, right? After the 12th grade, after you graduate from high school, you have a choice, right? Again, you could
go into massive debt, or don't go into higher education.
Oh, dude, then bless your heart. Yo, success is not equal. So just stay in your lane. If college ain't
that's what I'm asking, Greg.
If you want to go to college, there's plenty of options to get a free education after high school. Right? It's not forever.
So can I ask you something?
You keep saying,
are there lots of
fucking questions? You keep saying, can I ask you?
But that's all I do. Brother, that's all I do.
Just don't keep saying, can I ask? Just ask. What's your question?
I mean, we're like, 1 to 10 words spoken between you and me, and I'm cool with that ratio. Mm-hmm. But why should people have free elementary school, but they shouldn't have free access to become a doctor? But maybe you're saying that, hey, Jeremy, most doctors in the U.S. don't have any educational debt.
Most doctors, no. Did you hear me? You saying I said that? No.
No, what I'm saying is in Canada, most doctors don't have educational debt. But what you're saying is, Jeremy, poor people can become doctors without educational debt in the U.S. I'm just asking you, is there a lot of examples of that?
Okay, so I'm trying to stay with you, right? We're talking about K-12 and then post like in collegiate. And now are you comparing Canadian education and opportunity to American education opportunity? Is that what you're doing?
Yes, what I'm saying is in Canada, we don't distinguish between grade 12 and doctorate education. We say all education should be available to all citizens. And in America, you're saying that, Jeremy, after 12, fuck you.
No, I'm not. And
so,
relax, bro. Relax. I don't know why you're so triggered. You know what I'm saying? This conversation. So first of all, I don't know the fucking education. I've been to Toronto, Montreal many times, but I don't know shit about your education system. You want to flip it and talk about your system versus ours? We can talk about free healthcare for everybody. You guys live, you Canadians are some nice motherfuckers, y'all. For real, I get y'all motherfuckers, y'all. One of the best experiences I've had with motherfuckers in my life was in Toronto, but I fuck with Toronto. But you want to compare apples and oranges, bro? You can't pick and choose shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's stay focused on.
They're both true, right?
Canada, because I could.
They're both true.
I could challenge you on Canadian principles that
I could challenge you better on Canadian principles. I could be a better steelman than you.
When we get there, we'll change the room title. But for now, we're talking about the divide from the inside. When you talked about, and you made a good point, we got to be worried about these motherfuckers who are coming at us to try to increase the divide amongst us. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, we have to conquer barrage from that shit.
Exactly.
Okay, so you're cutting me off to agree with me? Listen, social media and fucking TikTok, is this a freshman level conversation? Can we just get rid of the basic shit? Like I said, if you don't have any haters, you're not trying hard enough. We got plenty of motherfuckers by any means necessary trying to fuck our shit up politically.
Brother, with respect, because I feel we're really close, even though I think you feel we're on opposite sides. I think we're really close.
I haven't seen an opposite side yet. Yeah, but
that's why I say we're on the same side. I fuck with you. Here's what I'm saying, right? Is that we both are saying that.
Can you invite Elania? Is that okay?
Yeah, 100%.
Thank you. And Al too. Al's been, if he's there, I appreciate his attention.
I'm bad mind. I'm bad mind. This is what I'm saying.
I am too. Yeah. Go ahead.
This is what I'm saying, Greg, is that I agree with you, man. I think the enemy of America, these nation states that I truly believe are enemies of America, are invested and they love it when they see Republicans and Democrats fight with each other. I think they would also be terrified if those two sides were somehow able to come together and realize that, you know what, our differences are nothing compared to our shared belief that fuck the enemies of America. Fuck them. Yeah, let's come together and fuck those fucking people. Right? If you believe in that. Right. So let me ask you this. If you believe in that statement, why would anything that comes out of your mouth be anything other than, guys, I know you disagree, but we need to come together. And if anything that comes out of your mouth is the opposite of that, my question to you, Greg, is that why? Why does that not make you the enemy of America?
Here's what you made. I don't know, and I can't. You're obviously standing on your belief, and I ain't here to change your mind or convince you of shit. Stay in your lane. Figure out whatever makes sense to you, right? But you're asking. I'm somewhat creditable on being an American, and from whatever perspective I see it. And I agree with you. It would be fucking awesome if we all just said kumbaya, held hands, stop infighting, Democrat, Republican, black, white, rich, poor. Oh my God, what an amazing world it would be. You know what I'm saying? But that's not our world. And guess what, bro? We're still kicking the fucking world's ass with only half of being unified. Imagine if we were. If that was fucking possible. We fucking with everybody and we infighting. We got family issues and civil war and fucking the fucking, what do they call it? The Capulets and the Montagues. You know Romeo and Juliet. We got all kinds of shit going on. And we still fucking the rest of the world up. We still drawing the smoke. We're still the head of the global economy, global world power. We going to solve other motherfuckers shit. And we ain't even united. We got our own fucking dirt to deal with here. And we still sending money to other motherfuckers to help them out. Yeah, so you're right. How much better would we be if it was all on the same page? So that gives us our power, right? The fact that we have two parties that can argue and challenge each other and still pick an approach, make a decision. We can do that shit. Fuck the political influence. That shit happens corporately in business. What businesses we don't let fail, because if they do, it affects our global strength. We doing shit. We doing all right. You know what I'm saying? If you're telling me, oh, just have the Democrats and you want to be in a homogenous room where everybody just gets along, fucking like on this goddamn app. Part of the reason I came is I don't just go into like rooms where motherfuckers are echo chambers and everybody just gets along and shit. No, fuck that. Yo, be consistent. I want to go to the rooms where I'm hearing different people's opinions. Wait, you want to just everybody agree? Would you enjoy that shit even on this goddamn app? Which, by the way, is another fucking way that even in America we fuck ourselves, bro. You have no idea. You know, you think, oh, it's not our coming together. We are deliberately divisive, right? And you know, fucking it is what it is. You got and this is a white America, bro. You know, I'm a black man living in America. I am just built different. But these motherfuckers ain't that fucking bright. Ain't no surprise when you see the white motherfuckers do what they do, right? It's rinse and repeat. You talk about how you think it's easy being this motherfucker and aligning with groups that are different. What did they give? And I'm going to use this example, this episode back, and I'll land in 60 seconds, right? When I say educationally, the listening is never taught. Educational systems have largely been used as funnels to the jail system. You understand that? Yeah, it's the fuck with you, let it fuck with you, right? The fact that most people are stupid by design. You just say bless their hearts and shit. These motherfuckers that don't know their purpose, don't know their pursuit, don't know motherfucker, yo, you gotta watch your back here in fucking America, yo. Motherfuckers that's what we're cautiously optimistic. You know what they have given motherfuckers for free? Shit, think about this shit. Remember when the colonists landed on Plymouth Rock? You heard the story about what they gave the indigenous people for free? Jeremy, you know that story?
Yeah.
What'd they give them?
Well, the indigenous people tried to help them understand how to survive and taught them how to survive the harsh winters. And the pilgrims fucked the natives.
Right, and okay, but they gave them blankets for free, bro. Free blankets. These motherfuckers was lined up around the guy.
Blankets that had plague that
Smallpox.
killed millions of Native Americans.
Smallpox, yeah.
That killed millions of Native Americans.
Oh, guys, so you talk about, okay, rinse and repeat. Give you something free. Motherfuckers line up around the corner with us. Yeah.
Right, can I ask you something?
Yes, ask me something. You keep saying that shit.
I think American citizens should become bankrupt because they get hit in a car accident without insurance.
Okay, that's broke people conversation, bro. You know?
No, that's American conversation.
Yeah, no, that's broke people conversation.
So your opinion is broke Americans, right?
That's
is that your answer?
You said that.
So your answer is broke Americans.
What you said. What you just said was something about like a fake car crash or some shit, or trying to take advantage of it.
My question is: should an American citizen become bankrupt in order to pay for the medical expenses of being hit by a drunk driver because they didn't have the right insurance? Do you think that's like American? That's good.
Yeah, bankrupt. You're talking about money to lose everything, yes. Right? You know Aflac. You know Aflac, right? You know Aflac.
Okay, Greg. How many Americans went bankrupt last year because of medical expenses?
Oh, first of all,
I'm asking you a fact question.
First of all, you have to have money in the first place to go bankrupt. You do understand that, right?
Well, no.
If you have
most
money,
people who go bankrupt have no money. That's why they go bankrupt, because they have no more money.
Yeah, so they're already bankrupt and shit. So this worse bankrupt.
No,
they're insolvent. You're saying,
and so what you're saying is that poor Americans should go bankrupt because of being hit by a drunk driver and they didn't have their insurance. You think that's American? That's
okay,
awesome.
Okay, let me go back and make sure I understand.
You think that's right?
You're saying there's a car crash, right? And an American is in one car, an American is in the other, and the person who caused the accident, accident, right?
Is drunk.
Is drunk driver, and you're saying they don't have insurance, right?
They don't, and neither does the victim.
Okay, so the person doesn't have insurance, right? And then the person who hits them has no insurance, right?
Exactly.
And that person who hits them is solvent, has money, and that is it fair for the person who?
No, they're not solvent. They're white trash.
Okay, but they have no money and they hit someone else, and you're saying the driver of the car who caused the accident goes bankrupt. Is that okay?
Well, they're white trash. They don't have any money.
I don't give a fuck. Yeah, so you're saying go bankrupt like they weren't bankrupt before, which I thought I pretty much.
No. My question is the victim, the person who got hit, who didn't have insurance,
now has medical bills and shit they got to
pay them,
right? And they
can't pay them.
And they go bankrupt paying their own medical bills, right? Is what you're saying?
Because they didn't have insurance. They couldn't afford insurance.
Okay, so
that's just right. Like that's what should happen to that American citizen.
You say neither of them has insurance. The person hits the person has no insurance. They hit the person and they need medical help, and they have to pay their own out-of-pocket medical care. And is it okay for that person who got hit to go bankrupt because of that injury? No, it doesn't feel right to me. Right. At the same time, I will tell you, bro. I will tell you at the same time. That has to be less than 1% of all motherfucking accidents. Of all you're going to use I appreciate this scenario.
So again,
get you.
So brother,
it's not okay. What the fuck do you want? It's not okay. It's not.
So brother.
Yeah.
So brother, what I'm arguing is that no citizen of a wealthy nation should go bankrupt because of their medical condition. And that's the reality in every single G7 nation except America. And yet in America, brother, let me finish. In America, last year, and just Google it, how many Americans went bankrupt because of medical fees? How many G7 citizens?
No. Car crashes where neither party had insurance. Widow stats. Give me that number.
Okay, brother. Let's do another example.
No, Google.
Okay, I will.
Tell me the answer. You brought it up. Yeah, Google that.
I will.
I'm curious about that, man. Okay.
Sure. So specify it so I can Google it.
No, you said that there's an accident where neither party has insurance, and the party that is that has been I don't know, the victim in the two other
Why
two.
are they driving without insurance?
Yeah, either of them. First of all, that's a good question.
Because it never happens, right?
No, I'm saying it's got to be an infinitesimal percentage of why people go bankrupt in America that you want to focus on. You want to focus on I don't know where you're headed with this, because I hear you in principle that, yeah, people should be taken care of and shit. You know, like medical care. You can't go to any hospital and not be treated if it's an emergency. Yes, I get that part. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'll answer your question because you asked me to Google it, and I went ahead and did it. So you're saying, like, hey, Jeremy, you're making this absurd argument that like, hey, if your financial ability to get insurance or your financial wealth based on your
inability,
whatever
inability, right?
Your inability to pay for your medical expenses, despite the fact that your medical problems may not relate to anything you did wrong, right? Yeah. And so in the U.S., so the medical debt is the leading cause of bankruptcy in the U.S. Studies indicate that more than 60% of bankruptcies involve medical debt as a contributing factor, though these cases often include also, other types of debt, which I'll admit, right? But when you look at specifically car accidents and medical debt, car accidents are a major cause of emergency room visits in hospitalizations, leading to higher medical bills, especially when surgery or rehabilitation or long-term care is required. So the average cost in America of a serious car accident range from tens of thousands of dollars to over $100,000, depending on the severity. Many victims, particularly those without comprehensive health care or auto insurance, struggle to cover those expenses. And now what I'm saying is that in most Western countries,
isn't that why we don't allow, like, there's a rule against people driving without insurance?
Sure, and even
brother, but it hurts.
Hold on, Jeremy. But and thank you. It's what's up, King. But Jeremy, I want to you Googled it, right? I asked a simple question, bro. What percentage of people?
And I give you a detailed answer.
And you didn't give me a percentage.
I did 60%.
No,
60%
read that. Okay, read it again.
Yeah, I'll read it again. Medical debt is the leading cause of bankruptcy in the U.S. Studies indicate that more than 60% of bankruptcies involve medical debt.
Yeah.
As a contributing factor. That's the statement I'm making.
No. Let me ask you again, and you're smarter than this. I'm gonna push you, Jeremy. Right? I ask you again. What percentage of people went bankrupt because they were in an accident that where there was an uninsured motorist? Like you didn't answer that question.
I appreciate
you understand that, right?
Yeah, 100%. I appreciate the answer to the question, right?
So keep Googling. Keep Googling. I will tell you when you get to it will
I'll try to answer your question.
Give me a percentage. What percentage?
Yeah, can I try to answer the question as accurately as I can?
I just want a percentage.
Yeah. So 60% of bankruptcies in the United States
caused by medical expenses. I heard that, bro. That's the third time you said it, man. Okay, I hear you. Let me say it for you again. 60% of bankruptcies are caused by medical expenses. Are we good on that? Can we move to my actual question? Of those bankruptcies, what percentage was caused by uninsured motorists?
I'll respond, brother.
Okay,
I'll respond.
Okay.
Respond and finish the sentence. So not once have I interrupted you finishing a sentence, but you have not let me finish the sentence once. So, brother, when you let me, I will finish the sentence, but only when you let me, because I respect you, man.
No, I fuck with you too. Answer my question. I go ahead, bro.
So, and I know this is the part that's going to hurt, but I'm going to reiterate it because it is part one of two. Medical debt. I know this hurts. But hang on there. Medical debt is the leading cause of bankruptcy in the U.S. Right? 60% of bankruptcies involve medical debt as a contributing factor. But I will also finish with saying that car accidents are the major cause of emergency room visits in the U.S. and hospitalizations, also leading to higher medical bills. And so the claim I am making, and I'm super interested in being proven wrong, the claim I'm making is that the average cost of a serious car accident can range from tens of thousands to over $100,000 of dollars, depending on the severity. And the claim I'm making is that in my crazy bullshit communist world, the average cost of a serious car accident in America, in Canada, is not tens of thousands to over 100,000. It is orders of magnitude less.
Yeah, I can't. I did the best I could. We just have to leave this one alone. I can't. Yeah, I get you. Because I heard where I thought you were trying to go, and then somehow you want to kick back to Canada. You were talking about here in the U.S. and shit. I asked you a question. You didn't give me an answer. What percent you couldn't? To keep the percent you keep going back is to the 60%. Yo, and I fucking told that, like, bro, I understand. You're right. I'm not, but you're making claims that you can't support. And I'm telling you, not only can you not support them, it's just infinitesimal, man. I'm not saying that the scenarios you laid out don't happen. It's fucked up. But you know what? Fuck your bankruptcy, nigga. You know you had no business driving your car with no insurance. There's such thing here in the States called uninsured motorist, meaning that your shit is still covered if somebody hits you, doesn't have insurance. Wait, so you gonna make this a part of being a fucking American? Don't play victim, motherfucker. Cause I gotta fight bankruptcy, motherfucker. Why would you drive in a car with no insurance in the first goddamn place? Yeah, stand on your 10. Wait, I'm supposed to protect you. I'm supposed to cover your shit and do some. Fuck that shit. You did that shit. You made your choice. I don't understand you, but that don't make sense to you. But I'll leave it there. We can agree to just disconnect. Yeah. But you asked, I answered. What's up? What's up? You good? I appreciate you. Al came up. Al, did you come up? That was you. What's up, King? You good? And I'm sorry, bro, I cut you off. You were trying to say something, bro. Go ahead.
No, I was just asking a question. Ain't that why we prohibit people from driving without insurance?
Yeah, exactly. Right. And he's saying someone does that, they get in an accident and they get hurt, and now they got to spend their own money to get the medical care that they need. And the other motherfucker didn't have no insurance. He driving drunk. He ain't got no insurance. And yeah, you don't have uninsured motorist insurance. Oh wait, we supposed to. Is it fair for that motherfucker to go bankrupt because he got to pay medical bills? That motherfucker, he should have had fucking insurance in the first goddamn place. So yeah, but I don't think Jeremy understands that. So right.
Well, there's a double side to it. Like even if you did have insurance, depending on your policy, like I can see how you still end up have to come out of pocket, right? If you don't have a huge policy on your car insurance, somebody hits you, and the other person doesn't have car insurance. Well, that insurance company is only going to pay for so much, and then you have to pay the rest out of pocket. So then you're going to end up having to sue that other person. But if that other person ain't got no money, then you know
it's on you.
Paying.
It's on you.
Yeah, it's on you.
Yeah.
So I can see how you could still go. You could still go bankrupt from that.
Yeah, I ain't saying it's not possible. I never said it didn't happen, but I'm saying it's got to be a minute and infinitesimal percentage of why most people go bankrupt, and what that even has to do with. Wait, I don't even know, how do we get there, Jeremy? Well, why'd you even bring that up? Trying to figure. I think he was trying to make the statement of everyone deserves equal treatment. No one should get to go bankrupt under any circumstances because he lives in Canada, right? Free health care for all.
I was trying to make is that Americans should be pro America before pro anyone else.
Just like Canada, right? Right? Same. Canadians should be pro Canadian before anyone else. Is that fair, Jeremy? Don't get selectively silent. Yo, and guess what? Does that change Russians should be pro Russian before anyone else? What's your point there? Okay, yes, I agree. We should. And because we disagree with our neighbors, because we disagree politically, don't make us less American. You want everybody just to get along and agree and shit. Yeah, fuck that shit. No, not for me. I don't like this tour. I don't know why y'all came in here, but I'm about to leave because I'm running everybody out your room, bro. But Jeremy, it's nice meeting you, King. Yeah, you're a good guy. What do you do for a living, Jeremy?
I'm an entrepreneur.
Outstanding. What's your? Can you give me like a category, like what you do? Like
like technology, cybersecurity,
okay,
privacy, Bitcoin.
What an amazing